762. The small martial arts club in Xianyu County of Qingyuan Commandery suddenly had a large number of guests. There was no news about the night ban in the county and it was not recorded in the records. When the county government got the news, they hurried to the martial arts club early in the morning to ask for customs clearance documents. No matter how good the relationship between the county master and Brother Su was, the government runners did not dare to turn a blind eye to it. If there was any mistake, they would lose their heads. There was a long list of people from the county master to the prefect. All of them would be investigated. Some people would lose their official hats, which was no different from losing their heads. Fortunately, the martial arts club did not make things difficult for them. A young county military officer personally led the team. When he saw 3 unusual customs clearance documents, he immediately elbowed the head of a government official next to him. He leaned over and carefully read them. Then he respectfully returned them to the young woman. The young woman in front of him was not bad because she was from Jianghu. The other 2 customs clearance documents were actually custom made by the Ministry of Revenue of Dali and issued by the Ministry of Rights. Then the young military officer knew that even if he had 90 children with him, he could travel at will in Xianyu County of Qingyuan Commandery, let alone 9 children. Qin Pingon rarely got up so late. He walked out of the room late in the morning. As soon as he went out and stretched, he saw Pei Qian calmly doing the 6-step stance. Little fatty Qing Chaolu and 2 little girls were following him. Qing Chaolu walked seriously. Nailan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan were just playing. Jiang Shangzhen covered his sleeves with his hands and squatted on the steps, looking at the martial arts club men who were either watching the boxing or watching the young women. Last night he chatted with the young man who claimed to be an educated man. Without spending a single copper coin, he learned about the grudge between the young martial artists Shi Fu and a certain mountain fairy. Hearing this, Jiang Shangzhen sighed incessantly, repeatedly saying that he shouldn't have done that. As soon as Qin Pingon went out, he was stopped by Su Yuanxia with 2 pots of wine. Su Yuanxia said that the best thing in the world to cure alcohol was to drink a cup of wine. Qin Pingon had no choice but to go back to the room and drink with Su Yuanxia early in the morning. There were wine cups in the room and a few new books on the table. There were books of Confucian sages, Daoist classics and literates notes. A room that had been left for a friend had been tidied up neatly and tidily by an old man who was used to the pugilistic world over the years. Su Yuanxia heard about Qin Pingon's stories in Tongye continent. Su Yuanxia asked, "When you passed by Xinqinghuang of Tsai country, did you enter the city to offer incense?" The old man was glad that he did not forget about Jianghu etiquette. But he also thought that if the young man did not forget it, he would have a chance to say a few words. Qin Pingon took a sip of wine, put down the cup and said, "Of course I haven't forgotten. Su Yuanxia's master was of Jiaf Dali Commandery, she of Dali." Qin Pingon asked, "Are you really not going to Luopa Mountain with me to take a look?" Su Yuanxia smiled and shook her head. "No. You and Shanfeng can come visit me later. As a big brother in Jianghu, I have to give face." Although she said that, the old man had to wait for his 2 young friends to come and drink with him. Qin Pingon did not try to persuade her anymore. Su Yuanxia reminded him, "You will be very busy when you go back to your hometown, so you don't have to rush to get Shanfeng to drink with you. You can all do your own things. Let's try to drink 2 more times in the next 10 or 20 years. Otherwise it will be 2 people drinking and staring at each other. It will be boring. It is better to drink with 3 people. Let's make a deal. The next time we drink I will fight the 2 of you." Qin Pingon teased, "1 against 2? As long as there's a small dish to accompany the wine, he wouldn't say such drunken words." Su Yuanxia glanced at the long sword that Qin Pingon hung on the wall. She suddenly thought of an old immortal she had not seen for 10 years. However, although the words were good, they did not fit the situation. Su Yuanxia retracted her gaze and joked, "You know that I admire Su Zi's poems the most. In the future, if you have the chance to meet Su Zi, remember to help me say a few words. A collection of Su Zi's poems that I have carried around for many years helped a Jianghu wanderer named Su Yuanxia save a lot of money." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded, "No problem. In the future, when I see that Su Zi, I'll have to ask him to comment on your doggerel. If that senior is easy to talk to, I'll shamelessly ask him to help you write the preface to your travel book. However, when talking over wine, it's always best to boast first. Whether or not you take it seriously depends on the depth of your wine cup." Su Yuanxia shook the wine pot in her hand. There was not much left. She reached out and covered the wine cup on the table. She smiled and asked, "Same old rules?" Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. "Leave it for now." Su Yuanxia was silent for a moment. Seeing that Qin Pingan did not move, she asked doubtfully, "Kid, why are you still not moving?" It was not easy to return to vast heaven from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It had been many years since he returned to Luopa Mountain. This kid must be in a hurry. Just like what Qin Pingan said just now, the first thing to do was to boast at the wine table. Last night Qin Pingan drank too much and was a complete mess. His voice was not soft, but his alcohol tolerance was really good. Not only did he not get drunk, but he was also in high spirits. His eyes were brighter than those who did not drink. The young man said something that made Su Yuanxiao very soul-stirring and very fascinated. At first, Su Yuanxiao mistakenly thought that this young man was really someone who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Then, without warning, with a bang, he knocked his head on the table and passed out, snoring like thunder. Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. He laughed and scolded, "Can't King stay here for a few more days? Is the dojo so poor that it can't even eat? If there isn't enough good wine, there should at least be tea." When he was young, he always thought that when he drank, he must drink the best wine, the most expensive wine. But in fact, he could drink any kind of wine on the table. Time was unforgiving. When he could afford to buy any kind of wine, he began to drink more tea. Even if he drank, he rarely drank with others. Su Yuanxiao laughed and said, "Well said." In the next few days, Su Yuanxiao brought Qin Pingan and the others to tour Xianyu County and the Immortal sect deep in the mountains outside the city. The main reason was because of the man named Zhou Fei. For some reason, he hit it off with one of Su Yuanxiao's direct disciples. His name was Guochuanxi, who was heartbroken by a childhood sweetheart. He was in his 30s and was still single. He wished that he could soak himself in a wine jar every day. Otherwise, Guochuanxi would be the most promising of Su Yuanxiao's direct disciples. He had the potential to become a fifth-realm martial artist in this lifetime. In the Jianghu of a small country, he could be considered as a martial arts master who could establish a sect. Zhou Fei privately found Su Yuanxiao and said that he wanted to bring Guochuanxi out for a walk. He knew some physiognomy and felt that Guochuanxi's face was that of someone from the mountains. He made a living in the dojo, practicing martial arts half-heartedly during the day and sleepwalking in a wine jar at night. It was a waste of talent. Su Yuanxiao trusted Qin Pingan's friend and did not stop them. She let Zhou Fei take Guochuanxi away. The Immortal sect on the mountain was called Qingji sect. Its founder was an old immortal master who was at the sea-viewing realm. It was said that there was also a chief consecrator at the Dragon Gate realm. The girl that Guochuanxi had been thinking about was not only a direct disciple of the founder hall of Qingji sect, but also one of the candidates for the next hill master. The immortal master of Qingji sect was actually the clearest about the depth of Su Yuanxiao's kung fu. This was because Su Yuanxia had given her disciple Guochuanxi a Dharma saber and went up the mountain to lecture him. The sect leader of Qingji sect could be considered reasonable and did not really break up the couple. However, in the end, that woman's heart was no longer at the foot of the mountain. She and Guochuanxi were not fated to be together. As her master, Su Yuanxia was in a difficult position. Qin Pingan did not bring Pei Qian. He let her stay in the martial arts club to look after the children. Only Bai Xian, with his hands behind his back, followed them up the mountain to visit Qingji sect. The child followed beside Su Yuanxiao and imitated Master Chao, calling Su Yuanxiao elder brother Su. Su Yuanxiao knew that they were all children from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so she was very easy to talk to. She kept calling Su Yuanxiao younger brother Bai, which gave Bai Xian a very good impression of Su Yuanxiao. He made a private agreement with elder brother Su that he would be a guest elder of the martial arts school in the future. In the future, if anyone came to cause trouble, send a message to Luopa Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen silently remembered that Bai Xian called Su Yuanxiao brother Su a few times. Su Yuanxiao replied brother Bai a few times so that he could ask for credit from his senior sister later. As for the messy-haired and bearded Guochuanxi, he was inexplicably wearing a new set of clothes given to him by Zhou Fei. It was blue and had a pattern of mountains, rivers, and clouds. It was said that it was some kind of silk craft. Anyway, Guochuanxi did not understand it. It was light and felt like he was not wearing anything. Guochuanxi was not used to it. However, he was also wearing a pair of leather boots that were mended by a disciple. The sleeves were not short, but he did not dare to roll them up casually. He was afraid that it would spoil his taste. The man did not know where to put his hands. He was like an old woman who was covered in rouge and powder. When he smiled or raised his head, he would reveal his timidity. If others saw him, he would have to hold back his laughter. Of course, Xianxia knew that it was a set of robes from the mountain. However, she could not tell its rank. She used telepathy to ask Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon replied, "It's a set of robes from the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. It's made of fairy silk and has a pattern of mountains and rivers. It's very famous on Tonggishao Mountain. This set of robes was given by Zhou Fei. Therefore it should be ranked as a magic treasure. I cast an immortal camouflage spell on Zhou Fei and suppressed the special ability of the robes, thread drawing. Otherwise Guochuanqi would not be able to wear it. Once Zhou Fei removes the spell, the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers of Qingji sect will be reduced by half if the array formation of the ancestral master hall cannot hold it back. The spiritual energy will be absorbed by the robes and integrated into the meridians." Su Yuanxia was even more curious. "What does your friend want to do? If this set of robes was worn by a Qi refinement warrior, would it be an offensive treasure?" Qin Pingon smiled and told the truth. "Zhou Fei does things as he pleases. He often has nothing better to do. We'll just have to get used to it." Su Yuanxia said, "Chuanqi is a pure martial artist with a low realm. In the eyes of people like you, he's not a martial arts genius. He won't be able to take the opportunity on the mountain, right?" Qin Pingon said, "Don't worry, Brother Su. Zhou Fei knows what he's doing. Just like the child they saved in the North Continent. After Jiang Shangzhen brought her to the Calligraphy Lake True Realm sect, she was named Zhou Xian on the Jade Gui sect's archives. It was probably Zhou from Zhou Fei, Kai from Li Kai, and Jiang Shangzhen from Zhen. After that, the two sect masters Sword Immortal Wei Ying, Immortal Lu Laoqing, Jade Pu Lu Jimao, Nascent Soul Li Fuyao, and Golden Core Sword Cultivator Sui Yu, all took good care of this child. In the entire Calligraphy Lake Palace Willow Island, where rules were strict and geniuses came forth in large numbers. For so many years, Zhou Xian, whose cultivation potential was not worth mentioning, was the well-deserved favorite. However, the little girl was more obedient and had not left the Calligraphy Lake until now. Instead, she often went to Lord Tianhu and a gatekeeper of the Verdant Canyon Island to have a heart-to-heart talk. This caused a child with no cultivation potential to be in the Immortal's cave realm through the Jiang clan's ancestral hall's Immortal's secret arts, the True Realm sect's Immortal's money, and the fortune on the mountain. After Qin Pingon learned about it, he thanked Jiang Shangzhen from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Shangzhen replied, "Don't scold me." This caused Qin Ping's heart to feel guilty, and he brought up the topic of Jisei Peak's ancestral master hall. In the next meeting as the mountain chieftain, if there were any problems with the matter of the chief consecrator, he would definitely stand his ground against all opposition. Jiang Shangzhen looked at the mountain master, who had an exceptionally sincere gaze. He then thought of Pei Qian's so-called second minister and the mountain master hurriedly returning to the Luopa mountain. For no reason he thought of the phrase, "Good things don't need to wait too long." However, when he thought of the phrase, "A small amount of money can make the devil push the millstone and a large amount of money can make the millstone push the devil," Jiang Shangzhen immediately calmed down. There was a reason why the family name was Zhou on the mountain. Jiang Shangzhen changed his name to Zhou Fei, and used this name to assume the position of honorary minister in the Luopa mountain, which was included in the Jisei Peaks landscape register. This meant that Zhou Fei was no longer an empty alias. The child followed Jiang Shangzhen's surname of Zhou, and not Chen. This meant that Jiang Shangzhen had replaced Qin Pingon and accepted all the karma. Thanks to Su Yuanxia, the group of people not only passed through the mountain gate of the Qingji sect unimpeded, but the gatekeeper also sent a message to the Hall of Patriarchs, saying that old Master Su had come to visit. A close neighbor was better than a distant relative. The relationship between the Qingji sect and Su Yuanxia was not bad. After all, she was a sixth realm martial artist who liked to travel when she was young, so she could not be underestimated. However, as Su Yuanxia grew older, some of the original rumors became less and less important. Therefore, after the Hall of Patriarchs received the message, they did not disturb the sect master's meditation. Only a direct disciple showed up. He was a cultivator of the cave realm, the middle 5 realms, 60 years old. He was also one of the potential candidates for the position of mountain master and the sect master's direct disciple. His name was Kai Xian. Today he was in charge of receiving the group of people led by Su Yuanxia. On the way up the mountain, Xianxia respectfully accompanied the last seat, so the sect master of the Qingji sect would definitely be willing to end his closed-door meditation. However, since it was old martial artist Su who took the lead, the rest of the people who were accompanying them on the way up the mountain did not receive such treatment. Xian stood on the steps of the mountain top, respectfully welcoming the distinguished guests. Xianxia saluted from afar. "Greetings, Immortal Master Kai." With a smile on his face, Xian saluted back. "Headmaster Su." In fact, Xian had been sizing up the group of people beside Xianxia. As for Guochuanxi, who had changed into a bright outfit, he only glanced at him. There was no need to pay more attention to him. Beside Guochuanxi, there was a handsome man with long and narrow eyes. He was wearing a purple robe made of silk and satin, which made him look like a descendant of a rich family. There was also a scholarly man in a green robe with a warm smile. When Xianxia saluted, the man also saluted, but he did not speak. There was also a little kid in white who did not have eyes on his forehead but on the sky. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia saluted and did not move. When the man in green robe saluted, the child then saluted reluctantly. At the top of the mountain there was a large immortal mansion. Clouds and smoke lingered, and the immortal aura was faintly discernible. Qin Pingon looked around. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said telepathically, "What's wrong? Is there a secret?" Qin Pingon answered, "No. It's just a matter of time. Once bitten, twice shy. I'm worried that there's an otherworldly expert like Pei Min hiding here." Jiang Shangzhen said helplessly, "What do you mean?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Isn't Sect Master Jiang standing right here?" Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin. "That makes sense." On Qingji Sect's mountain, there was actually a game of mirror flower moon in the water today. It was a game of chess between two fairies in a pavilion. However, it was not close. It was near the cliff and a few miles away from the mountain road. Xian originally wanted to make a pot of tea and send the guests down the mountain. However, after glancing at Guochuanxi, he changed his mind and invited the group to the cliff's observation platform. He only told them the rules of the mountain and told them to remember not to enter the eyes of the mirror flower moon in the water. Xian was very detailed and said that it was best to stay at least 90 steps away from the pavilion. The group followed the rules and walked along a tree-lined path on the mountain ridge. After the view suddenly opened up, they stopped early and saw the small pavilion with a raised eave and a horizontal board with the words, "Gao Zai," hanging from it. "There are pavilions with wings. Danger is high, Gao Zai Pavilion." Qin Pingon felt that this name was not bad. When it came to naming things, whether it was the name of a sect or a sect, the name of a flying sword or the carving of a mountain and river cliff, the person who came later would be at a disadvantage. It was similar to the principle of writing poems. Qin Pingon could not help but ask in his mind, "In the vast world, is there a pavilion named Gao Zai Pavilion elsewhere?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled. "If there aren't 100, there should be at least a few dozen." Qin Pingon nodded. "Then I won't be polite. Anyway, there was already a mountain and river pavilion on Jisei Peak, so one more Gao Zai Pavilion would not make a difference." Qin Pingon looked at Guochuanxi. The middle-aged man looked absent-minded and his eyes were wide open. He was staring blankly at a young woman playing chess in the pavilion. Qin Pingon retracted his gaze and looked at the pavilion again. In fact, he was a little surprised because the fairy on the mountain who was playing chess with the female cultivator of Qingji sect in the pavilion was dressed like a Taoist woman. She did not wear a Taoist crown on her head. Instead, she had a bun in the shape of a plum blossom and a line of small words was engraved on it. Qin Pingon had heard of the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake. It was said that the plum blossom in the cottage was the thickest in spring. It was a small Taoist immortal home because he once met a female cultivator named Zhou Xian on the mountain road to the west of his hometown. At that time she was with Song Yuan and Lu Yunrun. Qin Pingon still remembered clearly that after they separated, Pei Qian had a good impression of her. At that time Qin Pingon was very surprised. Pei Qian said that in Zhou Qianlin's Heart Lake, there were many poor skinny children in ragged clothes. She was very sad when she looked at an empty rice bowl. Jiang Shangzhen's eyes were sharp. He immediately noticed the clues and asked, "Does Hill Master know this sister? Should we greet her?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I don't know her. I only heard of the Green Plum Temple in Nantang Lake." Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "The Green Plum Temple is a small sect. The entire Nantang Lake is gone. How can it be a small Taoist temple with no legs? Fortunately, there were not many casualties. Therefore, the fairies and sisters who came from the Taoist temple could no longer cultivate in peace. They had no choice but to wander around and beg for alms, which made people pity them. When I was the suzerain of the Booksword Lake, I even bought a plum tree in the Green Plum Temple to watch the catoptric mirage. It's a pity that I can no longer see the scene of the plum blossoms reach out and the beauty. Chen Pingon said helplessly, "A whole plum tree?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded. "Of course. Every time the catoptric mirage opens, other people have to throw a small snow to get the treatment. I only have to throw a snow and spend money to get it. Such a good deal." Chen Pingon laughed. "After throwing snow you spend money, get called brother a few times and then throw a small snow?" Jiang Shangzhen said helplessly, "Anyway, I don't often watch the catoptric mirage. I have hundreds of them in my heaven and earth in the sleeve. I'm very busy and have to be careful all year round. I strive to be fair and not let any of the sisters be left out." Mountain Chieftain, you think it's very simple? It's more tiring than cultivating in your free time. Cultivating in your free time. Earning money and spending money was your main job. Only Jiang Shangzhen could say such thunderstruck words. Most importantly, it was the truth. The young mountain chieftain at the side did not know that Jiang Shangzhen had used the catoptric mirage to buy a plum tree in the Green Plum Temple in his early years. Therefore, every time Big Brother Zhou, who used the pseudonym Zhou Xian, opened his mouth, the fairy sisters in the Green Plum Temple would smile sweetly and say that they would stop for a moment under a 1,000-year-old plum tree to touch the branches. Otherwise, how could there be the saying of, "The plum blossoms make up in the beauty"? Chen Pingon suddenly turned his head and smiled at the Green Plum Sect's Kai Cave, who was very good at reading people's expressions. He asked, "Immortal Master Kai, how can I view the catoptric mirage on this mountain?" Kai Xian laughed. "You can buy a green jade Ganoderma. It's not expensive. 5 snow will cost you money. According to the current market price on the mountain, it's about 6,000 taels of silver at the foot of the mountain. Since you're Headmaster Su's friend, we won't talk about the premium of the Immortal Master's money. If you buy this item, we'll give you a landscape book that explains the catoptric mirage." Kai Xian thought for a moment and added, "It's just that I don't have the green jade Ganoderma with me. If you're really interested, I'll take you to the Ganoderma Hall later. In addition to the green jade Ganoderma, there are actually many more rare spiritual weapons on the mountain. In addition, we also sell some small and exquisite handpieces and stationery. They're all carefully refined and carved from our sect's unique green plum jade. The prices vary." Jiang Shangzhen smiled. This Kai Cave was quite good at dealing with people. As a cultivation genius in the Middle 5 realms, he knew how to take the initiative to give others a way out without being overbearing. No wonder Guochuanxi lost to Kai Cave. It wasn't just the difference between the clouds and mud at the foot of the mountain. That Qingji sect female cultivator was also in the Immortal realm. She glanced over at Guochuanxi and nodded politely at him. Then she smiled at Kai Xian. They weren't a pair of immortal Daoist companions holding hands in the wind. They didn't have that kind of amorous gaze. Qingji sect was a small immortal sect. 2 young immortals in the Immortal realm. Whoever became the headmaster in the future would be in the bag. The current headmaster would probably be happy to see it happen. Otherwise, if it were the other 2 direct disciples of the Ancestral Hall, they would fight and hurt the harmony. If one of them left in a fit of anger, it would be even more painful. However, it seemed that the Immortal and Kai Xian hadn't done anything yet. In fact, there would still be accidents. For example, if Kai Xian broke through the realm too quickly and became the first cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm in the history of Qingji sect, she, as the headmaster, would have to look down on him from the top of the mountain again. It was exactly the same as how she looked down on Guochuanxi when she entered the mountain. It was a pity that the old immortal in the sea-viewing realm was arrogant and didn't show up. Otherwise, he would be able to see the unusual robe on Guochuanxi and things would become very interesting after that. For example, when the female cultivator went down the mountain to visit her family and passed by the martial arts school in Xianyu County, her down-and-out childhood sweetheart, the sloppy man, actually became spirited again and went out for a long journey. He disappeared without a trace. After returning to the mountain, the headmaster asked again. The more the female cultivator thought about it, the more mysterious it became. The more she thought about it, the more she missed him. Since then she was worried about her gains and losses. A name that she had almost completely forgotten kept circling in her mind. Forget it, she would just take it as Brother Guo throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person. The mountain was long and leisurely. There was no hurry. There would be a time when they would meet again. Xianxia glanced at the female cultivator's Qi residence. It was more difficult for her to enter the Jindan realm, but there was a great chance for her to become a cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm. For a secluded immortal clan like Qingji sect, being able to find such a potential Daoist cultivator was already considered to be a blessing in disguise. However, Xianxia still felt more sentimental. The other person playing chess in the pavilion, the little girl from the Green Plum Monastery, had a hard time earning money. She even had to come to a small mountain like the Catoptric Deflection sect. Since he was acquainted with his own mountain chieftain, Xianxia secretly threw down a small coin. Then, using his thoughts, he sent a secret message to the mountain restriction of the Catoptric Deflection sect. Do you know Big Brother Zhou? The female cultivator from Qingji sect was confused, but she couldn't help but feel happy. The spiritual qi of the entire small piece of chess was rippling. The small pavilion was close by, but the spiritual qi was suddenly abundant, making people intoxicated as if they were drunk. The young female cultivator from the Green Plum Temple was even more excited. She put down the chess piece in her hand and suddenly stood up. Facing outside the cliff, she bowed and then asked, Zhou Xian? Immortal Master Zhou. Xianxia was just about to reply, don't call him Immortal Master Zhou. Call him Big Brother Zhou. However, he was elbowed by Qin Pingon. He had no choice but to throw another small piece of chess and change it to, Big Brother Zhou has something to do today. Let's talk next time. Qin Pingon frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, if the Green Plum Temple on the mountain is slightly relaxed, wouldn't it also be a kind of mountain and water bulletin? Xianxia smiled and said, this is a precedent set by the Dali Imperial Court. In fact, in the beginning the Green Plum Temple and the Green Plum Temple were banned. However, the Aquarius continent ignored the rules of the Confucian Temple and restarted the Green Plum Temple. However, the Aquarius continent didn't care about the rules of the Confucian Temple and restarted the Green Plum Temple. However, the Aquarius continent didn't talk about the war. Otherwise, it would be recorded by the Ministry of Rights of each country. If the Dali cultivators came to find them, no one would be able to bear the consequences. Since the war had ended, there was no reason for them to suffer. Of course, there were some stubborn immortals on the mountain who didn't take it seriously. They felt that the Dali dynasty, whose territory had been reduced by half and whose territory would continue to shrink, couldn't take care of itself. As for the end result, it wasn't surprising. The Song clan was really insidious. They secretly dealt with a large group of immortals who didn't abide by the rules. They didn't announce it to the whole continent. They only announced it when they gathered 50 immortals. Not only did the Confucian Temple of Central Plains not punish the Dali dynasty, they even followed suit. Two words popped up in Qin Pingon's mind: sticking to the pole and fishing. Xianxia lamented. On the Baopian Island mountain, it was said that Dali and the old minister of the Ministry of Rights, Lu Qingfeng, did this. This guy didn't leave any way out for himself. However, according to the behind-the-scenes news from the True State sect, it was actually the idea of Zhao Yao, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice in Dali's capital. The young people who came out of Lizhu Grotto Heaven, especially the scholars, are indeed ruthless. However, this shows that Lu Qingfeng has a heart of stone even more. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I've known Lu Qingfeng for a long time. He's very pragmatic and very powerful. He walks the path of a saint inside and a king outside. He doesn't have the spirit of a scholar at all. Most of the time he doesn't even look like a Confucian disciple. If Lu Qingfeng was a cultivator, Zhao Yao wouldn't have had much of a chance to become the imperial tutor. In fact, many of the ideas of scholars are too vague. Without a gradual ladder to climb, they can't support some strange ideas at all. Lu Qingfeng is completely different. He's very good at creating momentum and he doesn't even rely on others. When I was able to leave the Summer Palace and go to the Spring Banner House in the inverted Xian Mountain, I paid special attention to Lu Qingfeng's official deeds. Xianxia sighed. A scholar who can be praised by you is of course very powerful. The chess game in the pavilion was still going on. The young female Taoist priest of the Green Plum Temple and the female cultivator of the Qingji sect were playing chess while talking about the Zhou Xian, who spent a lot of money, and his relationship with the Green Plum Temple. Hearing this, the latter was shocked. There was actually such a great cultivator in the world who spent immortal money like it was silver? Could it be that he was a land immortal whose realm was high enough to reach the clouds? Qin Pingon and the others left the Qingji sect mountain. Before going down the mountain, Qin Pingon took out 10 pieces of snow and bought 2 green jade Ganoderma. He went to the foot of the mountain and gave it to Xianxia. Xianxia said with a smile, "What do I need this thing for? The martial arts school's little property can't even afford to use it twice." Qin Pingon explained, "If it's really urgent and it takes too long to send a letter, you can go to the Qingji sect mountain and use the green jade Ganoderma. I'll come as soon as possible." Xianxia laughed angrily and said, "Are you guarding the green jade Ganoderma temple every day in Luopa Mountain? You're a mountain lord. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Qin Pingon said, "Of course I won't watch it every day. Someone will pay attention to it. After all, I'm a mountain lord. There are still a few guests who worship me." Xianxia asked, "So you want something to happen to me?" Qin Pingon thought about it and agreed. It was indeed inauspicious. He had to put away the green jade Ganoderma. After thinking about it, he threw it to Jiang Shangzhen and said, "You like it? It's for you." Jiang Shangzhen put it in his sleeve and didn't refuse. The martial arts school still had people who made money as bodyguards. Everyone rode on a few short horses. Bai Xian probably felt that the horse was too hot, so he stood up and stood on the horse behind Jiang Shangzhen with his hands behind his back. Without waiting for Master Chow to speak, Bai Xian said that he would sit down obediently if he met someone on the road. Bai Xian suddenly patted Jiang Shangzhen's head and said, "Old brother Zhou, why are you galloping so fast? You're even slower than me walking on 2 legs." Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "Why don't you lie on the ground and walk on 5 legs? How many years had it been since he rode a horse in Jianghu? Jiang Shangzhen thought about it carefully. It was about a few hundred years. It was all thanks to the mountain lord. Bai Xian was angry. He bent down and wrapped his arms around Jiang Shangzhen's neck. "How dare you? How dare you talk to me like that?" Qin Pingon and Xianxia rode at the front. When Qin Pingon turned his head, Bai Xian immediately let go of his hand and rubbed Jiang Shangzhen's head. Then he patted Jiang Shangzhen's cheeks and said, "Ride slower. Your face is covered in dust. Old brother Zhou is not handsome anymore." Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "Bai Xian, you can also rely on your face to make a living in the future. If Luopa Mountain has catoptric deflection, you will be the boss in a few decades or 100 years." Bai Xian sneered and said, "I can't afford to lose face like that." Qin Pingon heard this and turned his head to look at Bai Xian. Bai Xian immediately knew that something was wrong and said anxiously, "Master Chow, we can't be too greedy. Nailin little money grubber, Yao little muddlehead, he nerd, you little Daoist, they're so suitable for this. Me cross-eyed and dead fish, I can't do it. Even Ching Chao Lu the little chef is better than the 3 of us." Qin Pingon turned his head and ignored the little bastard who liked to give people nicknames. Guochuanxi, who was riding side by side with Jiang Shangzhen, suddenly said, "Big brother Zhou, you and Qin Pingon are both from the mountain, right? If they weren't from the mountain, they couldn't take out so much immortal money." 2 treasures from the mountain, 10,000 taels of silver, were given to the Qingji sect without blinking an eye. Guochuanxi really didn't expect that his master would have such a Jianghu friend. Jiang Shangzhen took out a green jade Ganoderma from his sleeve and threw it to Guochuanxi. He laughed and said in his mind, "Take this with you. Can be a meeting gift in the future. Go to a place called Book Slip Lake Palace Willow Island and find an old woman named Li Fuyao. Tell her that you and a guy named Zhou Fei are good brothers. In the future, let her take you to the mountain to cultivate. Tell her that if you don't reach the cave realm in 50 years, even if my eyes are bad, it's brother Guo's fault for not being lucky enough. At that time, let her beat us brothers to death. Brother Guo, do you dare to go?" Guochuanxi took the 5,000 to 6,000 taels of silver in a panic. The man couldn't even learn the secret Jianghu technique of condensing sound into a thread from his master. It wasn't that his master didn't teach him, but he couldn't and didn't want to learn. Other than drinking and talking nonsense, the man didn't even have the mood to talk to others. Guochuanxi laughed. "What's there to be afraid of? It's hard to say whether I can live for another 50 years. I've never been to any Jianghu in my life. The farthest place I've been was the county town next door. The martial arts club didn't even call me because I drank too much. Indeed, I should learn from my master." While my legs are still nimble, I should go out and have a look. A living person can't be suffocated to death by urine. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Let's make it clear in advance. This trip to Bookslip Lake is far away and there will be many accidents. Remember to be careful along the way. If you die on the way, I won't collect your corpse. Guchuanxi laughed heartily. I've been dead for many years. Why would I be afraid of this? Bai Xian glanced at the man and gave him a thumbs up. In his hometown there were many drunkards like Guchuanxi. Qin Pingon asked Jiang Shangzhen telepathically, Jade Gui sect, Cloud Cave Blessed Land and Jinjing sect, other than the Mountain Rivers Gazette that you guys control on the surface, how much do you have? Jiang Shangzhen laughed. There are many, no less than 10. To be honest, if it wasn't for me back then, the ancestral hall of the Divine Seal Peak would not have been willing to spend this money. Qin Pingon nodded. Over at Tong Yi Continent, Cloud Cave Blessed Land controls the Mountain Rivers Gazette. Lend it to me for a while. Of course, I have to settle the accounts cleanly. Every time I get the scribes on the mountain to write the Mountain Rivers Gazette, it will be recorded in the accounts. It will be settled once every 10 years. As for the Aquarius Continent and North Continent, I'll pave the way myself. Jiang Shangzhen asked. At the crucial moment, I'll get someone to scold you? Qin Pingon laughed. What else? Jiang Shangzhen said. It's not easy to know what to do. Qin Pingon said. Isn't the best thing to say in the world the words of justice? Jiang Shangzhen sighed. The Mountain Rivers Gazette that I fiddled with previously, it just so happened that the word justice was missing. Qin Pingon laughed and replied, Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shangzhen laughed. You bunch of scholars. Some Mountain Rivers Gazettes combined with some Mountain Rivers Gazettes could gather many mountain cultivators that could not be hidden. They could just let it be for a few decades or 100 years. During this period, as long as Luopa Mountain paid attention and recorded the words of righteous indignation, they could follow the vine to the melon, and casually find out the big and small mountain records. Raising fish. To be able to have such a telepathic connection with the young mountain lord, to be able to speak with him, and to think far ahead without hindrance, Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan could easily do it. Secretly supporting a few Mountain Rivers Gazettes that were, allow me to say a few words of justice, and at the same time paying attention to the future of the Aquarius Continent's Mountain Rivers Gazettes. Qin Pingon actually already had a candidate in mind, the blind old Daoist from Riding Dragon Alley, Jiaqing, and the bookkeeper of Luopa Mountain, Zhang Jiazhen. But Qin Pingon missed the summer palace of the past. In truth, the hidden official sword cultivators were all experts. Even if they personally went to the battlefield to write the Mountain Rivers Gazettes, they were all experts. Lin Junbai, Gu Jianlong, Chao Gun, Xianqin. When the matters of the sect and the lower sect are settled, it was time to make a trip to the Central Plains Divine Continent. Returning to the county's martial arts dojo, Qin Pingon took down the sword from the wall and carried it on his back. Su Yuanxiao, who was sitting at the table, stood up. Qin Pingon was about to say something that he had long prepared, but he did not expect the old man to wave his hand and walk in front of him. He stretched out his hand to tidy up Qin Pingon's clothes and scolded softly, Smelly brat, you think that Su Yuanxia's entire life is just to drink with you too? After returning to my hometown for so many years, do you think I have been waiting for you two to come and see me every day? Of course not. Opening the dojo, drinking with my friends in the Jianghu, building relationships with the government, teaching my disciples martial arts in the day, revising the Mountain Rivers Gazettes at night. I am very busy. When people come to this world, they have to go through this journey, and when they live to my age, they will live if they can, and when they should leave, they will leave. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but stopped. Su Yuanxia took 2 steps back and nodded her head with a smile. Qin Pingon's appearance was rather decent, and was slightly more handsome than Zhang Shanfeng. The old man finally said, In the wilderness under the 3 bright moons, many swordsmen died in foreign lands, but didn't they all leave just like that? Think about them and then look at Su Yuanxia. You shouldn't dawdle like a girl. Qin Pingon cupped his fists. Brother Su, take care. The white-haired old man straightened his back and cupped his fists. The mountains are high and the rivers are long. Have a safe journey. The group of people left Xianyu County on foot. At a secluded place, Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves and kept the group of children into his heaven and earth sleeve. Then with Qin Pingon and Pei Qian he rode the wind to the cloud boat ferry. In fact, the ferry was only 300 li away from Xianxia's mountain. However, the immortals were obstructing their vision. Based on the old immortal who liked to cultivate in peace, he would not be able to find it even if he kept his eyes wide open for a few hundred years. On this journey to the north, the ferry would naturally pass by the great blasphemy that entered the sea in front of the Yunlin Jiang clan's house. Qin Pingon walked to the bow of the ferry and looked down at the great blasphemy that meandered like a dragon. Jiang Shangzhen and Pei Qian came to his side. Pei Qian said softly, "Master, that Wang Zhu seems to be in seclusion in a secret realm under the sea. There are signs of her breaking through the realm." Qin Pingon nodded. As the only true dragon in the world, GQ gathered a lot of luck in her body. When Wang Zhu was still at the bottleneck of the immortal realm, she could be regarded as half an ascendant realm. As such, she was able to fight Fei Fei in a fierce battle, and in the battlefield of Old Dragon City, she was able to take a blow from Yuan Shou's staff with all his might, but she only suffered some minor injuries and her Grand Dao Foundation had not been harmed. Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the railing inside. If it weren't for Lady Qingzhong of Lushui Pit, who was conferred the title of Rain Master by the Confucian Temple, who commanded all the flood dragons on the land and took a part of the vast water luck, Wang Zhu, this little girl, would really be lawless once she came out of seclusion and entered the Ascendant Realm. Qin Pingon's eyes were dark and obscure. He said, "She has always been good at seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages. Besides, there will only be one person who can suppress her. Anyway, no matter who it is, there will always be someone who can suppress her." Jiang Shangzhen said, "That mud bottle alley of yours is the most frightening one to walk through. Not to mention the mountain master, the vassal King Songmu, is now in Pedu. His maidservant is a true dragon who is about to enter the Ascendant Realm. His ancestral home is the old Chao family over there. Chao Shi and Chao Jun are two sword immortals. Moreover, Gu Qin is in White Emperor City and is doing very well. It is said that a few years ago when she went down the mountain for the second time to gain experience, she pestered a pure Jade Realm cultivator who was born as a wild cultivator and talked to him for several years. Every day she fought and talked. That pure Jade Realm wild cultivator was almost driven crazy by Gu Qin. In the end, he accompanied Gu Qin back to White Emperor City." Qin Pingon asked, "Is it because that pure Jade Realm wild cultivator is afraid of White Emperor City or has long coveted the Dao techniques of White Emperor City?" Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. "It's not that. It's just that his Dao heart can't endure Gu Qin's." Qin Pingon was silent. When it came to patience among the three of them, Gu Qin, who was the youngest, had always been the best. Whenever he thought of the snot-nosed bug, he would think of Lu Xianyang. When he thought of Lu Xianyang, he would immediately think of someone he did not know. He immediately diverted his thoughts and thought of Situ Longqiu, who seemed to have some feelings for Lu Xianyang. He thought of this sword cultivator who was at the Dragon Gate Realm bottleneck on Yuhu Street. He could not help but think of the old and new 5 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he thought of this, he thought of Pei Min's 3 absolutes of the noble splendor of Cui Dong's 3 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. When he thought of this, he thought of Pei Min's 3 absolutes of the noble Dao. When he thought of Cui Dong's 3 absolutes of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he immediately turned his thoughts back to the 5 absolutes. Alliance's gambling behavior was the best. He washed his hair with saliva. Old Def's words were human. Lu Ji's outstanding beauty and great sword Immortal Mi's ancient affections could not hold him back. Situ Longqiu's swearing was true. Gu Jinlong's words were fair. Dong Haitan's spending money like flowing water. Wang Xinshui's "I can pay before the fight, but after the fight it's on me." Qin Pingon was also leaning on the railing. A cool breeze brushed past his face. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, "You have to pay attention to the matter of thoughts. Once it truly manifests, it's equivalent to half of an otherworldly demon. Although I haven't experienced such a thing, any idiot on the mountain knows that it's very troublesome." Qin Pingon nodded. "I'm changing it." This was the after effect of being at the Great Wall of Sword Qi for too long. Cultivating one's power was slightly better, but cultivating one's heart had always been a double-edged sword since ancient times. Qin Pingon did not want to walk the path of scholar Yang Ning's severing 3 corpses, which was too close to Taoism. However, there was once a monk in the mountains who clearly told Qin Pingon that studying Buddhism was not an escape from Zen. With this sentence, Qin Pingon felt much more at ease. Therefore, when Qin Pingan asked Yao Xianji if the young monk lived in a certain temple in Shitongyi continent, it was actually because he wanted to take the initiative to find a solution. It would be best if it could help him find his true self. The Buddhist Dharma of the Ox-head Zen only had one sentence. Verdant bamboos are all dharmakaya, yellow flowers are nothing but prajna. It was still not enough. Even if Qin Pingan used this to extend his understanding and said another sentence, when the lotus does not fall, the prajna flowers will bloom on their own, it was still not enough. Qin Pingan suddenly looked up at the sky, then lowered his head and looked at the great blasphemy, all the way to the center of the Aquarius continent. He said, I'll go to the great blasphemy temple and meet up near the capital. Jiang Shangzhen said, the mountain lord's hands-off boss has reached the acme of perfection. Pei Qian asked, I'll go with master? Qin Pingan shook his head and laughed. The imperial sword is extremely fast, you can't keep up. Pei Qian nodded. Qin Pingan stretched out 2 fingers and swiped forward. Let's go. The long sword was unsheathed and as fast as lightning, it shot straight into the sky. Qin Pingan bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. The entire cloud boat ferry sank along with him, and actually directly dropped a few hundred feet into a large sea of clouds. Pei Qian looked up at the direction where his master flashed and disappeared, and very quickly he used all his strength to see but still could not see any trace of him. He scratched his head. I really can't keep up. Jiang Shangzhen laughed. The will of a sword immortal, the physique of a martial artist using all his strength to control the sword, you are after all still at the peak of the mountain, it would be strange if you could keep up. Otherwise, how could your master ask the sword Pei Min? Pei Qian asked curiously, if you had caught up to my master's sword-seeking battle and little senior brother. Master was a jade unpolished realm sword cultivator, a martial artist. Zhou Fei was an immortal realm sword cultivator who had fallen from the ascendant realm. Little senior brother was at the bottleneck of the immortal realm. There was no need to say anything more about master. The other 2 were extremely proficient in fighting and escaping. Spells, divine abilities, dharma treasures and trump cards were even more plentiful. If Pei Min was not a sword cultivator, but just an ordinary ascendant realm qi refinement warrior, Pei Qian did not even need to ask such a question. If he fell into the hands of master and the other 2, he would either be beaten to death alive or slowly exhausted to death. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen said almost the same words as Cui Dongshan. There are ways to save one's life and there are ways to fight desperately. Pei Qian leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. Lord Jiang, thank you. Jiang Shangzhen looked into the distance and smiled. Thank me for rushing to Mirage City? Pei Qian shook his head. Thank you for the Cloud Cave blessed land which allowed me to meet master earlier. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. He could keep up with the young master's thoughts, but he really could not keep up with Pei Qian's thoughts. Pei Qian looked indifferent. Lord Jiang, in the future if there is someone who is not suitable for you to fight, let me know and I will go to ask the sword-seeking battle. But you have to promise not to tell my master, and if master knows later, he will not be too angry. Jiang Shangzhen said with a bright smile, deal. Pei Qian smiled and squinted his eyes. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly became sneaky and asked softly, Senior sister, why did I hear that Lu Yuzhou has some thoughts about you? Pei Qian looked suspicious then shook his head. That can't be. Who would be so stupid to spread such rumors? I only met him once at Lei Gong Temple and did not talk to him anyway. He looked like a fool. Pei Qian truly felt that it was impossible. Why would he like her and she was not good looking? Pei Qian's only impression of the Baijin continent's Lu family was that they were rich, and when he was traveling alone in the Duan dynasty, Pei Qian had personally experienced it. As for Lu Yuzhou, his only impression of him was that the fool's bamboo robe looked extremely valuable. In the sky, a green-robed man hovered on his sword. Qin Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands as he looked down at the world. It was a pity that the current Aquarius continent did not have any Confucian temple sage to oversee the sky curtain. Qin Pingan took a step forward, his figure falling to the ground, and his sword automatically returned to its sheath. About 10 li away from the Great Disrespect Temple, a green robe landed. There was a lot of traffic on the official road. Qin Pingan walked beside the Great Disrespect Temple, removed the camouflage and turned around with a smile. Excuse me, Mr. Su. A man with a sword behind his back appeared out of thin air, smiled and nodded. I was wondering who was so daring to fall from the sky like this. The Mahist Ranger Sword Immortal Su Ruo. Qin Pingon bowed with his hands folded in front. Su Ruo returned the gesture. The two of them walked towards the Great Disrespect Temple. Qin Pingon asked, Lin Shui is still the temple attendant? Su Ruo shook his head. Unfortunately, Lin Shui has just left his position in the temple and returned to Cliff Academy, and will soon be appointed as the deputy hill master. Qin Pingon asked, Does Cliff Academy have a new hill master? Su Ruo nodded. Qin Pingon had already handed over a bottle of moonlight wine. Su Ruo naturally took the bottle, took a sip and praised the wine. It's a great gentleman from Lakeview Academy, Qin Pingon. You won't hold a grudge against him, right? Qin Pingon smiled. Why would you say that? There's no such thing. Su Ruo walked Qin Pingon all the way to the square outside the Great Disrespect Temple, and half-jokingly said in her mind, Between you and me, let's just drink. It's best if we don't talk about swords. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. It's very difficult. Su Ruo turned and left. In the eyes of ordinary people he was just a lazy man. Qin Pingon straightened his clothes and walked towards the temple gate alone. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped and turned to look at the three people. Most of them were acquaintances. The former neighbor of Clay Bottle Alley, Song Jisun. Now the vassal of Dolly, Song Mu. Ma Kuxuan of Apricot Blossom Alley. There was also a young Earth Immortal Realm cultivator whom Su Ruo didn't know. He was undoubtedly a sword cultivator, but his martial arts fate was a bit unusual. Perhaps it was the half-friend that Ma Kuxuan had described as half-friend. Yu Shiwu, a sword cultivator of Martial Mountain. This person seemed to be called the third Li Tuanjing of the Aquarius continent, because the second Li Tuanjing once belonged to Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. However, it was said that Wei Jin was now a great sword immortal. This praise for Wei Jin's excellent talent in sword cultivation seemed to have become a curse, so Su Ruo had to let bygones be bygones. Ma Kuxuan clicked his tongue and said, The third battle. I've waited for more than 20 years. Qin Pingon, you're really something. Qin Pingon turned around and faced the three people. He smiled and said, One of the young candidates. I can't afford to offend him. Yu Shiwu stopped and raised his hands. Don't drag me into a battle between immortals. Song Jisun stood shoulder to shoulder with him and nodded. Same. Ma Kuxuan continued walking forward, his eyes blazing. The Wildlands Kuiyu, the Azure Immortal Mountains Chunqing, and the young Jiang Taigong. One is one of the top 10 and the other two are substitutes. I've already seen them all. Ordinary, very ordinary. They don't live up to their names. Qin Pingon smiled. Then I'll fight with you? Seems like all three battles will be the same. Let's make it clear first. Don't do it more than 3 times. Cherish this last chance. Ma Kuxuan stopped and crossed his fingers. He pressed down lightly. Where shall we fight? Qin Pingon said, Let's call it a day. It's up to you whether you want to go to Martial Mountain or Luapa Mountain. Ma Kuxuan smiled. Why don't we fight here? Qin Pingon was silent for a moment. He suddenly smiled and shook his head. Let's call it a day. Song Jisun walked towards Qin Pingon. Do you mind if we fight together? Qin Pingon didn't say anything. In the end, the two of them walked towards the entrance of the ancestral temple and stepped over the threshold. The person he truly feared wasn't Ma Kuxuan, but Yu Shiwu, who had made up his mind to watch from the sidelines. Ma Kuxuan and Yu Shiwu stayed outside. The latter smiled and said, If we fight, I don't think we can win. Ma Kuxuan knew Yu Shiwu's temper. He wasn't insinuating or fanning the flames. This half-friend either didn't speak or spoke the truth. When Ma Kuxuan first went to Martial Mountain, he hated this blabbermouth Yu Shiwu the most. However, after staying on the mountain for so long, he didn't hate him anymore. According to seniority, the young Yu Shiwu was Ma Kuxuan's martial granduncle. Simply put, Yu Shiwu was Martial Mountain's martial granduncle. As for how he got his seniority at such a young age, it was like he had fallen from the sky. The reason why Su Bai went to Martial Mountain in the past was that he followed the 2 military grandfathers with the surnames Jiang and Wei to Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain respectively. As for Yu Shiwu, he only needed to address the 2 military grandfathers of the Central Divine Continent as Martial Granduncle and Martial Granduncle. After a great battle that engulfed 2 heavens, the wind and rain would always blow away the wind and rain. Countless people met their ends, but at the same time the truth came to light and the times arose. There were many who struggled to overcome it and rose to prominence. However, Ma Kuxuan hadn't fought with that guy for the third time. It was hard to say whether it would be him or him. However, Ma Kuxuan was sure that it wouldn't be Kui Yu, Chun Qing or Su Bai. As for Yu Shiwu, he was half a friend. As a Qi refinement warrior, he relied too much on martial arts fate. Moreover, his appetite was too big. He could only wait. Even if the military grandfathers received permission from the Confucian temple to give Yu Shiwu 2 portions of martial arts fate, he still needed 2 more portions. Now that the great battle had ended, this guy could only continue to stare. This was probably all part of Embroidered Tiger's plan. The Confucian temple and the 2 military grandmasters of the Central Plains could only accept it. Ma Kuxuan and Yu Shiwu walked to the great blasphemy water. Ma Kuxuan chewed on a grass root and held the back of his head with his hands. Yu Shiwu sat at the side and sighed. Qin Pingon seems to have seen through my roots. He is indeed a martial artist who has reached the peak of martial arts. Ma Kuxuan smiled. It's not like I'm at the 11th level. Yu Shiwu persuaded. Ma Kuxuan, listen to me. Don't fight this time. Ma Kuxuan leaned back and crossed his legs. The corner of his mouth twitched. Do you really think that if I don't go to him that guy won't come to me? Yu Shiwu was puzzled. You don't like to talk about your hometown. I wasn't curious about it in the past. Do you have an unsolvable feud with Qin Pingon? Ma Kuxuan spat out the grass that he chewed and closed his eyes to rest. He did not give an answer. Some things were too old to be forgotten. Someone had to tear them apart. Walking slowly in the ancestral temple, Song Jisun smiled and asked, when will you return the 3 books to me? Previously, the 2 of them had each offered 3 incense sticks. The ancestral temple was crowded with people. It was crowded everywhere. Qin Pingon said, I didn't take them. Song Jisun laughed angrily. Qin Pingon, can't you be more open? Back then, Mr. Qi left Song Jisun 6 books. 3 of them were Confucian books: Primary School, Rites and Music and Reflection. The 3 miscellaneous books were Subtle, a chess manual called Peach and Plum, and an anthology called Mountain and Sea Strategy. Song Jisun left Pearl Grotto Heaven with the servant girl GQ and followed Song Zhangqiang to Dali's capital. They left the first 3 books in the house in Mud Bottle Alley and only took the 3 miscellaneous books with them. Qin Pingon said, I really didn't take them. If the books have legs, you can find them yourself. Let me remind you, ask the people around you. Don't be blind under the light. Song Jisun was skeptical. Qin Pingon said, I don't know the market price of those 3 books in Dali. You didn't know the market price back then, so it doesn't make any difference whether you have them or not. I found a total of 8 editions of Primary School, including Dali, the Great Sui Kingdom and Huangting Kingdom. The most expensive one was 65 copper coins in Red Candle Town, and the cheapest one was 36 copper coins in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. I didn't need to take your books. I knew what was written in the books by heart more than 20 years ago. If the price of primary school in Dali is still higher than other places, then I advise you as a vassal king, be careful when you walk at night. Song Jisun sighed and then smiled. You seem to talk more than before. This former peer from Clay Bottle Alley was a taciturn person who didn't cry out when he was beaten, who didn't cry out when he was suffering, and who liked to be mute all day long. After Qin Pingon crossed the gate of the temple, he stopped covering his sleeves with his hands and looked indifferent. It depends on the place. Song Jisun suddenly said on purpose, do you want me to help you clear the place? I'm a vassal king after all, so I still have this ability. That temple attendant has already recognized me. Should I go and say hello to him? Sure enough, the former neighbor with a sword on his back obviously tried to hold back, but he still couldn't hold back and cursed in his mind, are you king crazy? But Qin Pingon soon fell silent. Song Jisun laughed. You don't seem to be any different from before. I almost couldn't recognize you before, but now it's all right, you're still very familiar. In the square outside the main temple, Qin Pingon stopped and turned to ask, why don't I wait for you to finish first? Song Jisun shook his head. No, I'm tired of talking with you so much. After the incense offering we'll go our separate ways. The temple was bustling with people. There were many devotees who came here to offer incense piously. Song Jisun lit 3 incense sticks first. He just faced the main hall, bowed 3 times and put the incense stick in his left hand into a big incense burner. As for the kowtow ceremony in the main hall, whether it was Song Jisun's identity as a vassal king of Dali or as a former student, It wasn't appropriate and didn't need it. Qin Pingon, who held the incense stick in his right hand, after lighting the incense, bowed 3 times in 3 directions. He was the opposite of Song Jisun. He didn't face the main hall to worship the statue. He gently inserted the incense stick into the incense burner with his right hand and walked to the front of the main hall. He was wearing a green robe with a jade hairpin on his head. After bowing, he didn't get up for a long time. The big blasphemy outside the temple gate. The spring breeze of the human world year after year, so the willows rustled, the grass grew, and the orioles flew. The spring breeze came and went year after year. The 14-year-old boy with straw sandals who left his hometown for the first time was 40 years old when he returned from this trip. In the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, Zhou Xian was still basking in the sun today. He didn't follow his master to the capital region. He continued to laze around every day, sleeping, napping on a chair, eating melon seeds, napping again and sleeping again. The only exception was when he accompanied the round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes. The round-faced girl liked to be in a daze and didn't like to talk much. Sitting under the eaves in order to draw a clear line between her and Lu Xianying, there were many small bamboo chairs and wooden stools placed between them. Only when Lu Xianying scolded someone would the round-faced girl nod her head. This was why Lu Xianying found it strange. This good-tempered girl didn't even hold a grudge against Ma Kushuan, so why did she hate Qin Pingon so much? It felt like she was about to turn him into a scarecrow. In fact, the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword sect had been moved away, but Lu Xianyang was still willing to hide here. In the past few years, the small town in the mountains to the west had changed quite a lot. Apart from his sect moving north, there was no one in the backyard of the Yang family's store. As a result, Qin Pingon became the greatest landlord in the Dragon province. Most of the mountains belonged to him, while most of the mountains belonged to Dong Shuijing. It was just a pity that Dong Shuijing worked so hard to earn money, but in the end he still failed to win her over. After learning about a certain piece of news, he and Lin Shui, who had hurried back to their hometown. The two of them, who were both dejected and pitiful, drank viciously. First they cursed each other, then they cursed a certain scholar in the North Continent with the surname Han. Somehow he had become Li Lu's husband. Afterwards, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing cursed each other again. They even smashed their wine cups because Lu Xianyang had been sitting at the table and drinking off them. By the time Li Lu, her parents, and her husband returned to their hometown from the North Continent, Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui did not even have the courage to fart. Earlier they had a great discussion at the table. One of them was more heroic than the other. One of them threatened to crush that son of a bitch surnamed Han to death with money, while the other repeatedly said that as long as he saw him, he would crush him to death. Fortunately, Lu Xianyang had been kind enough to send a letter to Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui on his flying sword after addressing the man surnamed Han as a brother. In the end he did not even get a fucking reply. Therefore he did not bother to send the second letter. Lu Xianying could tell at a glance that Li Lu, who was seriously ill, seemed to be cutting herself off from the world of mortals to repay some debt on the mountain. However, the scholar did not seem to mind this at all. It was as if he was satisfied with the title of Daoist companion. What an infatuated person. What a kindred spirit. Therefore, after a while, Lu Xianying became friends with the son of the top aristocratic family in the North Continent. Hence, the scholar came to know that there were 2 guys named Dong Shuijing and Lin Shui who would put a sack over his head at any time. In this small town he was unfamiliar with the place and people. Every day he trembled in fear and did not dare to go out. Occasionally he would muster up the courage to look for Lu Xianying and tell him that this was something that could not be forced and left to fate. He really could not blame him. That was the logic. However, Han Qingjiang was obviously a weak scholar. Why was his mouth so wide when he said this? Therefore Lu Xianying felt that it was better for the 3 parties to sit at the table and talk things out. He changed the wording and sent out the second letter. He told the 2 sad people that Han Qingjiang intended to be frank with them and wanted to meet them at the table. Together with him, Lu Xianying, who was a peacemaker who only persuaded them to drink and not fight, the 4 of them could sit at the table. It was a pity that Dong Shuijing only took a detour to the shop. After drinking for half a day he finally staggered away. He only said that he would not bully a scholar who was weak and powerless. Lin Shui also secretly came later. He sat on the bamboo chair and ate sunflower seeds for half a day without making a sound. In the end he asked Lu Xianying a few questions about Han Qingjiang. Similarly, he did not dare to go to the house at the westernmost side of the town. He only said that he did not have the face to beat up a chi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. Although the round-faced lady who went by the pseudonym of Yu Qianyue sat far away both times, she had been listening attentively. She felt that Han Qingjiang was not bad. Cultivation level and so on had little to do with whether a girl liked someone or not. However, she also felt that it was a pity for Dong Shuijing and Lin Shi. However, since she had liked Li Lu so long ago, she should have made it clear long ago. Even if the other party did not agree, at least she would continue to like him. If the other party agreed, wouldn't they like each other? No matter how she looked at it, she would not lose out. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what she said made sense. It was a pity that she was not interested in romantic relationships. It was a pity that such a good reason was wasted. Today she sat on the bamboo chair and ate some pastries bought at a discount from the shop. She did not even turn her head and said vaguely, "Lu Xianying, if that guy comes home, can you really reason with him? Will he listen to you?" Lu Xianying had just opened his eyes. He smiled and said, "Yu Qianyue, how many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? In this world, other than Ning Yao, I am the only one who can make him hit me without retaliating. I'm really not boasting." Yu Qianyue sighed. "Fine, the words of scholars like you really can't be trusted." If he said that he did not retaliate, Yu Qianyue could barely believe this Lu Xianying. But not retaliating when scolded? Just you, Lu Xianying, or that Chen Pingon? Lu Xianying asked. "Since you are so afraid of him, why are you still here?" Yu Qianyue naturally had her own reasons. She said slowly, "Don't the books say that the most dangerous place in the world is the safest place?" Lu Xianying said helplessly, "You really believe it?" Yu Qianyue chuckled and said no more. "You really believe it? You are so silly. How can you let that guy not retaliate when scolded? Why don't you, Lu Xianying, go lie to a ghost?" Lu Xianying leaned back in his chair and looked up at the sky. At the beginning of the Ancestral Sword Manual, Lu Xianying did not take it seriously. Later he found that it was true. Within 100 years, as long as the cultivator was diligent enough, he could really travel to the ancient battlefield in his dreams. Lu Xianying's mind followed the dream and went further and further. It was as if he had walked along the river of time all the way to the source. The reason why Lu Xianying had that question and answer with Wan Xiu a few years ago was that Lu Xianying recognized her. Li Lu, Old Yang, and countless other ancient gods fell on the battlefield one after another. But there were a dozen of them who not only did not fall, but also most of them seemed to be able to sense Lu Xianying's existence. However, they did not pay much attention to him, or they could not pay attention to him on the battlefield. During that period there was a huge flood dragon that covered the sky and the sun. It swam in the bright galaxy. However, a towering figure sitting high on the throne suddenly showed his Dharma form, reached out to grab a bright red star and casually crushed it to death. Once upon a time on a battlefield, there was a tall, blurry sword-wielding man with dazzling golden light. Beside him sat a burly giant wearing golden armor. On the battlefield where the corpses of deities and great monsters were strewn all over the ground, this man casually killed great monsters and blocked those divine powers that seemed to be able to split the sky and earth. The two supreme deities even looked at Lu Xianyang with great interest, as if they were saying to him, "Little guy, you're really not afraid of death. You can stay alive." The man holding the sword reached out to stop the armored man who was about to get up. The next moment, Lu Xianying was forced to withdraw from the dream, sweating profusely. Lu Xianying, who practiced swordsmanship every day without stopping, kept his eyes wide open for half a month. He did not even dare to close his eyelids, just to prevent himself from dozing off, falling asleep and dreaming. Lu Xianying looked at the divine graceful mountain. Kuyu sighed. "Why are you thinking about that? It has nothing to do with you." Lu Xianying smiled bitterly. "Why not? I almost ended up like Song Move Chai." Kuyu glared at him. "Do you want to die? You can think about it, but can you say it? Are you really not afraid of karma? What if the next time we meet she can crush a little golden core like you with a finger?" She quickly stopped talking, probably because she felt that her words were a little hurtful. She waved her hand and changed her words with an apologetic expression. "Golden core, sword cultivator and bottleneck is actually very powerful." Lu Xianying nodded and rubbed his cheeks with both hands. Eldest senior sister Miss Xiao, Wan Xiu, who ate a certain Li Lu, broke an ascension platform and opened another one. She was the first to open and ascend the sky. Beside her stood Wen Haizhou of the savage world. He was alone and stood side by side with her. After that there were several others who followed, and finally, there were dozens of sword cultivators. Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Divine Graceful Mountain. The words "Heaven Opens Divine Graceful Mountain" were carved on the cliff, and clouds covered it all year round. Looking up from the mortal world, it was "Divine Graceful Heaven Opens Divine Sky." As for the woman in green, who had become very unfamiliar, after ascending the sky, she put her hands behind her back and slowly untied her ponytail. She took one last look at the mortal world and left. 763. Song Jisun stood there for a while and then turned to leave silently. As he said, the two of them were of the same age and had been neighbors for many years in Mud Bottle Alley. In fact, there was not much to talk about. They had disliked each other since they were young and had never been on the same side. However, the two of them probably did not expect that once they were separated by only a wall. One was the illegitimate son of the supervisor, who recited loudly, the other was the kiln worker's apprentice who pricked up his ears to eavesdrop on the sound of reading. Even earlier, one of them was a child who did not have to worry about food and clothing, and the other was a peasant who was often hungry and occasionally helped to carry water. Later on, he would become a powerful lord of the Second Great Dynasty and a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Song Jisun could not help but look up at the sky. He wondered if the sunlight and moonlight that once scattered in Mud Bottle Alley would feel that the long journey to the human world was not in vain. Song Jisun walked slowly and left Qin Pingon without saying goodbye. Originally, it was like a barnyard grass that grew in the rice field. Passers-by would not take a second look at it. However, because they were neighbors and had known each other for about 10 years, Song Jisun had given all his childhood and youth to that house in that narrow alley. Song Jisun was really tired of looking at it. Until today, when things had come to this, he gradually felt that the grass was like the wormwood from a young age. What did it have to do with him? Unexpectedly, Qin Pingon stood up and called out to Song Jisun. Song Jisun turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Pingon walked to his side and said, "Is there a house for pilgrims in the Great Blasphemy Temple?" "There is. Can you help me get one?" He was in a hurry. Jiang Shangzhen's cloud boat ferry would probably take the earliest tomorrow noon to arrive at the Immortal ferry near the capital of Dali, the Spring Breeze ferry. Song Jisun nodded and said, "For the sake of a brand new booklet in the Old Dragon City, I'll help you ask." The battlefield of Old Dragon City once suffered an unexpected number of casualties because of a group of eccentric demon cultivators. The secretary of Dali's mansion rummaged through countless secret records in Dali's files, but he failed to find out the enemy's background. In the end, it was through an unrecorded book that he quickly identified the identities of Nightmare and Face Stealer, and reversed the situation of the battle. Otherwise, the cultivators of Dali would have suffered a great loss. Later, King Song Mu passed down the order of that booklet. Thousands of copies were printed on the same day in Old Dragon City and were widely circulated. Almost every cultivator who participated in the battle in Old Dragon City had a copy. Later on, with the help of this booklet that recorded more than 100 types of unorthodox cultivators of the demon race, many cunning demon race hidden in the mountains and markets of various continents were found. This nameless booklet was known as the Mountain Search Record by later cultivators. Of course, it could not be compared to the earlier Mountain Search Map, but it could help the latter find and fill in the gaps. Qin Pingon just pretended that he did not know what booklet it was. Song Jisun looked at this expressionless neighbor of the past. Probably because this appearance was too similar to his childhood, he could not help but get angry and habitually said a few more words. He laughed and said, "It seems that every time I talk to you, you are always so expressionless, with dead fish eyes and a taciturn gourd. I can't beat you with a few sticks." Song Jisun seemed to have sensed the limit of the other party's patience, so he changed the topic and smiled more sincerely, "But you're lucky. According to the old people in the nearby alleys, your temper is like your father's and your appearance is like your mother's." Also, about the matter of Mountain God Song of Luapa Mountain, before the Mountain God's ancestral temple was moved, Wei Shanjun did not make things difficult for him. In the end, he gave Chituan Mountain a place with good feng shui and let Mountain God Song rebuild the ancestral temple. "I owe you another favor. As for whether Qin Pingon recognizes it or not, and whether he wants to ask for it in the future, it is all your business. Anyway, Song Mu is very grateful." Qin Pingon said, "If you had known how to be a good person earlier, you would not have been beaten up. Song Jisun subconsciously reached out and rubbed his neck. Don't say it so lightly. You almost strangled me to death. That matter, I did not do it properly. Now I apologize to you. I know you are the most vengeful person. Let's make a deal. We are even now. Song Jisun once made up a random feng shui saying and tricked Qin Pingon into becoming an apprentice in the dragon kiln to earn a living. He made Qin Pingon break an oath. After Qin Pingon knew the truth, he almost strangled Song Jisun to death in Mud Bottle Alley. Song Jisun, a dark and skinny teenager with a body like a bamboo pole, was astonishingly strong. Song Jisun, who lived like a prince and lived like a prince, had a close brush with death. After that, he was actually angry for many years. But looking back, even if Qin Pingon was determined to kill him back then, he certainly would not have died because the Dali spies in charge of watching Mud Bottle Alley were actually secretly watching that scene. Before the rise of Dali, before the imperial uncle Song Jianqiang took him to the covered bridge to offer incense, and before the imperial uncle changed his name from Song Mu to Song Mu in the archives of the imperial clan court in the early years, there was no way that Song Jisun would die. Qin Pingon nodded and said, I don't have a death feud with you. It is best that we are even. Song Jisun hesitated for a moment and asked, Then what about you and Dali? Qin Pingon said, God is watching over me. Every step I take is right. Song Jisun dismissed it with a smile. He took Qin Pingon to find the temple attendant and told him that his friend on the mountain wanted to stay for the night. Of course, the temple attendant did not dare to say no to a vassal king. No matter how tight the pilgrim rooms in the ancestral temple were, he could still find a way to free up a few rooms. The present temple attendant was a Qi cultivator who studied at the Cliff Academy in Dali in the early years. He was 100 years old, but he was still hale and hearty. He was a Dragon Gate cultivator and could be considered the first batch of scholars to study at the Cliff Academy. The old man was not from Dali, so he took the initiative to study Dali, which was very unique. During that time, Dali in the north was still recognized as a barbarian land. The local scholars of the Dali dynasty were famous for their modesty at that time. They were proud of being able to sing with the scholars of the Lu dynasty and the Great Sui kingdom. They sent many letters, but few replied. Even if they had the embroidered tiger Cui Dong and the head of the academy Qi Jingchun, they still did not want to deal with the two in terms of writing. At that time, there were many widely praised sayings in the literary circle. For example, the sunset scene of the mountains and rivers of the Lu dynasty was the best in the north of the continent. The half-moon of the Great Sui kingdom was better than the full moon of Dali. Fortunately, the hooves of the Dali cavalry were loud. These sayings were written in a literary style. The wind at the border was strong, and the sound of the horses' hooves was blown away by the wind. After getting a definite answer from the ancestral temple, Song Jisun turned to look at Qin Pingon and asked with a smile, Then I won't bother you anymore. If you really have something to say, say it now. If you want to go to the mansion in Pedu later, you have to follow the rules of the mountain. So, do you have anything else to talk about? Qin Pingon first bowed to the priest in the temple to express his gratitude. He smiled at Song Jisun and said, Since you talked a lot about the Mud Bottle Alley, I have nothing to talk about with you. Song Jisun also didn't mind the presence of an outsider and whether or not he would lose face. He joked with Qin Pingon, A few night banquets have greatly depleted the vitality of my personal purse. So I won't go to your celebration in the future. Qin Pingon smiled and said, It doesn't matter if you don't go. I can't miss the ceremony in Pedu. Song Jisun shook his head, You're still a money grubber. Qin Pingon said, You're someone who's always had something in your pocket. You can't say that to me. The priest in the temple was shocked. He really did not know who this unfamiliar green-robed swordsman was. He was lucky enough to be so familiar with the vassal king Song Mu. It seemed that he was not an ordinary person. Could it be a fellow villager from Liju Grotto Heaven? For example, the previous priest in the temple Lin Shi had some personal friendship with the vassal king. When they chatted, it was not too official. But the priest in the temple did not talk about taboos, and was not as casual as the man in front of him. The number of times that Song Mu came to the temple to burn incense could be counted with one's fingers. It was not even once in 3 years. Every time he liked to visit incognito and did not like to put on a show. The vassal king of the entire Aquarius continent, who was above tens of thousands of people, actually personally asked for a house for someone, which was even more unprecedented. Now the Dali temple was in a delicate situation. His Majesty the Emperor's many actions on the mountain and under the mountain were extremely popular. The vassal courts of various countries were busy revising the official history. But in fact, everyone knew that the vassal king Song Mu, who had been on the front line all his life, had more incense offerings with the immortal masters. Especially Song Mu's relationship with the Dali cavalry was even better. And there was a rumor that the Emperor Song Mu was the disciple of embroidered tiger Cui Dong, and the vassal king Song Mu was the disciple of Qi Jingchun. But the style of these two brothers seemed to be the opposite of the two gentlemen just now. The Emperor Song Mu let the mountains and rivers of the continent be like a spring breeze. The vassal king Song Mu killed decisively in the war. After being in charge of the capital for so many years, he was still iron-fisted, swift and decisive. The lord of Zhongyue Mountain Jin Qing violated a taboo once. It was only a warning from the vassal mansion, but it made a mountain lord personally come to the temple to apologize. The priest in the temple did not dare to stay for long. He said the address of the house, gave a key and left. Song Jisun said, "Let's go." He did not expect that Qin Pingon would send him all the way. Unexpectedly Qin Pingon said, "I'll send you to the door." Song Jisun looked flattered. "Did the sun rise from the west?" Qin Pingon said, "Seeing that you did not disappoint Mr. Qi." Song Jisun rolled his eyes. "Don't, I'll just owe you." Qin Pingon said angrily, "If I don't send you, you can't ask for it. If I want to send you, I can't stop you." Song Jisun shook his sleeves and finally looked at this guy with his hands in his sleeves and smiled. "You're so arrogant. This is not like you." Qin Pingon reached back and took the long sword on his back. Song Jisun was startled and directly shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Qin Pingon, don't bully people if you want to fight." Qin Pingon glanced at the Lord of Dali, holding the sword in his hand and hanging it on his waist. He hesitated for a moment and did not hang it on the left side. Instead he changed the position to the right side. This seemingly superfluous action made Song Jisun's eyelids tremble. Damn it, Qin Pingon was an imperceptible left-hander. Many times in the past, for example, when he saw Qin Pingon sitting at the door with both hands, even Song Jisun forgot about it. Qin Pingon said, "Ma Kushuan is still by the great blasphemy water. I'll go find him. It's not worth it." Song Jisun immediately took out a golden message talisman from his sleeve and said with a smile, "Then you two have a good chat and catch up. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't interfere with your fight." Qin Pingon said, "Don't be nervous. It's just a greeting. We won't fight. You don't have to deliberately remind the Daoist Immortal on the city wall." Song Jisun frowned and said, "He's watching the mountains and rivers. Did he hear our words?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "He saw it but he didn't hear it. The vassal king's face is big." Song Jisun recovered his smile and put away the talisman. The two walked side by side. Qin Pingon said, "You're still the same as before. You like to turn hostile and not recognize people." Song Jisun laughed angrily and said, "Qin Pingon, that's enough. Today you said a lot of strange things and I'm tolerating them." Qin Pingon said, "I've listened to your strange words for nearly 10 years, and I don't think you're tolerating them. But in the end, to tell you the truth, you're just a bully. You can only show off your power in front of me. You can't compare to those masters." Song Jisun was not angry at all. Instead he laughed loudly. He was careless and his voice was a little too loud. As a result he was elbowed by Qin Pingon. Song Jisun grimaced in pain. Gu Kan's mother in Clay Bottle Alley, Li Huai's mother in the west of the town, the old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley, and Huang Ernyang who sold wine in the town. These four grandmasters were probably the epitome of the simple folk customs in his hometown. They were the seniors. Gukan, Li Huai, Song Jisun, Ma Kushuan and Qin Pingon were probably the juniors on this path. When the younger generation of Pearl Grotto Heaven left their hometown, many foreigners had learned the level of these young people's skills. Song Jisun rubbed his ribs and said with emotion, "I miss it very much." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and said, "It's not time to reminisce about the past. The fighting on Yangguan Road is nothing more than endurance and hard work. If you die, you die. If you live, you live. The higher you go, the harder it is to walk at night. Take it easy. In the capital there are Lu Qingfeng and Zhao Yao. One is very powerful and the other is very familiar with you. No matter what, remember to lay out a way out for yourself. As for whether it's going up or back, it's fine as long as it's a way out. Song Jisun nodded gently. Suddenly he turned his head and asked softly, "How about?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "Forget it. I don't even know you outside the ancestral temple. Why don't you, Qin Pingon, be the new imperial tutor of Dali? Forget it. I, Qin Pingon, don't know any King Songmu. Today I'm just in the ancestral temple with one of Mr. Qi's disciples, an unlikable neighbor, Song Jisun. After all, they have been neighbors for many years." They asked questions and riddles, but both sides were well aware of it. Song Jisun, however, was in high spirits. He reached out and grabbed Qin Pingon's arm. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry, I can wait." Qin Pingon's arm shook slightly and bounced Song Jisun's arm away. "You'll change your bad habit of being greedy." When they arrived at the gate of the ancestral temple and were only one step away from crossing the threshold, Song Jisun suddenly said, "Remember to distinguish between public and private affairs. Don't give others any chance." Qin Pingon's right thumb had quietly touched the hilt of his sword. "Don't forget that your right hand is burning incense and your left foot is stepping forward." Song Jisun smiled and stepped over the threshold with his left foot. He walked out of the ancestral temple, went down the steps and turned to look at the couplet. Qin Pingon did the same. He stood side by side with Song Jisun again. Song Jisun asked, "Do you have any ideas about the blank plaque? If you have it, I can do it quietly and flawlessly." Qin Pingon was silent. Song Jisun said softly, "In fact, the people at the top of the mountains in each continent know who is worshipping the deity, and they also know that the statue in the main hall is just a decoration now. I believe that soon someone will propose to Dali and replace it with a more worthy GQ. After all, she is the only true dragon in the world. You know GQ's temper very well. She definitely won't refuse. She even thinks that it's right and proper. The key is that GQ also doesn't want others to taint the ancestral temple. Of course, she also has the selfish intention of sulking with Mr. Qi. I can't reason with her. When that time comes, His Majesty will probably reject it once or twice and then agree. Speaking of which, it's actually right for you to break the contract with GQ early and not earn that water luck. The benefits are great, but the consequences are not small." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "In the future, as long as it's a method against us, whether it's in front of the stage or behind the scenes, Qin Pingon and Luapa Mountain will accept it. Of course, you shouldn't be idle either." Song Jisun smiled and said, "I can't imagine that there will be a day when the two of us will work together." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It's quite troublesome." Song Jisun was speechless. Song Jisun was silent for a moment. He thought of something and his expression became serious. "You have to be careful of a group of Qi refinement warriors from other continents. If you encounter them, it's best to take a detour. Apart from the two old men who are leading the group, the rest of them are young and have extremely special identities. They are even more secretive in their actions. They don't seem to like riding the wind and prefer to travel on foot. Some of the sword cultivators from the North Continent who stayed in the Aquarius continent have suffered a lot previously. Now no one knows where they are. They have disappeared into thin air. One of them is a sword immortal of the pure jade realm. Besides, apart from a few people in Dali, there are less than 5 people on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain, including me. The rest have no right to know about this. The reason why I know about this is because the other party has greeted our Song clan. It's considered being polite to a host so that we won't have to look for more than 10 sword cultivators from the North Continent. However, the possibility of you meeting them is not high." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. "If I'm not wrong, the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth should be leading the Qi refinement warriors from the school of Yinyang and the school of Shu. They should be revising the scale of time as well as determining the length, weight, volume, and so on. This is the most important thing in the world after the war. Someone needs to travel all over the 9 continents before they can start revising the measurements that the Sage of Rites had set. Whoever dares to go against them at this time is courting death. The Confucian Temple is already very reasonable if they end up in jail for a few years. The current time in the world was not stable. Other than the influence caused by the wasteland, it was also related to a certain flaw in the world's heavenly axiom. That was why Qin Pingon guessed that there were some deviations in the few heavy weapons used to accurately determine the measurements. Their deviations were as good as useless. There was no need to guess who could cause such a damage to the heavenly axiom. It was the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain and Wenhai Zhou. Other than that, no other sovereign great demon could do it. The influence of the heavenly axiom was far-reaching. A chi cultivator at the peak of the world would understand the higher his realm was. Song Jisun was amazed. He smiled and said, as expected of a hidden official. You can even guess this. The two of them turned around and walked slowly. Qin Pingon asked, Ma Kushuan is fooling around. Is no one doing anything about it? Puyu Chunqing Subai. One young and two substitutes of several heavenly axioms. Although Ma Kushuan was eccentric, he did not boast. That was why the three of them must have suffered at Ma Kushuan's hands. Puyu did not seem to be good at killing. As for Chun Qing of the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven and the young man Jiang Taigong, Qin Pingon had never met them before. However, according to the Mountain and River Gazette, the two of them were too young and did not seem to be used to the Jianghu. It was not strange for them to lose to Ma Kushuan. Song Jisun said, he has too many merits. He can squander them as he pleases. Furthermore, Ma Kushuan has the ability to provoke others. Others may not know, but how can we not know? They are sparring on the mountain and they are of the same generation. They have not even determined life and death. The bystanders can only watch the show. Now Ma Kushuan can do whatever he wants in the Aquarius continent. There are countless young cultivators who truly admire him. Those who don't like his domineering style can't wait for Ma Kushuan to choke to death after drinking a mouthful of cold water. Those who like Ma Kushuan can't wait for Ma Kushuan to become an immortal tomorrow and an ascendant the day after tomorrow. Qin Pingon smiled and said, actually he did not meet Chao Ci or Fei Ran. Otherwise Ma Kushuan would have changed his name. Song Jisun asked, Ma Kushuan is waiting for you over there? Qin Pingon nodded and said, he has already sent Yu Shiwu away. Song Jisun asked, why did you change your mind? Qin Pingon said, because he did not give up. He did not take the no more than 3 times seriously. So he deliberately stayed at the Great Blasphemy River to wait for me. You know him best. Ma Kushuan is very good at provoking people. You have a good temper. Otherwise, after so many years of staring at each other, I would not be able to endure it. Song Jisun was helpless. 1 scolding, 2 scolding. Fine, you two go ahead and fight. Song Jisun walked towards a carriage in the distance. The coachman was a first-class consecrator of the capital of Dali. Turning around, the young king found that the coachman was still standing in the same place, as if waiting for him to get on the carriage. Song Jisun smiled and waved goodbye. He felt strange. After thinking about it again, he understood. After all, they were neighbors for many years and half of the same sect. Our literary sage's lineage. After thinking about it again, Song Jisun's expression became strange. According to seniority, is Qin Pingon my martial uncle? How can such a person become the last disciple of the literary sage? Song Jisun sat in the carriage and began to think about this question. People who have not been neighbors with Qin Pingon could not imagine how this bumpkin was crazy about money. From day to night, from year to year, since he could not afford to go to school, there were only 2 things he wanted to do: earn money and save money. According to the old saying of the bumpkin, for a poor person saving money is earning money. He remembered that after Qin Pingon said this sentence, GQ was dusting the quilt in the courtyard. Song Jisun was sitting on the wall, shaking a money bag, and asked Qin Pingon if he wanted to borrow money to buy the Spring Festival couplets and door gods. Qin Pingon said no at that time. This guy often went into the mountains to pick herbs and would only sell them to the Yang family shop at the lowest price in the market. The bumpkin never haggled. As long as the people in the village needed help, Qin Pingon would help. Farming, water in the middle of the night, red and white weddings. Every time he would keep vigil until dawn. When his relatives could not stay up and went to sleep, the young man would still sit there alone. Every year, the young man who helped to kill the pigs would only eat a big bowl of rice and a piece of meat at the table according to the village customs. When someone killed a chicken, if there were unwanted chicken feathers, they would first say hello and take them home to make feather dusters and shuttlecocks. When chopping firewood and burning charcoal, because they were worried about conflicts with the young men, they had to travel a lot of mountain roads to burn charcoal. Every year there would be a surplus. They would carry bags of charcoal out of the mountains, carry them home, and then carry them home to give to the neighbors. They would also say that the firewood was not good and the charcoal was not good, so they could not sell it for money. If someone asked him to stay for dinner, or if the elders wanted to give him some eggs or something, he would not agree and just find an excuse to run away. He would go to the bamboo forest to dig bamboo shoots and dry them. He would slowly collect the discarded porcelain from the dragon kiln. When he glanced at the neighbor's house, he would bring the little snotty bug with him to the old porcelain mountain to rummage through it. He would make a wooden frame himself and choose the porcelain pieces that were more complete and similar to the pattern. He would then piece them together to make a hanging screen. Qin Pingan once asked Song Jisun if he wanted to buy it. At that time, Song Jisun was actually quite envious of a hanging screen made of broken porcelain with dragon patterns. However, at that time, the little snotty bug's voice was so loud that it was enough to buy 10 GQ to warm their beds. If he did not buy it, even the coffins of his ancestors would not be able to hold him down. Song Jisun was annoyed when he heard this. The little brat stepped on the bench in the yard next door and shouted while blowing his nose in Song Jisun's yard. Song Jisun said that this thing was too crude and that no one would want it even if he gave it away. It was too unethical to rely on this to make money. After that, Qin Pingan no longer went to the old porcelain mountain to pick up scraps. The hanging screens that he made were all given to Lu Xianyang, Gu Ken in the Mud Bottle Alley, and some neighbors whose children were in school. Before the age of 14, the kiln worker apprentice who grew up eating rice from hundreds of families seemed to have paid off all the favors he owed when he was young. For some reason, the king, who began to close his eyes to rest, only remembered that year when he returned to the Mud Bottle Alley with a maid. He happened to see the boy with straw sandals standing in front of his house. Before he took out the key to open the door, he quickly glanced at the neighbor's door and wall. When he opened the door, he could not help but take a few steps back and take a few more glances. Song Jisun was a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have spent a few copper coins to buy that porcelain hanging screen. He vaguely remembered that the craftsmanship was actually very good. The craftsmanship was very good and the craftsmanship was very good. He remembered that when he was a child, Song Jisun would occasionally leave GQ behind and take a walk alone. When he returned home late, Song Jisun was actually not very courageous. He was afraid of ghosts, so he would run while shouting Qin Pingan's name. Every night, his peers who did not light the lamp would squeak open the door and answer from afar. After Qin Pingan went to the dragon kiln to learn how to make porcelain, Song Jisun became older. He learned a few principles from the books about not talking about strange forces and gods, so he stopped making trouble. He also felt embarrassed. In addition, he was also afraid that he would disturb GQ. Later on, both of them had a quarrel. Even if one of them was willing to shout, the other would not answer. However, the little slug who lived at the other end of Mud Bottle Alley replaced him. For some reason, every time Guken went to the ridge alone to fish for eels, she liked to take a detour to get home. She insisted on going through the entire Mud Bottle Alley. The little slug had a small bamboo fish basket around her waist. As she ran, she shouted Qin Pingan's name with all her might. As long as Qin Pingan was home, he would walk out of the house. Most of the time, he would stand outside the courtyard and chat with Guken. Lu Xianyang would occasionally be annoyed by it and would yell at the top of his lungs. Before Guken stopped, he would reply, "I'm calling your ancestors' names. Hurry up and wake up the lazy Wangzhu so that they could burn incense together and pray that their ancestors' graves would be lit." In fact, Song Jisun knew that if it were not for Qin Pingan stopping the little slug and persuading Guken, Song Jisun's house would change the spring festival couplets and door gods every day. Song Jisun did not care about the money, but who wouldn't be annoyed by it? Guken, that little bastard, was more vengeful than Qin Pingan. She could really grit her teeth and stay up late into the night before coming to his house to throw stones at his window. Back then he had thought it was funny, but the more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. Every time it rained, snowed, and muddy, a string of footprints would be left in the alley. It was an adult's footprints. Furthermore, the two slightly separated sets of footprints would only appear in half of the alley. This meant that after Guken left his house in the rain and snow, she would take a detour to the other side of the alley. Then she would walk towards Qin Pingan and Song Jisun. After throwing stones, she would run along the original path and escape. Even today, Song Jisun was still very curious about the pair of adult shoes. Who exactly did Guken frame? Who exactly did she steal it from back then? How exactly did this little slug walk all the way? It had to be known that Guken was only 4 or 5 years old at that time. The current Guken, who was not even 30 years old, had already become the last disciple of the White Emperor City's city lord. She was already famous in the Central Divine Continent for being a reasonable person. When Qin Pingan was young, he could not help but be afraid of trouble. so he was used to it and became very unafraid of trouble. However, Guqian's patience was truly innate. Even though Song Jisun had reunited with Qin Pingan today, he still felt that Guqian was actually more of a pure cultivator than Qin Pingan. She was a natural wild cultivator, or perhaps a natural direct disciple of the White Emperor city. Furthermore, Song Jisun was certain that in the next 100 years, Guqian would definitely be one of the most outstanding genius cultivators of the Central Divine Continent. Perhaps there was no such thing as one of them? When Song Jisun thought of this, he smiled and said softly, "Our clay bottle alley is a good place. I shouldn't have been afraid of ghosts when I was young." By the great blasphemy river, Ma Kuxuan was alone. He stretched his back and stretched his muscles. Then he crossed his fingers and waited quietly for the Q-seeking fist that he had been waiting for many years. However, it would probably be Q-seeking sword now. Yu Shiwu, who was half a friend, had already left tactfully. Yu Shiwu was the best in this aspect. He was willing to say those unpleasant words once or twice, but he would not say them too often. He would not annoy others. His back was facing the gate of the blasphemy temple. He was a naturally left-handed swordsman. His sword was held to his right thumb resting on the hilt. He was in no hurry to unsheath the sword. This long sword was called Night Ranger. Night Ranger wielded the sword. The sword light outside the scabbard was as bright as the moon. In the night of the mortal world, the swordsman held the sword as if it was a candle. Ma Kuxuan asked telepathically, "Do you want me to create a small world? Old rules, draw a circle. Whoever leaves will be the loser." Qin Pingan bent his back slightly. His left hand gripped the Night Ranger. He unsheathed the sword and swept forward. Without a sound, Qin Pingan and his sword, together with Ma Kuxuan, disappeared from this world. Qin Pingan had fought with Ma Kuxian twice, and it had always been Qin Pingan who remained silent. Ma Kuxian liked to talk non-stop, and after today Qin Pingan believed that Ma Kuxian would change this bad habit. Ma Kuxuan narrowed his eyes as he saw a speck of light suddenly appear in the sky. It was as if he was a bird in a cage, surrounded by boundless sword qi and crisscrossing sword qi. Between the motionless Ma Kuxuan and the speck of sword light in the sky, the heavens and earth shook. Gradually, many golden godly spirits appeared. Some of them were real golden body images, while some were Ma Kuxuan's visualizations. There were a total of 12 of them. The 12 majestic godly spirits floated in the sky. Beneath their feet were ancient stars that Ma Kuxuan had visualized. Ma Kuxuan had shrunk to the size of a mustard seed. He was like a qi cultivator's spirit that was roaming the heavens. He could see the sun, moon, and stars in the distance. He formed a small world of his own within the small world of others. The sword slashed down, and the sword light that was originally a straight line was bent 11 times. It was still a single slash, and it slashed apart the 12 golden bodies of gods that were both real and fake. Ma Kuxuan sneered. His mustard seed body turned into nothingness. However, after Ma Kuxuan's body disappeared, the small world of the sparrow sword qi in the cage started to expand. This was because an ancient ruin appeared. It was a large galaxy with a whirlpool. Vaguely, there were 4 towering heavenly gates, each in a different direction, hidden in the dazzling galaxy. Within the galaxy whirlpool there was an eye-catching golden thread. To the east and west, the sun and moon hung high in the sky. Each of them was dragging a spiral path to the heavens. Before the war that engulfed the 2 worlds, there were 2 ascension platforms. One was the crab square of Lizhu Cave, which was still relatively intact. The other was the moon-holding mountain of the desolate land, where the path had long been cut off. The ascension platform was the heavenly court, where even the patriarchs of the 3 sects could not completely break the restriction. This was because the restriction of mountains and rivers over there was made up of tens of millions of stars, which were all split up from the corpses of gods. They were then connected to the river of time, where the Great Way had manifested into a certain truth. In terms of arrays, the ruins of the heavenly court were the source of several arrays in the world. During the war, there was a group of human cultivators who didn't leave the ruins immediately. They stayed in the ruins for a long time. At some point they became skinny and formed golden bodies. Finally, under the guidance of the arrays, they automatically merged with the great Tao with a certain type of divinity in their bodies. They were quickly stripped of their humanity and became brand new godly spirits. Then some of these godly spirits were detained in the ancestral halls and sects of the military school. Some of them were killed by sword cultivators. Even if their golden bodies were completely broken and their souls dissipated, they were imprisoned in the ruins forever and integrated with the arrays. Rumor had it that the Buddha was the last to leave the ruins, but he still couldn't break the restriction. That was because even the slightest difference would make a world of difference. The result would be the same. The heavenly court that seemed to be in ruins would return to the old one. Once the godly spirits returned to their original positions, they could fill in the gaps, and even restore the appearance before the war. At that time, the people who guarded the arrays for Gautama Buddha were near the 4 broken heavenly gates. They were the Holy Master, the Daoist ancestor, the patriarch of the military school, and the young sword cultivator, Qin Qingdu. These old stories that were destined not to be recorded in books were all told by Alliance to Qin Pingon when he returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Baekokeikyung building suppressed the otherworldly demons, the ghosts suppressed by the Western Buddhist kingdom, and the Sage of Rites guarded the outer space to a large extent to prevent any loopholes that could be exploited by the remnants of the ancient godly spirits to strengthen themselves. It was extremely difficult for the human race to reach the top of cultivation. However, no matter if it was the otherworldly demons, ghosts, or even some new people in outer space, as long as they were detained by the gods and thrown into the ruins, as long as they were compatible with the Great Way, they would instantly become new godly spirits with supernatural powers. In the later tens of thousands of years, the reason why some high-level godly spirits were reincarnated into humans was that they were obstacles in the competition of the Great Way. Even if there was a chance, the new godly spirits that rose in the ruins couldn't occupy certain key positions, especially the few supreme positions. The Sage of Rites, the sages of the Confucian Temple, and a small group of Ascendant Realm cultivators, as well as the ancestors of the 100 schools of thought who were compatible with their own Tao, would all manifest their great ways after the Sage of Rites opened the door. Only then would they be able to kill those new godly spirits. That was a battle between the old and new great Daoists, where the great Daoists of the old and new great Daoists wore each other down. This was the reason why the great grandmasters of the 100 schools of thought rarely showed themselves in the vast world, even though almost all of them were using their knowledge to prove their Tao. It was because they needed to eat their fill in the vast world before they needed to follow the rules and head to the outer world. Therefore, in the past at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Alliance and his senior apprentice brother were all extremely respectful to the Sage of Rites. Alliance even said that there were 4 people in the world who were popular wherever they went, and everyone sincerely respected them. One of them was the Sage of Rites, who was the most reasonable and the best at fighting in the vast world. The rules were heavy and the principles were heavy. They only fell on the experts at the peak of the mountain, but they were light on the shoulders of the ordinary teachers. Moreover, if anyone was not convinced, the Sage of Rites, who rarely appeared in the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth, would return to the vast world from outer space. He would personally go to the ancestral hall of the 100 schools of thought and reason with them. Alliance said that there was once an ancestor of the 100 schools of thought who was pushed to the brink. He scolded the Sage of Rites for being a domineering inner sage in name. In the end, he was dragged to outer space by the silent Sage of Rites. Then he had a solid conversation with the Sage of Rites for 30 years. If the Sage of Rites did not help to fill in the gaps in the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought and stopped when it was appropriate, the 100 schools of thought would have transferred to Confucianism and become a sage. Another one was the first disciple of the Daoist ancestor, the headmaster of the Baekokeikyung building. Another one was the Bodhisattva from the Western Buddhist kingdom who swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. Qin Pingon said that there was no need to talk about the 4th one. Alliance, who had worked hard to lay the groundwork for half a day, held back for another half a day. In the end, he said resentfully, "I never thought that our boss, the Sword Immortal, had no place in your heart." At that time, Alliance was walking on Taixiang Street and teased Qin Pingon. As the old saying goes, even if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. It was really not a lie. At the same time, he gently kicked away a little kid who dared to spit at him and express his admiration for him. He kicked the kid until he fell to the ground and cried loudly. Then a woman immediately ran out and scolded Alliance for being heartless. How could he be so cruel to his own son? At that time, Alliance glanced at the crying child who was sitting on the ground and asked Qin Pingon, "Do they look alike?" Qin Pingon said that it was okay, that he probably looked more like his mother. The woman immediately gave the hidden official a thumbs up and said with a smile that she planned to let her son recognize a godfather. Looking at the two B***stards who pretended to be deaf and dumb and left quickly, the woman laughed. Later the child followed the Ascension City to the fifth world. The woman and her husband did not leave because her husband was a nascent soul cultivator, even if she was not an earth immortal. Qin Pingon was now standing outside a heavenly gate with a sword in hand. He asked, "Can't you move freely without a Dao protector by your side?" Ma Kuxuan's laughter resounded between heaven and earth. "Find me first. Let's see who runs out of spiritual qi first." Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to use the second sword. With one hand behind his back and the other holding the sword, he looked up at the magnificent heavenly gate that towered into the clouds. Regarding the ruins of the heavenly court, there were no secret records in the summer palace, which piqued Alliance's interest. Qin Pingon also asked the Sword Immortal a few questions. The Sword Immortal gave a vague answer. He only said that the sword cultivators were divided into two groups. The first group was led by him. They felt that since there were no deities above their heads and they could not take over this territory, it was fortunate that they sealed it completely. At least it would give the future generations a chance. At least on this matter, Qin Qingdu the Dragon Monarch and Guan Zhao were on the side of the patriarchs of the three sections. However, the other group of sword cultivators and the military patriarchs did not think it should be so. One felt that they had contributed the most while the other was ambitious. They thought that there was nothing to be afraid of even if the surviving deities attacked crazily. It would be better if they came. At worst, they would completely destroy everything to prevent future troubles. They would not care about the collapse of heaven and earth, the explosion of the river of time, the loss of spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and the inability of the future generations to cultivate. At worst, the small group of people who reached the top would not care about the deaths of the living beings in the embryonic world. They would just move to another place and recuperate for thousands of years. At that time, the human race would still be in a dominant position. As for the future generations of the world, they would cut off the path of cultivation and avoid many accidents in the Great Tao. The Great Tao of heaven and earth would be more orderly and stable. Heaven and earth would be separated and heaven and man would be separated. Even the Dao ancestors' worries would be dispelled. Ma Kuxuan's voice sounded again, full of mockery. "If you choose to fight here to determine the winner, you and I will have to fight to the death. Also, let me remind you that I am in both the right place and the right time. I am wasting away material things, but you are wasting away real cultivation. You risked your life in a foreign land to obtain the status of a sword immortal. It was not easy to obtain. How can you not know how to cherish it when you are only a few steps away from home?" Ma Kuxuan clicked his tongue. "You were afraid of being poor when you were young. Now that you have money you want to show off? Then you are no different from those trash on the mountain who only know how to persuade me to use a few more kilograms of strength." Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear. He only used this opportunity to size up the gate of heaven. Because this world was only Ma Kuxuan's visualization object, many details differed greatly from the truth that Qin Pingon knew. As for those stars and the long river of time, they were just decorations to scare people. Qin Pingon sheathed his sword and placed it on his back. He said, "That's enough. The entire visualization site is yours. What are you hiding? Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Today's third match will be a draw. The next match will be how it should be. If you are willing to fight to the death, I will give you a chance." In the next moment, Qin Pingon brought out the moon in the well. 4 sword formations with imposing auras appeared out of thin air. Countless flying swords were like 4 snow-white rivers of stars, majestically surging into the 4 gates of heaven. The world was silent for a moment. Ma Kuxuan's consciousness manifested and appeared beside Qin Pingon. He asked, "Are you not afraid that I will reveal the origins of your 2 flying swords?" Qin Pingon said, "That is that. Let's not talk about the grudges between us. You are a person who is arrogant when you gain power, tearing apart all pretense of cordiality at the slightest provocation. But at the very least you are a person who bites the teeth and bites the blood. To tell the truth, other than being annoyed by you, I don't find your actions disgusting. In my early years at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I met a sword cultivator whose temperament was similar to yours. Thanks to you we got along quite well." Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "I took in a direct disciple who is a pure martial artist. His talent is not bad. In the future you will give him 3 chances to challenge Luopa Mountain. How about it? Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Sure, but the prerequisite is that he has defeated my first disciple. Moreover, he can challenge Pei Qian, so he will also be given 3 chances." Ma Kuxuan said, "No problem." Ma Kuxuan put his hands behind his head. "Languid," he said, "to tell the truth, this world disgusts me." Qin Pingon said, "You have disgusted many people as well. You do not have the right to say that." Ma Kuxuan laughed heartily. Qin Pingon tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his figure flashed back. Ma Kuxuan's consciousness also retreated. The two stood side by side, looking at the ancient ruins that hung high in the sky. Qin Pingon said quietly, "Endless wind and moon, there is a world of Tao." Ma Kuxuan sneered, "Books are the most worthless." Both sides withdrew their small worlds at almost the same time. Beside the great blasphemy river, Ma Kuxuan's figure turned into a streak of rainbow light and headed towards Pedu City. Qin Pingon carried his sword and walked back to the great blasphemy temple. While staying in the house, Qin Pingon borrowed a few sage books from the temple. They were books that were no longer banned by the Confucian temple. Qin Pingon lit an oil lamp on the table. He did not sleep for the entire night. He only flipped through the books slowly. Occasionally he would get up and open the window to look outside. The cool breeze brushed against his face. After Qin Pingon boarded the ferry and crossed the sea from the Tongyi continent to the Aquarius continent, the sun and moon in his mental state, the paintings of time that he could sense at the entrance of Taiping Mountain but could not open, a total of 24 paintings, seemed to have automatically opened the seals of the mountains and rivers. They could all be opened at a glance. For example, during the rainy season, a group of rural tea gatherers walked into Spring Mountain. One of them was a young lady with a slender figure. Her movements were skillful as she plucked tea leaves with both hands. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew like a willow branch in the spring breeze. The young lady suddenly raised her head and looked at a mountain top. There was a huge snake coiled around the mountain. Its eyes were deep and were as big as 2 courtyards. It opened its mouth and sucked. The tea gatherers, regardless of their gender or age, all turned into white bones and fell to the ground. It was autumn. There was a large patch of gold. A young official sat by the edge of the field. His boots were badly worn out. He was chatting with an old farmer. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew past. The ears of wheat flew into the air. The grains were like flying swords. All the villages in the county were like thin pieces of white paper that had been hit by a heavy rain. They were smashed to pieces. Suddenly, there was no sound of reading in a thatched cottage in the village. In the library of one of the rich and powerful clans, lights were lit up in the night. All of a sudden, the entire mansion was dyed red. A pale-faced monster cultivator with crimson lips slowly walked in. Every time he snapped his fingers, blood would burst out from the lamps, the walls, and the windows. On a celestial mountain, an old immortal master was building a snowman with a group of children. At the same time, he was lecturing a young man with delicate features. The old man seemed to be talking about the prayer for rain at the foot of the mountain. In order to pray for rain, the governor burned the paper dragon king. Why did you join in the fun? Why did you have to carry water from the stream? Do you really think that you are the dragon king of the river? You will be tainted by karma. Don't be so impulsive in the future. The young man was absent-mindedly dealing with his master. Although the old man was lecturing his disciple, his eyes were filled with pride. In an instant, sword lights flashed past. The ground was littered with headless corpses, including the old man and the young man. Emperors, generals, ministers, civil officials, military officers, martial artists of the Jianghu, cultivators of the mountains and lakes, and immortal masters of small sects and clans all went to their deaths. They died valiantly, but they were destined to die nameless deaths. It was all because of the feng shui of the Tongye continent. It was all because of the tragic situation of the Tongye continent. All the beauty and efforts of the fine details had long been crushed by the surging general trend. The entire Tongye continent had already been decided and drowned in the long river of history by the rotten swamps. Qin Pingon used to be one of the general trend of the world. His impression of the Tongye continent was one of the worst among the cultivators on the mountain. Cui Dong clearly wanted Qin Pingon to be relaxed in the Tongye continent, but he couldn't relax at all. He wanted this reclusive official to have no room to deceive himself and others. 24 beautiful scrolls that had been crushed did not affect the 240 ugly scrolls that were destined to be filthy. But Qin Pingon, don't forget that whether it was 240 scrolls or 2,400 scrolls, he could not deny the existence of the 24 scrolls. And how could the mountains and rivers of a continent be limited to this little bit of should not die? Cui Dong wanted Qin Pingon to personally witness the great and small beauty of the Tongye continent. In the entire vast world, the other 8 continents, including the cultivators of the Tongye continent, all felt that the Tongye continent was a rotten mess. But only you, Qin Pingon, couldn't do it. The location of the Tongye continent? Excellent. Then you will get along well with the arrogant and despotic cultivators of the Aquarius continent and the North continent. And these 2 continents, one is your hometown, which is inextricably linked to your Luopa mountain. The other is the place with the most sword cultivators that you respect the most in the vast 9 continents. Willing to be reasonable? Willing to be reasonable? Since you have become the last disciple of the sage of literature and returned to your hometown, you have even become the leader of a sect with a lower sect. You are no longer the reclusive official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I will let you, Qin Pingon, be the hero in the Tongye continent where everyone can be unreasonable. I will let you alone speak to your heart's content. But you can't be unreasonable because Qin Pingon will be the most eye-catching scholar of the sage of literature. The sage of literature's branch in the Confucian school, the Confucian temple, and the vast world would be elevated higher and higher. Qin Pingon was not only a hidden official but also a suzerain. Since he was the last disciple of the sage of literature's branch, he was bound to be a virtuous person. Qin Pingon would rise out of nowhere and his status would rise higher and higher. Countless praises, sincere, malicious, honorable and sneaky, would be bestowed upon him. Everything was the water that carried the boat. Therefore Qin Pingon was very clear why Mr. would choose to hide in the forest of merits and virtues and choose not to pay attention to the outside world again. Among all the paintings of time, Qin Pingon only did not finish reading one scroll. Every time he opened it he would quickly close it, not daring to look at it too much. Tonight was no exception. It was a shabby alley that was about the same width as the clay bottle alley. It was a remote and secluded place in the Tongye continent. In the small rainy alley, there was a little girl holding a small oil paper umbrella. As she jumped and jumped, the oil paper umbrella would rise and fall, tilting and slanting. Her footsteps were light as she returned home. Qin Pingon suddenly withdrew his mind and closed the painting of time again. He pinched a page with 2 fingers. Qin Pingon took a deep breath and gently let go of the page at his fingertips. He simply closed the book. Qin Pingon stood up and walked to the window. He put 2 fingers together and gently pressed against the window. He muttered to himself, I know that this is a chess game between me and you. Embroidered Tiger's chess skills are very good because you are not here. There are only the remaining pieces of the chessboards of Tongye, Baoping and Beiju Lu left. Qin Pingon said softly, Mr. Qi. Cui Dong, as the eldest senior brother, is too much of a bully. Little senior brother, aren't you going to do something about it? The world was silent and the night was silent. Qin Pingon asked and answered his own question. I guarantee that the eldest senior brother will lose this time. And this time Cui Dong actually hoped that his senior brother would lose and his junior brother would win. He hoped that it would not be like the heart-questioning game at the Book Lake, where Dolly Imperial Tutor had won without feeling happy. However, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to win against Embroidered Tiger on a chessboard. In fact, after Qin Pingon experienced the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he could accept the life and death of many powerhouses. However, when faced with those weaklings, countless people like himself in Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Xianyang in his hometown, and the little slug Qin Pingon felt that under the overall situation, the departure of countless weaklings was still wrong and still unacceptable. Therefore, even until now, Qin Pingon did not dare to look at the last painting in the Heart Lake. It was as if he did not look at the result, the little girl holding the umbrella would continue to walk in the alley and live on. Or perhaps she had already returned home and put away the small oil paper umbrella. There would be family members sitting idly, there would be amiable lights, and there would be a family reunion. Even if one did not talk about people's hearts, just the matter of cutting off people's livelihood in the Tongye continent was an irreconcilable enmity. It involved the gains and losses of vital interests. Perhaps one day Qin Pingon and the lower sect would make a choice that would cause conflict with the Jade sect's Divine Seal Peak and Wei Ying. In the end, it would cause the old sect leader Jiang Shangzhen and the worshipper Zhou Fei to have to make a choice that would definitely not be a happy one. This was also why Qin Pingon would change his mind at the last moment. From being the sole decision-maker, he had decided that Chao Qinglang would be the sect leader of the lower sect. To the sentence, "If there are any objections, we can discuss it again on Luopa Mountain." In fact, it was not that Qin Pingon did not trust Chao Qinglang, but Chao Qinglang was still too young. Some of the choices he made would cause his heart to be unable to bear the burden too early. Qin Pingon knew that it was not a good feeling, and some hardships were really just hardships without any benefits. Moreover, if he could not bear it, he would not be able to bear it. Therefore, Qin Pingon had already made a decision. The position of the sect leader of the lower sect would be empty for the time being. He would let Chao Qinglang continue to cultivate in the lotus root blessed land for more than 10 years. After being a hands-off shopkeeper for too many years, Qin Pingon also wanted to make up for his mistakes. He would just treat it as, "It's not that I don't want to repay it, but it's not the time yet." Although the lower sect would not have a sect leader for the time being, he would not show himself too much. He would only let a certain deputy mountain leader put on a fierce attitude from the beginning. "I came to the Tongya continent only to make money peacefully." For example, Tui Dongshan. Anyway, sharing the burden of one's teacher was also the meaning of being a student. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes. Outside the window in the distance, stood a young woman with a smile but sharp eyes. Jinlong Wangzhu Ascendant Realm. Late at night, in the mountain god temple that had already closed the door, a young girl wearing embroidered shoes listened to the tall maid's words with her hands behind her back. She slowly paced back and forth with her hands behind her back. After thinking seriously for a while, she nodded, clapped her fists and said in a deep voice, "Scholars have a lot of fancy ideas. If I read a few more books, I will definitely come up with such a small idea. Choose a scholar seed, gather most of the literary luck, and finish the job in one fell swoop. What a simple way. How could I not think of it? As for intercepting halfway and putting gunny sacks, that's even more our old profession. We can do it with our eyes closed." A servant girl with a plump figure nodded her head vigorously and said a few words of flattery. After mountain god Wei Wei heard the praises, he was so angry that he punched the girl's chest fiercely, causing the latter to stagger back. The girl scolded, "You don't have a brain, you only have a brain here. That Qin Pingon came to our ancestral temple. How dare you not show your face and bow to a young sword immortal? You're so arrogant. Why don't you be a mountain lord? How wronged are you to be here with me?" The plump maid kept quiet out of fear. She didn't dare to say anything back. He just rubbed her chest. Wei Wei was still angry. She tiptoed again and grabbed the tall maid's ear. She pulled hard, causing the latter to lower her head. She reprimanded, "You're also an idiot. Don't you know how to keep Qin Pingon, who has the most tender feelings for the fairer sex, as a guest? Do you know what a young sword immortal from the Dali dynasty means in our Zhishui country? It means that your empress can benefit from him a little. At most, she can ask him to leave a piece of calligraphy or something. Then the three of us can drift freely in the Zhishui country in the future." After scolding and venting her anger, the girl with embroidered shoes sighed and released her fingers. She looked at the two fools who seemed to be respectful but were actually happy. She said helplessly, "I do have some ties with the Zhishui country's imperial court. But do you think that sword immortal only gave us a hand?" Seeing the two idiots who only knew how to eat incense without putting in any effort, he rolled his eyes slightly. Then he put two fingers together and pointed at his own eyes. Then he pointed at the tall maidservant. Suddenly he clenched his fists. His mouth rumbled like thunder. He smiled bitterly and said, "Think about it. Qin Pingon is a sword immortal. How many times has he come to our place?" The tall maid said timidly, 3 times. Wei Wei said angrily, "In less than 30 years, a young sword immortal has visited a small mountain 3 times. What does this mean? It means that there will definitely be a 4th time. Why do you think the first thing he said was to ask about the placement of the temple's statue? If you say something wrong, if our mountain god temple does something wrong, do you think he will leave? Believe it or not, even if you chase him away, he will still stay and chat with me. He is a smiling tiger who hides a knife in his sleeve. He is a ruthless person who doesn't even discuss when he kills someone. If I didn't predict the future and know that he would definitely come again, I would have taken care of those broken stones early on. It's hard to say if the three of us would still be able to talk now. The tall maid said cautiously, could it be that Empress is thinking too much? He came to our ancestral temple this time and looked quite amiable. He didn't have the slightest air of a sword immortal. Under the shade of the ancient pine outside the door, the green-robed sword immortal sat on a stone bench. He smiled warmly and talked to her. He even invited her to sit and chat with him. Wei Wei glanced at her and the tall maid immediately shut her mouth. Wei Wei waved her sleeve and the door opened. She sat on the threshold and rested her chin on her hands. She began to think. The territory of the mountain god encompassed 1.5 counties and had jurisdiction over 6 counties. Wei Wei didn't like to greet the gods of the Confucian and martial temples in the past. They didn't have high official status and liked to be arrogant. At most she dealt with the county gods who were shorter than her. The latter were more tactful. In the end, Wei Wei said, the two of you, go to the town god's temple in those counties and carefully check all the merit books. In our own territory, all the scholars who have the potential to become scholars and tribute students should be recorded in the books one by one. Just do as the sword immortal said. Small streams of water flow long. Also, those so-called families of good deeds sigh, my heart aches so much. You guys should also share some of the Yin virtue aura and hide it in the door gods that they put up. You guys can't help much. Our family is too weak right now, so let's first help dispel the evil spirit and the Yin wind. When the Jinshi master comes to our ancestral temple to fulfill his vow, he will have a lot of literary luck. Then we will have a long-term plan. Qin Pingon was right about one thing. Now is not the same as before. We can't do a one-time deal. As long as we can make a good start, we have to look at the long term. Apart from being wary of a sword immortal who would often visit her as a guest, the reason why Wei Wei was willing to follow orders like this was, of course, because it was profitable and the risk was very small. Wei Wei felt that in the long run, if she did as he said, there was indeed hope that she would be able to enjoy a good harvest. One day she would be able to manage the mountains and rivers well and enjoy a good life. When she became a mountain god, she wanted to open up a mansion. When she thought about the mountain god heir of Mount Wuxia, she would have something to look forward to in life. Otherwise, if Qin Pingon only talked about morality and merit, Wei Wei would just continue to eat and wait for death. The next time they met, she would lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. Qin Pingon couldn't really behead her with his flying sword, right? However, Wei Wei had to admit that she was really afraid of Qin Pingon. All these years, deep in her heart, she would think of that young man. It was good that he died. She would not have to worry about him in the future. However, on second thought, she felt that it would be a pity if that young man really died. The plump maidservant was eager to try. She reminded softly, Mountain Goddess, Sword Immortal Qin seemed to have said that we can first visit that passing scholar in his dream. Wei Wei turned her head and said with disdain, you? Goddess of the mountain temple? Throw you into a pile of people. Others would use their hands to push you, but you would use a big stick to hit him. What do you think that scholar will think of you when he sees you? If you are lucky, he will think of you as a wild fox. If you are unlucky, he will think of you as a scholar sleepwalking in the ancestral temple. He will think that he is shopping. Maybe his first thought will be to check if there is enough silver in his money bag. Wei Wei pointed at the tall girl. Then, among the three of us, you are the only one who has read a few books. You can talk to the scholar more. The maidservant was a little embarrassed. However, she did not dare to say that. She only dared to say a few words of sincere advice in her heart. Wei Wei suddenly stood up. Then she smiled like a flower and exclaimed, Old Sword Immortal's song is here. A white-haired old man walked slowly to the mountain temple with his hands behind his back. You can talk to yourselves. I am just revisiting an old place. I am not going to look through the almanac tonight. Wei Wei complained. Once Elder Song's manner moved away, it caused the martial fate of the nearby mountains and rivers to disappear. It's not just my little mountain temple that's suffering. All the city gods who are used to living extravagantly have started to scrimp and scrape, living frugally. Song Yu glanced at the plaque of the ancestral temple. His gaze moved down to the 3 golden statues in the temple. He smiled and said, You must have spent a lot of silver. Wei Wei covered her mouth and laughed. I have to make do with the bitter life. Fortunately, it is not some divine money. I still have some money left. Song Yu sat on the bluestone bench and joked, Have you just realized that it is not easy to be one of the 4 evil spirits of the brushing country? You were almost kidnapped by a lecherous mountain god and became his wife. You never thought that it is even harder to be a mountain god now? Wei Wei shook her head gently. It is very easy. Song Yu sneered. He was an experienced man. He could roughly see the amount of the martial fate of the mountains and rivers. Just this mountain god temple alone would not be able to last for 100 years. It would starve a mountain god queen to the point that her golden body would not be able to withstand the wind and rain. Wei Wei put her hands behind her back and walked down the stairs with light steps. She said with a smile, "Senior Song, I was deliberately hiding my strength before. I was too lazy to move. Why don't I tell you my plan now?" Song Yu nodded and said, "I'd like to hear the details." After listening to Wei Wei's plan, the old man didn't take it seriously at first, especially the shortcut of the mountain and river officialdom, which was unconventional and definitely not a long-term way. However, when Wei Wei came out with a clean source in a genteel manner, especially the sentence "the mountain and river deities, where the soul is, it's in one's heart," the old man was speechless and couldn't refute at all. Looking at the confident mountain deity, Song Yufan was stunned for a long time and asked doubtfully, "Wei Wei, why do you seem to have grown a brain all of a sudden?" Wei Wei raised her head and laughed. She wiped her mouth and waved her hand. "It is not worth mentioning. I only used 30 to 40% of my power." Song Yu stood up and smiled. "That is the best. I will not come here in the future." When he was young, he felt that the mountain and river journey was just a few steps away. When he was old, it was far away. Wei Wei looked at the stooped white-haired old man and sighed. She stopped smiling and said honestly, "To be honest, this method was taught to me by Qin Pingon. How could I have thought of this?" Song Yushan nodded and said calmly, "I have guessed it already." The old man turned and left. The tall woman came to the mountain god and sighed, "Senior Song is really good at predicting things." Wei Wei laughed and scolded. "He guessed nothing. Didn't you see that Song Yu was walking up the mountain and running down the mountain?" The old man did not go straight to the mountain god temple. Instead, he went back to the small town near the village and found the restaurant. The old man sat in the same place. The shopkeeper had changed again and again. It was his grandson who was in charge of the business. The hot pot ingredients were actually a little skimpier. Song Yushan knew that it was no longer the same taste as before, but he didn't say much. There was nothing to say in the first place. On the contrary, he hoped that the business of this restaurant would be better in the future. Maybe one day when he made enough money he would pay attention to the food again. Even though the young manager recognized Song Yuxiao, the old sword sage from Combe country who had a good relationship with his grandpa, he still felt a bit guilty after serving all the hot pot ingredients to the table. Therefore, he didn't want to establish a relationship with Song Yuxiao. After exchanging some pleasantries, he quickly left. Song Yu didn't ask for 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, but he asked for 2 wine cups. One of the wine cups was placed on the opposite side of the table, but he didn't pour any wine. The old man took a sip of the wine and cursed a few times. This stinky brat actually dared to hide from him. After a few cups of wine, the old man could not help but stand up and fill the cup. He sat down again and murmured something. It was unclear whether he was scolding or something else. Song Yu suddenly turned around and smiled. "Why are you 2 here?" It was his grandson Song Fengshan and granddaughter-in-law Lu Qian. They sat down and Song Fengshan smiled. "It was Wei Wei who sent the letter. On the way here, Lu Qian made a bet with me that you would come here first. I didn't believe her, so I punished myself by drinking 3 cups. Song Yu said impatiently, "Just tell me if you want to drink." Song Fengshan drank the wine while Lu Qian cooked the hot pot. Neither of them spoke. The old man held back for a long time and said with a smile, "Say it. Have you seen that kid already?" Song Fengshan and his wife looked at each other and smiled. Then Song Fengshan used telepathy to talk to his grandfather. Song Yu listened carefully. He did not drink or eat. After listening, the old man picked up a big chopstick and drank the wine in the cup. He looked at the empty seat on the opposite side of the table and the full cup. The old man put down the cup and chopsticks and looked left and right. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law and smiled. He slowly closed his eyes and opened them again. Finally, he looked at the empty seat. His vision was a little blurry. The old man said softly, "It's a pity that I can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Aura." Song Yu picked up the cup and chopsticks again and laughed. "Hot pot and wine, Jianghu is still the same." South Hassa continent, an ordinary mountain by the sea. It was just a veritable place of cultivation. Even the mountain and swamp cultivators of the lower 5 realms would not be so simple. The 3 neighboring cottages were occupied by 3 upper 5 realms. 2 of them were sword immortals. Lu Ji Xiao Yunyan, the sword immortal of Spring Banner House, and Madame Xianyan of the Upside Down Mountains Plum Blossom Garden. After someone worshipped the sword at Taiping Mountain in Tongye continent, Lu Ji got up and walked out of the cottage. She narrowed her eyes and looked toward the southeast. After Xiao Yunyan and Xianyan walked out of the cottage, Lu Ji said, "The hidden official is back." Madame Xianyan's face stiffened. Xiao Yunyan laughed. The handsome old sword immortal Qi Tingji had chosen to establish his sect. Surprisingly, it was not the Central Plains which had the most vast mountains and rivers, nor was it the Snowy Mountains continent where the god of fortune Lu Shi was located. Instead, it was the South Hassa continent which no longer had any scholars. Qi Tingji would often come here to chat with Lu Ji. He did not hide anything. It was obvious that he wanted Lu Ji to be the chief consecrator. Even if she had to take a step back and be a guest of the sect, it was fine. Lu Ji was naturally unwilling to be a consecrator. As for being a guest without any restrictions, it was actually between the two. After all, both of them were sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Qi Tingji's sword attacks in Hauran continent did not disappoint. Especially when Qin Chunan left the South Hassa continent for the last journey to the sea. Qi Tingji was still alone, guarding the scholar with his sword. In the end, Qin Chunan succeeded in keeping the bearded swordsman, Lu Cha, in Hauran continent, preventing the sovereign great demon from returning to the wilderness. But the world, especially the central divine continent, still had a lot of criticism for this scholar who had inexplicably lived and died inexplicably. They felt that the situation was already set. Qin Chunan, who did not even kill an ascendant realm demon, who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders like decorations, did not die when he should die and did not live when he could live. He did not help others in their hour of need. Instead, he added flowers to the brocade. He cherished his life to a whole new level, and in the end he cherished his reputation to the extreme. In a great battle, other than barely protecting the mountains and rivers of the South Hassa continent, he did not contribute anything else. In the wilderness today, even if there was an additional Lu Cha, what could he do? If Qi Tingji had not used his sword once in the central divine continent, there would only be more complaints. The person who was challenged by Qi Tingji's sword was still extremely stubborn after taking a sword. So what if Lu Cha had gathered his fortune in the wilderness and ascended to the 14th level? Wasn't Xiao Chua also a 14th level sword cultivator? Wasn't he also chased to the alien battlefield and had yet to return, unable to go to the wilderness? Even if there was an additional Lu Cha, it was nothing. If Qi Tingji was really capable, he could return to the Great Wall of Sword Qi and carve a large word on the city wall. Therefore, Qi Tingji, who was too lazy to say more, rewarded that cultivator with another sword. Qi Tingji had to give an unpolished Jade Realm cultivator 2 swords. He could only severely injure him but could not kill him. This made Qi Tingji return to the South Hassa continent and find Lu Ji. For the first time, he did not persuade her to join his sect. Instead, he just drank quietly. If it were Lu Ji, she would probably kill that unpolished Jade Realm cultivator with 1 sword and then return to the ruins of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In the vast world, there were only 2 people Lu Ji was willing to talk to, and they were the 2 people beside her. Wu Yan always spoke in a roundabout way. Her main intention was to persuade Lu Ji to agree. It was just a guest elder and they were from the same hometown. It was reasonable for her to refuse. However, Xiao Yunyan was resolutely against it. With Wu Yan around, Xiao Yunyan did not dare to speak too directly. He was worried that if he was not careful when he went out alone, he would be inexplicably stabbed. Therefore, Xiao Yunyan only said that Elder Qi was a sword immortal with extraordinary swordsmanship. Naturally, he did not need Mr. Lu to add flowers to the brocade and become a guest elder. If he wanted to be the chief consecrator, he could consider it. Qi Tingji is right. There needs to be a sword immortal in his sect who does not follow the rules. I will agree to let him be a guest elder. Lu Ji said, Xiao Yunyan, take Wu Yan and travel the central divine continent together. Then go to the north continent and finally meet the hidden official. Xiao Yunyan nodded. That would be best. Otherwise your intentions would be too obvious. As for whether Lu Ji would be a guest elder, Xiao Yunyan did not have much of an opinion. Previously he just could not stand Wu Yan's behavior. Madame Wu Yan said tentatively, "Mr. Lu, I think I should stay here and accompany you." Lu Ji said calmly, "Leave immediately." Madame Wu Yan was aggrieved. She really did not want to meet the hidden official. Last time there was a plum blossom garden missing. What about this time? Xiao Yunyan took a deep breath. Since they knew that the hidden official had finally returned to the noble realm, then Xie Songhua of the White Peak continent, Song Pin of the Gold Armor continent, Zhang Kai of the North continent, all the sword immortals who had walked through the Great Wall of Sword Qi should know about this through the sword ceremony at Taiping Mountain. White Peak continent. In the early years, Xie Songhua had suddenly agreed to be a female sword immortal consecrator of the Lu family. She had also returned to Leigong Temple from the Lu family's ancestral hall meeting. Since she could take a nap in her chair, she could get a large sum of money for free. Xie Songhua even specifically reminded the Lu family that whenever there was a meeting, no matter how big or small, she must send a flying sword message. As long as she was in the White Peak continent, she would definitely rush over. In any case, she was a formal consecrator. She had to contribute. Even if she did not have the opportunity to contribute, she should still give advice. According to the ordinary sects on the mountain, they would have already criticized her. However, the Lu family of the White Peak continent, no matter how big or small, would really send a flying sword message to Xie Songhua. Every time they would find a way to give her money. After many times, not to mention the divine money spent on the two direct disciples' sword practice, even Xie Songhua's own share was not short of money. Xie Songhua could not help but feel a little apologetic. This time, when she left the Lu family's ancestral hall, she asked Lu Jubao if there were any enemies that the Lu family wanted to kill but was not suitable to kill. Lu Jubao said no. Now the three of them almost treated Leigong Temple as half of their home. Peaxiang did not care at all. It was not cold and not too noisy. In fact, it was not bad. It was just that some of the words of the female sword immortal were unbearable. She said something like, "Ah Xiang, you are so beautiful. It is a pity that you don't find a man." Today, Xie Songhua's flying sword landed outside the gate of Leigong Temple. The two disciples sat on the stairs looking forward to it. When Pei Axiang saw Xie Songhua, she immediately stood up and returned to the temple. After Xie Songhua landed, she joked, "Do you want Master to help you find a wife?" Chao Mu suddenly realized, "So Master is not a woman?" Zhu Xing looked helpless. "So you are an idiot?" Xie Songhua stopped joking and spoke in her mind, "Master will bring you to the Aquarius continent. Bamboo Sea Paradise, Green Immortal Mountain." Chun Qing leaned on the railing, her hands supporting her cheeks. A woman with a head full of green hair was walking barefoot. She looked at her only disciple who was daydreaming and smiled. She was once bored to death, leaning on the bamboo railing in a daze. Then an even more bored scoundrel would jump out and place his head on the railing. Then he would turn his head and squint his eyes. He had a serious expression and did not look away. The moment he opened his mouth, he was not a decent person. "Big sister, be careful not to crush the railing. But it's okay if Green Immortal Mountain asks you for compensation, just tell them my name. Remember, my name is Alliance, kind as in Liang." When she stood up, he also stood up and leaned against the railing, smiling brightly. "You can't be that Green Immortal Mountain's madam, right? Otherwise, Big Sister is so beautiful. If I were that mountain goddess, I would be so jealous that I can't tolerate you as a neighbor. Every night I would squat by your bed and poke your face with a bamboo stick. But I wouldn't really poke it, after all, even a woman would like you when she sees you. I think you are most likely not that mountain goddess. Do you know why? Haha, it's very simple, I actually have a relationship with her, hee, you know." That man raised his hands, winked and poked his thumbs. "Well, old sweetheart." At that time she asked him, "Do you want to die?" She was an Ascendant Realm cultivator and she was overseeing the mountain. In a bamboo sea cave, there were tens of millions of green bamboos, all of which could be turned into flying swords, so she was also half a sword cultivator. That man's face was full of shyness. He glanced at the house on the side of the corridor, as if he didn't dare to look at her directly. He lowered his head slightly and smiled faintly, wanting to say something. The last person when riding the wind to escape hugged his butt. Chun Qing came back to her senses, looked up and asked, "Master, why did that Alliance go to the Western Buddhist kingdom inexplicably?" She smiled and said, "It's better to be a monk." North Continent. Sparrow Mansion, a tea shop at the foot of the mountain. Opposite Wu Jiong, who was the female patriarch of law, was a handsome man in a white robe. His posture was lazy and he didn't look like he was sitting, almost lying on the table. Wu Jiong said helplessly, "Yumi, can you restrain yourself a little?" The golden core sword cultivator named Yumi, who had been a nominal guest of Sparrow Mansion for many years, yawned and said with grievance, "Sister Wu Jiong, what's wrong? I didn't say a word and I didn't even look sideways. I just took a walk on the mountain, can I?" Wu Jiong handed him a cup of tea, picked up the teacup and put it down again. She stretched out her fingers and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. "You're a scourge. If you continue like this, the reputation of Sparrow Mansion will be ruined. Even if you don't provoke them, those little girls who don't know much about the world all have a heart for beauty, and you're a golden core sword cultivator." Speaking of this, Wu Jiong probably also felt that this Yumi from Luopa Mountain was not to be blamed. This guy was indeed too good-looking and he didn't provoke anyone. However, he was just looking at the cliff or enjoying the scenery in the snow, dressed in white and holding a green bamboo cane, or walking slowly with an umbrella in his hand in the pouring rain, holding a peach branch in his hand. This sword cultivator Yumi didn't King speak, but it was the same as speaking. The key was that silence spoke louder than words. Yumi felt even more wronged. He lay on the table and twirled the teacup with his fingers. Everyone says that the North Continent is full of sword cultivators, and sword immortals are everywhere. That's why I boldly used the name of a golden core sword cultivator. If I had known, I wouldn't have puffed myself up at my own cost. I would have just been a chi cultivator of the sea observation realm. After Yumi arrived at Sparrow Mansion, he didn't make a move. So until now, Wu Jiong still couldn't determine Yumi's true level. However, she was sure that he wasn't at the sea observation realm, and was most likely a nascent soul sword cultivator who had hidden his strength. On the other hand, Yumi seemed to care a lot about Zhou Xian. However, it wasn't the kind of love between a man and a woman. Instead, it was more like a senior protecting a junior. As such, the chief's proud disciple Lu Guibao seemed to be a little strange. Lu Guibao and Zhou Xian were originally very close, but now there was some tension between them. Lu Guibao's face was cold. He walked from the foot of the mountain to the tea shop and placed a secret letter on the table. Miyu's eyes lit up. He clasped his hands together and muttered something. Then he opened the secret letter. He almost burst into tears on the spot. He couldn't help but turn to Lu Guibao and say gratefully, "Miss Lu, I can never repay your kindness. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you except Chief Sun's sister Wu Jiong and all the Earth Immortals in the North Continent, then you can tell me openly. I promise to beat them up." Lu Guibao just stared at him blankly. "Aren't you the one who needs to be beaten up the most?" Miyu knew the answer in the girl's eyes, but he still pretended to be a fool and didn't say anything. Miyu carefully put away the secret letter from MT covering cloud. He stood up and took a deep breath. He could finally reply. Suddenly, 3 sword cultivators flew over on their swords. Wu Jiong and Lu Guibao quickly stood up. It was a female sword immortal floating Duckweed Sword Lake's chief, Shui Kai. Beside her were 2 direct disciples. The extremely young Golden Core Realm Sword Cultivator, Qin Li, and the relatively young Dragon Gate Realm Sword Cultivator, Gao Yuqing. Qin Li smiled and said telepathically, "Isn't this great sword immortal me? You're even more elegant than before. You're almost blinding me. Listen, how familiar." As expected of the little hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. You can't even scold him back. Miyu really liked this. It was a feeling he hadn't felt in a long time. Li Kai greeted the 2 female cultivators from Rainbow Sparrow Manor. After exchanging pleasantries, she said telepathically to Miyu, "I won't be going to Aquarius Continent. I'll have to trouble Sword Immortal me to escort them to Luopa Mountain." Miyu said, "I will first go to Cloud City and bring Zhao Shu along." Li Kai waved her hand. "Even if you bring all the female cultivators from Rainbow Sparrow Manor, I won't care about you. But I'll say this first, if you dare to seduce Yuqing, I'll kill you. Even if you don't, as long as Yuqing has any thoughts about you, I'll kill you." Miyu laughed. "Sword Immortal Li, you might not know this, but when I look at the way some ladies look at me, I can tell if they already have someone in their heart." Li Kai clicked her tongue. "You're so shameless and fake. Is that the innate divine ability of your flying sword?" Miyu smiled and nodded, then asked, "Are you sure you don't want to see Consecrator Zhou?" Li Kai scolded, "Damn that heartless bastard, he should be the one to come see me." Miyu nodded. That's right. Aquarius continent. A new second in the imperial examinations of the Great Li dynasty, a Hanlin Academy editor with the surname Chao, suddenly applied for illness and quietly left the capital. At an Immortal ferry he took a ferry to the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry. Other than that, many of Luopa Mountain's direct disciples, consecrators, guest officials, as well as people who had good relations with Luopa Mountain, all started to set off. On the cloud boat ferry, Jiang Shangzhen sat on the railing and laughed. I thought you would fight 2 battles. Qin Pingon shook his head. At that time inside the Jixia temple he and Wang Zhu, both of them were separated by a window inside and outside the house, and chatted for a while. She asked a question. Why did you cancel the contract? Qin Pingon asked back. Have you thought it through? Do you really want to be a Jixia temple? In the end neither of them gave an answer. Wang Zhu returned to Water of Blasphemy and continued his closed-door training. The cloud boat ferry slowly stopped at Oxhorn Mountain. Pei Qian and Jiang Shangzhen followed by 9 sword immortal embryos. However, Qin Pingon left the boat early and landed on the ground. He landed on a mountain path and finally walked to the 2 small tombstones, knelt down and kowtowed. Then he took out small bags and began to add soil to the tombstones. The green-robed man, who was already in his 40s, poured a pot of wine in front of the tombstones, knelt on one knee, bent his waist and lowered his head, silently speaking in his heart. Finally the man's voice trembled slightly and he frowned, chuckled softly. Father, mother, don't worry. Other than being away from home for a long time, everything has been good these years. Qin Pingon was silent for a long time and stayed where he was for a long time. When he got up and slowly went down the mountain it was already dusk. When Qin Pingon took a slight detour he went to the former Immortal tomb, looked at it from afar and walked back to the end of Mud Bottle Alley. It was already late at night. He took out a bunch of keys, opened the courtyard door with brand new spring couplets pasted on both sides, and gently closed the courtyard door with the door god pasted on it. Then he opened the door, looked up at the word spring, and entered the house. Qin Pingon lit a lamp on the table and lay on the table. He wanted to keep watch, but he accidentally fell asleep just like that. He didn't know how many days and nights he slept. When dawn broke, Qin Pingon sat up. Although he was a little sleepy, he slowly got up and found only Pei Qian outside the door. Pei Qian smiled. I stopped Cistern Wanshu and Xiaomi, and asked them to wait for Master at the foot of Jisei Peak. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. It's today? Pei Qian nodded vigorously. More people are at the entrance of the ancestral hall. They've all arrived. Little senior apprentice brother has rushed over, and he's probably still lying on the ground taking a nap. If Wei Shanjun hadn't cast the mountain water seal, the entire northern peak would have sensed the abnormality of Jisei Peak's atmosphere. Qin Pingon closed the door to the house and courtyard, and stood in the Mud Bottle Alley saying, Follow me. A green robe fluttered and a black robe followed behind. The 2 of them landed at the entrance of Jisei Peak. The girl in pink and the girl in black. One returned from the Lotus Root Paradise, and Wanshu curtsied and called out Master, while the other grinned from ear to ear. Qin Pingon smiled with his eyes squinted and gently rubbed the girl's head with each hand and said with a smile, Let's go up the mountain. When a green robe with a jade hairpin appeared at the top of the stairs, he realized that there were dozens of his own students, disciples, Luopa Mountain's consecrators, guest elders, and their respective disciples and friends outside the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. Compared to the first time he visited the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall, there were many more people. Qin Pingon walked forward slowly and finally stopped. He was in a daze for a moment. Pei Qian brought Wanshu and Xiaomi forward quickly, and walked towards the crowd and then turned to face Qin Pingon. The mountain wind blew and a green robe with a sword on his back, his sleeves fluttered. Facing the crowd in front of him, Mountain Master Qin Pingon faced the crowd and suddenly cupped his fists in greeting. The crowd opposite him returned the greeting solemnly. Qin Pingon took the lead and stepped through the door of the ancestral hall. In the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall, there were 3 hanging portraits, the sage of literature Qi Jingchun and Cui Cheng. A green robe stood at the front holding an incense stick with both hands. Behind Qin Pingon, they were student Cui Dongshan, disciple Pei Qian and student Chao Qinglang. Luopa Mountain's Judge Changming, accountant Wei Wenlong. Mountain Peak Realm martial artist Zhu Lian, Far Travel Realm Lu Baixiang, Oris Core Realm Sword Cultivator Sui Yu Far Travel Realm Wei Xian. Qin Lingjun Qin Rushu Shiro. Luo Pa Mountains Mountain Guardian Right Guardian Zhou Xiaomi. Jiang Chu Zhang Jiaozhen. Zhao Xuxia Zhao Luan. Xin Yuanji Yuan Bao Yuan Lai. His real name was Zhou Junqin. Immortal Realm Sword Cultivator Jiang Shangzhen. Far Travel Realm Peak Xiong Qiu. Jade Realm Bottleneck Sword Cultivator Miyu. Nascent Soul Realm Sword Cultivator Cui Wei. Honorary Guardian, Blind Daoist Jiaqing Zhao Denggao Tianjiu. North Continent's Hemp Sect Nascent Soul Realm Cultivator Du Wenxi. Oris Core Realm Sword Cultivator Pang Lanxi. Fox Country's Lord Pei Xiong. Nascent Soul Realm Water Serpent Hong Xia. Chest Dun Mountains Yunzi. 9 Sword Immortal Embryos Higu Yuxia Hui Qing Chaolu Nalan Yuji Yao Shaoyan Yu Qingzhang He Xiangting by Xian Sun Chunwang. Spectators. Lu Xianyang. Enli Air Li Lu Han Qingjiang. Lin Shui Yu Lu Xia Dong Shuijing. Northern Mountains Lord Wei Pai. Taihui Sword Sex Lu Jinglong Disciple Whitehead. Dragon Spring Sword Sex First Disciple Donggu. Aoyu Bak Lu Zhongren. Old Dragon City's Fan Air Lady Gui Disciple Jin Su. Sun Jiashu Floating Duckweed Sword Lakes Direct Disciple Qin Li Gao Yuqing. Spring Banner House Sword Immortal Shao Yunyan Inverted Mountains Lady Yen. Book Lakes True Realm Sex Li Fuyao Zhou Caizhen. Hemp Sex God of Wealth Wei Yusong. Sparrow Manors Manor Lord Sun Qing, Disciple Lu Gui Bao. Above Cloud Cities Su Xingjiu Honorary Guardian Huan Yun. Snow Mountain Continent Sword Immortal Xie Songhua, Disciple Ju Xing Morning and Evening. Wind Snow Temple's Great Sword Immortal Wei Jin. Xian Finger Peaks Yuan Ling Hall. Golden Crow Palaces Yuanying Realm Sword Cultivator Lu Jiqing. Middle Earth Divine Continents Yu Zuofu, Shao Yuan Dynasty's Lin Junbai. Today inside Ji Se Peaks Ancestral Hall. There were many sword cultivators, many martial artists. And the mountain lord standing at the front, Qin Pingon, who had just returned from a long journey, was a sword immortal and also an end realm cultivator. He was the mountain lord of Treasure Vase Continent's Luo Pa Mountain, and was once a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and the last disciple of Vast World's literature saint. Soon the entire world would know that the hidden official Qin Shi was called Qin Pingon. 764. The 43 Ji Se Peak Ancestral Master Hall Records tablet stood in front, while the 36 spectators followed behind. They followed Mountain Chieftain Qin Pingon and offered incense and hung up statues. They bowed 3 times with their hands clasped in front, and then inserted incense into the incense burner according to the order of their respect. As the host, Qin Pingon still had to return the gesture of gratitude to every spectator. Just this alone took up a full 45 minutes. Under the 3 portraits there was a table and 2 chairs. One was empty and the other belonged to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon never sat down. A man in a green robe stood with his back facing the portraits, facing the ancestral master hall entrance. He returned the courtesy to everyone who offered incense. The 30-odd spectators either smiled and nodded at the mountain lord in greeting. Even if they spoke, they were extremely concise and comprehensive. At most, they would only offer a light congratulations. At this juncture, no one would exchange too many pleasantries with Qin Pingon. Wanshu, whose name was Qin Pingon, was the incense messenger official in charge of the Song of Mountains and Rivers. She was allowed to stand beside Qin Pingon. She needed to call out the name of the spectator, sect, and mountain. Finally, she followed the mountain lord to return the courtesy to that guest. Qin Pingon was the first to take a seat. The host and the guest followed suit in an orderly manner. Today there were 3 types of seats in the Ji Se Peak Ancestral Master Hall. The first was, of course, those who were qualified to participate in the Ji Se Peak Ancestral Master Hall's discussion. They already had an unshakable seat in Luo Pa Mountain's Ancestral Master Hall. Apart from Mountain Lord Qin Pingon, there were also Cui Dongshan, First Disciple Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang. Apart from them there was also Head Steward Zhu Lian. Mountain Protector Consecrated Zhou Mili. To the right of Sui Lu Baixiang Wei Xian. Zhou Fei Zhong Qiu Jing Dafeng. Qin Lingjun Qin Rushu. Of course, a few more of these chairs would be added today. For example, Administrator Chong Ming, Accountant Wei Wenlong. Miyu, Consecrated Cui Wei Pei Xiang Hongxia. Next were the direct disciples who were listed in the Ancestral Master Hall's Landscape Register. For example, Tsin Yuanji, Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai and the others. Then there were the normal consecrated and guests. For example, Jia Xing and his 2 disciples of Dragon Riding Alley, Du and Peng Lanqi. Luo Mountain's honorary guests. Finally, there were more than 30 guests from various continents. The last 2 types of chairs would only be moved out for people to sit on days like today. Today, the Jisei Peaks Ancestral Hall would definitely have a large number of guest elders. They would all come from the guests who came to observe the ceremony. Qin Pingan was alone, sitting on a chair under the portrait, looking at Cui Dongshan, who had just rushed back from the Central Plains Divine Continent. He nodded his head. For the first time, Cui Dongshan changed his snow-white robe into a green Confucian robe. He stood up and said softly, Pei Qian Chao Qinglang. Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang stood up at the same time. Qin Pingan also stood up. Cui Dongshan took out the golden book and jade archive from the Confucian temple and passed them to Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang respectively. Then he moved forward to hand over a ceremonial item from the Confucian temple to his teacher. However, Qin Pingan shook his head lightly and took out a stack of books from his sleeves. Cui Dongshan smiled knowingly. He did not care about the rules and etiquette. Everyone in the Jisei Peaks Ancestral Hall was his family. No one would go to the Confucian temple to gossip. The golden book and jade archive were thrown into the sky and turned into a gust of clear air. They were buried in the ground and fused with the landscape qi. They were used to inform the heavens and earth, the mountains and rivers of a continent. The Central Plains Confucian temple would give out a ceremonial item and place it in the ancestral hall of the sect. Qin Pingan did not break this rule. He only added his teacher's writings and placed them together. Chao Qinglang took the golden book from Cui Dongshan's hands and read the contents loudly. There were only a few hundred words, and they were all written according to an ancient ritual. After Pei Qian took the jade archive, he imitated Chao Qinglang and read the contents of the jade archive. Whether it was Luopa Mountain's records or the people who came to watch the ceremony, they all stood up again. These were all unavoidable red tape. Then Chao Qinglang and Pei Qian walked out of the ancestral hall side by side. One of them rode the wind to the top while the other went to the bottom of the mountain. The 2 of them met outside the gate and returned to the ancestral hall together. They said, "The ceremony is over." Finally, Qin Pingan and Cui Dongshan placed a stack of books and a ceremonial item from the Confucian temple on the table. Qin Wanchu said with a clear voice, "The ceremony is over." From then on, Luopa Mountain of the Aquarius continent had entered the ranks of the prestigious sections. Today's gathering at the ancestral hall, the ceremony that all the people who attended the ceremony was of course the most important ceremony for the promotion of Luopa Mountain. Generally speaking, the emperor of the dynasty where the ancestral master's hall was located would recommend to the Confucian temple in the central region to promote it to a candidate of a sect. After receiving the approval of a sage in the sky screen, the candidate would be sent to the Confucian temple in the central region for examination and inspection. The head of the Confucian temple and the vice-head of the Confucian temple and the chancellor of the 3 great academies would be responsible for reviewing the matter together. Finally, the sage of rites would make the final decision. As long as one of the 7 Confucian sages didn't agree, the candidate would never be promoted to a sect. Of course, there had been cases in history where 6 Confucian sages had agreed but the sage of rites didn't. However, such cases had only happened twice in the past 10,000 years. Because the Jade sect of the Tongya continent and Sun Yuan's ingenious plan, the Jade sect of the Calligraphy Lake didn't have much to do with the Song clan's emperor. This was actually a violation of the rules. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen and Wei Ying, the 2 lords of the Calligraphy Lake, were very tolerant regardless of their temperament, state and methods. They attached great importance to repairing the relationship with the Dali cavalry and tried to do as the Romans did to make up for their mistakes. As for Wan Chui's Dragon Spring Sword sect, Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City, they all needed the recommendation of the Dali dynasty's emperor Song He. In the end, they all became the newest sects of the Aquarius continent. It was said that Xingyang Mountain had been preparing to become the next sect for many years. However, Jin Qing, the lord of Zhongyue, didn't have a clear opinion on this matter. On the side of the Song clan's imperial court, the emperor of the capital city, and the feudal lords in the capital city also seemed to have some disagreement. Emperor Song He's opinion was that although Xingyang Mountain didn't have enough military merits, since Xingyang Mountain had borrowed a lot from many forces including the Shengguang sect, the Jiang family of Yunlin and the old dragon city, they might as well go with the flow and support Jingyang Mountain. However, the feudal lord Song Mu, who was supposed to have a closer relationship with Xingyang Mountain, said that even if Xingyang Mountain had enough military merits on the Dali Mountains and Rivers Merit Book, they still lacked a lot of merits. Even if the Song clan recommended them to the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains, it was very likely that they would be sent back to the Dali dynasty and be replied with the word reconsider. Today was different from the past. It was a peaceful and prosperous era. They shouldn't feed Jingyang Mountain too much. It was easy to make the other sects resent them and think that the Dali dynasty was too biased. In the secret letter that Song Mu sent to the imperial study in the capital city, he wrote a sentence at the end. Unless the sword cultivators of Jingyang Mountain dared to open up new territories in the wasteland, they could accumulate merits with their military merits. No matter what, Luopa Mountain would eventually become a sect with the word sect. At this moment, Luopa Mountain would still be the youngest sect in the world. Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his hand and gestured twice. He said with a smile, "Sit down. We're all family today. Let's be casual. As long as you don't expose your chest or stomach or take off your shoes and sit cross-legged, there's nothing particular." After everyone was seated, Qin Pingon sat down and looked at the right guardian of Luopa Mountain with a smile. He said softly, "Meili, serve the tea." "Sir." Zhou Meili's shoulders shook. She quickly slid down from the oversized chair and straightened her chest. The little girl's face was flushed. It was finally her turn to show up. Today she had another official position, the tea officer. She was responsible for serving tea to everyone in the ancestral master hall. How prestigious was that? Sister Nuanshu and Jingqing were the assistant tea officers who helped out. A little girl in black immediately led the little girl in pink and the little boy in green to distribute tea to everyone. Qin Lingjun was responsible for taking out tea from the square Cun object. He held a teacup in each hand. Little Meili and Nuanshu were responsible for serving tea. When Lu Xianyang took the tea from little Meili, he said with a smile, "The big water monster of Mute Lake is really famous." Zhou Meili glared at Lu Xianyang. He wasn't the kind of person who cared about fame. It was just that the little girl couldn't help but smile. Lu Xianyang reached out to rub the little girl's head. Zhou Meili quickly knocked her head away and quickly went to serve tea to the next guest. Qin Pingon only took a sip of tea symbolically and put down the teacup. Luopa Mountain's landscape record had been elevated. It was originally archived by the Dali Ministry of Rites, but now it was recorded by the Central Plains Confucian Temple. Luopa Mountain clearly bypassed the Dali dynasty intentionally or unintentionally. They didn't borrow the power of the Song clan to ask for the recommendation. Luopa Mountain only sent a flying sword message to the capital's Ministry of Rites. It could be considered as informing the Dali imperial court of such a matter. Qin Pingon was actually not unfamiliar with the matter of attending the ceremony. It was because he had only attended it once. As for the people who climbed the mountain, other than the mountain and plains cultivators, the number of times they attended the ceremony shouldn't have been so few. The bigger the sect, the more chances and number of times they had to attend the ceremony. In his early years, Qin Pingon only traveled around the Qinghuan country. He passed by the Gold Laurel Temple of Qingyao Mountain. The Jindan Earth Immortal's elder Zhangguo wanted to take in 9 disciples. Compared to the Gold Laurel Temple's disciple recruitment ceremony, the Jisei Peak's Ancestral Hall's ceremony to become a sect was actually very simple. Both Qingfeng City and Jingyang Mountain's ceremony were held from morning to night. During the ceremony, it was said that it took 4 hours just to invite the Golden Letter, Jade Archive and ritual utensils from the Confucian Temple. During the ceremony, the guests would take their seats. The chanting officer of the Ancestral Hall would use a drawl similar to the Daoist Qing Ci Bao Bao Ji, which was extremely slow. Before the chanting officer took out the Golden Letter and Jade Archive that was less than 100 words, there would be all kinds of celebratory ceremonies. For example, the sword cultivators of Xingyang Mountain jointly worshipped the ancestors of the Ancestral Hall. They also had to create all kinds of auspicious phenomena, ranging from 6 to 9 kinds. Then it would be spread to all the immortals on Izhou Mountain through the mountain water formation and the activated mirror flower, water moon. In addition, just the immortal tea provided to the distinguished guests, the fruits on the mountain as well as the exotic flowers and herbs planted along the way, as well as the cries of the immortal cranes and spiritual birds in the sky, the etiquette department of the ancestral hall would carefully prepare for at least a month. The number of immortal coins consumed for this was calculated in Guyu coins. On the other hand, Luopa Mountain only treated the guests with a bowl of tea. Lu Xianyang had inexplicably dropped a level, but whether it was his life-bound flying sword, body, soul or meridians, none of them were damaged. He was just a nascent soul which was equivalent to nothing. It was extremely strange, and that was why Yuan Ting had agreed to let him stay at the blacksmith shop to recover. Every time Lu Xianyang looked at Qin Pingon he would smile. Every time their eyes met, Qin Pingon would put on an expression that said he was not afraid of a crooked shadow. Beiyu Mountain Lord Wei Pai was the first Upper Five Realms Mountain Lord in the history of Aquarius continent. Now he was also the first Immortal Realm Great Mountain Lord. Therefore, a few years ago the Parting Cloud Mountain once again organized a proper night banquet. Because after the Great War ended, each side had earned a lot of military merits, and the Li dynasty rewarded them with many rewards. Therefore, the originally shriveled money bags of the various immortal masters and deities of the mountains and rivers were once again filled up. The Northern Mountain Territory did not have to spend all their money to sell the iron pots and pans. Tai Hui Sword Sect's previous sect leader Han Huizi died in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Discipline ancestor Huang Tong died in the central battlefield of Aquarius continent. They all died in a foreign land. As a result, in the entire sect, only sect leader Lu Jinglong was an Upper Five Realms Sword Immortal, Jade Unpolished Realm. Disciple by Shou, a Jindan sword cultivator. After forming his Jindan, he was able to establish a peak and become the new Mountain Lord of Pianran Peak. Whitehead felt strange today. Among the 9 brats in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was a brat called Bai Xian who kept looking at him as though he was familiar with him. Jinwu Palace's Lu Jiqing, above Cloud City's Su Xingjiu, both of them sat near Lu Jinglong. The two of them had gone to Pianran Peak to drink with the young sect leader of Tai Hui Sword Sect. Currently, Lu Jinglong's alcohol tolerance was renowned in the 2 continents, and Su Xingjiu and Lu Jiqing had contributed greatly. Adding on the female sword Immortal Li Kai, old martial man Wang Fu and the others who added fuel to the fire, it could be said that sword Immortal Lu either did not drink or drank. His alcohol tolerance was invincible. Therefore, Lu Jinglong's visit was not only to congratulate Luopa Mountain, but also to thank Qin Pingon. Dragon Spring Sword Sect's first disciple Dong Gu, who was Lu Xianyang's senior brother, was a nascent soul realm cultivator, but not a sword cultivator. Junior sister Su Xiaoqiao, a golden core realm sword cultivator. Xia Ling, a nascent soul realm sword cultivator, was proficient in talisman and formations. He was one of the top 10 youths in Aquarius continent, and in the past few years his ranking had been constantly rising. He had already surpassed Wind Thunder Garden's sword cultivator Lu Baqiao. 10 youths. Leading them was true Martial Mountain's Ma Ku Xian. Other than Dragon Spring Sword Sect's direct disciple Xia Ling, and nascent soul realm sword cultivator Lu Baqiao. Cloud Forest Jiang Clan nascent soul realm cultivator Jiang Yun. Lake Viewing Academy virtuous Zhou Ju, who had been a gentleman thrice, kept on going back and forth between the 2 titles of Virtuous Man and Virtuous Man, never getting tired of it. True Realms Sect, Golden Core Realm Sword Cultivator Sui Yu. The other 10 youths were all new faces that had risen in the war, for example Ma Ku Xian's senior uncle military sect cultivator Yu Wu. Aquarius continent also had 10 substitutes. Among them was a young sword cultivator from Upright Sun Mountain, a potential sword immortal named Wu Tijing. When Upright Sun Mountain became a sect, the young man was also taken in as the closed-door disciple of Upright Sun Mountain's Mountain Lord. Aquarius continent had 10 youths and 10 substitutes, a total of 20 cultivation geniuses. Luckily, Luopa Mountain still had Sui Yu, who occupied a spot. Dong Gu sat beside Wind Snow Temple's great sword immortal Wei Jin. After all, Wind Snow Temple could be considered as the maiden home of Dragon Spring Sword Sect, and Wei Jin was now the undisputed #1 sword cultivator of Aquarius continent. Dong Gu was naturally very respectful towards Wei Jin. And great sword immortal Wei Jin, who had always been aloof, made an exception for this Dragon Spring Sword Sect's eldest disciple. Although he did not speak much, he had a slight smile on his face. One had to know that Wei Jin was known for not being courteous. Even after returning to Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin only went to the Immortal platform. In the two battles, sword-seeking heaven monarch Xianxia, in the sword Qi Great Wall and Aquarius continent, sword-seeking great demon did not say a word and only handed over his sword. Sun Clan's patriarch Sun Jiaxu and Lady Gui's only direct descendant Jin Su had already become husband and wife. They were also a pair of Dao companions on the mountain. Crouching Ground Peak's venerable fire dragon's beloved disciple Zhang Shanfeng was in seclusion, so he could not attend the ceremony. According to Xian Peak's Yuanling Hall, junior apprentice brother Zhang Shanfeng had ascended to Sea Viewing Realm. When they parted in Qinghuan, Zhang Shanfeng was not even a cultivator of the Middle Five Realms. Outside of Yuanling Hall on Luopa Mountain, several senior apprentice brothers, along with their master, were acting as Dao protectors for Zhang Shanfeng. An ascendant realm venerable fiery dragon, the ancestral master of the White Cloud lineage, the Peach Mountain lineage and the Taixia lineage were all guarding a cultivator of the cave-dwelling realm outside the cave. This kind of thing, probably only Lying Ground Peak could do it. However, the so-called Dao protectors were actually just a few fellow disciples accompanying their master to chat. They would set the table, prepare the wine, serve a few dishes with wine and a large basin of fruits. They would admire the moonlight, watch the wind and rain, and quietly wait for their master to be in the mood to write a few limericks. Then each of them would have a sincere look in their eyes as they slapped the table in praise. Yuanling Hall had disliked those two flattering senior brothers for many years, especially this time. Originally, he had already prepared a brush, ink, paper and ink stone, feeling that he would definitely be able to turn the tables. He never thought that his master would ask him to come to Luopa Mountain to observe the ceremony. In the end he did not come in handy. Li Shixing brought along his attendant Tui Ci to tour the heavenly horizon grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent. Zhong Kue, together with Gao Qing, the city lord of Jingguan City in the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley, were escorted by a quasi-sage who had returned from the moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness. They followed the old monk in chicken soup to the Western Buddhist kingdom. The last disciple of the city lord of White Emperor City, Gu Qin, was now in the Fuyao continent. It was said that by chance he had found a small grotto heaven's secret realm and was cultivating in seclusion. The leader of the hemp sect, Zhu Quan, had gone to the high sect of the Central Plains. Xiao Yunyan and Madame Xuyan traveled together and arrived at the Aquarius continent. Back then, sword deity Xiao had asked Lu Jinglong and Lu Sui of the Water Classic Mountain to help take away the string of gourd vines from the Spring Banner House. Back then the 14 small gourds were born. Spring Banner House was extremely lucky. It was much more than the expected 7 blade strengthening gourds. There were as many as 10 blade strengthening gourds. Other than the 7 blade strengthening gourds, Xiao Yunyan still had 3 high-grade blade strengthening gourds in his hands. The congratulatory gift for this ceremony was a pair of blade strengthening gourds. It meant that good things came in pairs. At the same time, it was a great help to the poor Madame Xuyan. Otherwise, Madame Xuyan would have been anxious all the way. Before climbing the mountain, she almost turned around and left. She planned to stay in the small town and not meet the hidden official. Xiao Yunyan gave her a blade strengthening gourd at the last minute. Only then did Madame Xuyan have the courage to climb the mountain to congratulate Luopa Mountain. Lin Junbai and Yu Zhuanfu were brought to Luopa Mountain by Cui Dongshan. This time, Luopa Mountain did not invite the cultivators from the Spring Dew Garden. While everyone was drinking tea, Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan quickly communicated telepathically. Only then did they know that this student was indeed very busy during this trip to the Central Plains Confucian Temple. Cui Dongshan left the Great Spring Dynasty from the Tongye continent and traveled across continents. First he went to the Forest of Merits and Virtues and met the teacher's teacher, the old Xiuzai. He got along well with old Master Dong, who was known as the world's most Confucian sect, and Zhou Mi, the head of the old Yufu Academy in the North Continent. They often played chess. Then Cui Dongshan received instructions from the old Master Dong to leave behind the seal of the library. Then he received a message from the old Master Dong and a letter from old Master Dong to go to the School of Rites to look for the Grand Chancellor. Mao Xiaodong resigned from his position as deputy headmaster of the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom and entered the Li Ji Academy, one of the 3 great academies. He took up the position of secretary, second only to the Grand Chancellor. According to the rule that the busybodies of the mountains and rivers were the officials of the Confucian Temple, the position of minister of the Confucian Temple was lower than that of chancellor, but slightly higher than that of headmaster of the 72 academies. The headmaster of the Confucian Temple, the minister of the Confucian Temple, the Grand Chancellor of the Confucian Temple, the Associate Hierarch of the Confucian Temple, and the Hierarch of the Confucian Temple. This was the official advancement of the Confucian Temple. Mao Xiaodong took Li Baoping and Li Huai with him. There was also a group of Confucian scholars who traveled south. They traveled to the swirling continent, the Rain Dragon sect, and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Right now the group of them should be at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Due to the distance, they had missed this ceremony. Cui Dongshan and the Grand Chancellor of the Academy came together and recommended Luopa Mountain to be promoted to a sect in the name of Rites Academy Mao Sai. Cui Dongshan also found an old sage of the Confucian Temple, who was of high seniority and had great merit, Fu Sheng. Therefore he had another recommendation letter in his hand. Finally he also had the letter of Zhou Mi, who was about to head to the Tongye continent to take up the post of a headmaster of an academy. Headmaster, secretary and associate hierarch. With 3 recommendation letters in hand he went to the Confucian Temple of Middle-earth and found the deputy hierarch Teacher Han. In the end the 3 hierarch and deputy hierarch as well as the 3 grand chancellors of the academy gathered at the Confucian Temple for a discussion. 2 of them wanted to reconsider. Their reason was that since the headmaster of Luopa Mountain was, according to Cui Dongshan, only a nascent soul sword cultivator and a 9th realm warrior, it was inappropriate to promote the sect. Cui Dongshan was so angry that he almost threw a tantrum. However, the sage of rites appeared and said that there was no need for further discussion. Naturally, there was no need for further discussion. By the time Zhou Mili and the other 3 served tea, everyone had drunk their tea. Pei Qian and Chao Qinglang had already moved a table and a chair between Qin Pingon and Changming's seats. They were preparing to write down the genealogy records. Changming, Mi Yu and Wei Wenlong were all cultivators who wrote the genealogy records. Since Qin Pingon hadn't returned to his hometown for too many years, they hadn't really recorded the genealogy records in the Hall of Patriarchs of Jisei Peak. Therefore they had to make it up today. Qin Pingon stood up and walked to the writing table. He smiled and said, "According to the rules of the mountain, the head of law should be in charge of writing down the names in the genealogy records. Our Luopa Mountain is a small sect, so we didn't have time to set up the position of head of law. Therefore I'll do it for you today. After I personally write down Changming's name on the genealogy records, I'll let head of law Changming sit here." Although Pei Qian and the other 2 direct disciples of Qin Pingon were only second to headmaster Qin Pingon when they offered incense, the ones who were closest to Qin Pingon's head seat were Changming and Wei Wenlong, the accountant, and then Chao Qinglang and the other 2. This was the rule of the mountain. The head of the law, the accountant, and the head of the Hall of Ancestors would all sit at the front of the Hall of Ancestors. Daoist Longevity stood up. She first bowed to the mountain master before bowing to the rest of the crowd. In fact, all the people who were watching the ceremony far away from Luopa Mountain were very curious about who this woman in a snow-white robe with a warm smile was. She was able to stand out and become the head of the law of Luopa Mountain in one fell swoop. How important was the head of the law of Luopa Mountain? The people present, even the female cultivator Jean Su from Old Dragon City, who had found a good master and a good husband like her, also knew very well that she did not need to pay much attention to the matters on the mountain. Qin Pingon was originally a person who liked to be reasonable, and the head of the law of Luopa Mountain meant that she was the only person on Luopa Mountain who was as reasonable as Headmaster Qin Pingon in name, and even more reasonable at certain junctures. Qin Pingon wrote the words Changming in the law column on the first page of the Luopa Mountain's genealogy record. Then Qin Pingon smiled and stood up. Changming walked over and replaced Qin Pingon as the head of the brush. Then it was the head of Luopa Mountain Spring Manor, Wei Wenlong. Wei Wenlong stood up and bowed to Qin Pingon and then to everyone else. Finally he did not let go and looked at his teacher, Spring Banner House Sword Immortal Xiao Yunyan. Xiao Yunyan stood up with a big smile and bowed to his former disciple, Wei Wenlong, as an equal. According to the rules of the mountain, the etiquette in Jisei Peak's ancestral hall and outside today could be done separately. Sword Immortal Xiao did not expect that a direct disciple with average cultivation talent would become Luopa Mountain's head of accounts and the hidden official's right-hand man. Lady Xianyan glanced at Xiao Yunyan's flushed face and felt a little upset. Spring Banner House was also one of the 4 great residences of inverted Hanging Mountain, perhaps because it was named well, it was now the proudest. She immediately retracted her gaze and sat up straight. It was the young hidden official who was looking at her with a smile. Out of the 4 madams of the Hao Ran world, there were 2 in Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall. Lady Xianxia of Plum Blossom Garden and Lady Gui of Osmanthus Island. After head of Law Changming and Spring Manor Wei Wenlong, it was Sword Immortal Miyu who had just resigned from his position as guest elder of MT Covering Cloud. Then it was nascent soul sword cultivator Cui Wei, Zhang Jiazhen of the head of accounts, and talisman cultivator Jiang Chu, Zhao Xuxia Zhao Wan. Pei Qian's first disciple, Zhou Xian, who was nicknamed Aman nascent soul fox demon Pei Xiang, who had been cultivating in the lotus root blessed land all these years. Nascent soul water serpent Hong, Yunzi, who had just formed his Oris core. There were also 9 sword immortal embryos from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. After that, there were 3 more ceremonies. The first was Sword Immortal Guizhujiu. Her name was recorded on the 2nd page of the Ancestral Hall's direct disciple. She became the Mountain Lord Qin Pingan's direct disciple. The second was the young martial artist Zhou Xian. Similarly, he became Qin Pingan's disciple and officially became the Mountain Lord Qin Pingan's direct disciple. From then on, among Qin Pingan's direct disciples, there were Cui Dongshan, Pei Qian, Chao Qinglang, Guizhujiu and Zhao Xuxia. There were a total of 5 people. The third was Zhou Xian. Becoming Pei Qian's disciple was equivalent to becoming Qin Pingan's direct disciple at the same time. The ceremony of becoming a disciple required the disciple to kowtow and the master to drink tea. After Qin Pingan and his disciple Pei Qian accepted their respective disciples, Qin Pingan drank a cup of tea from Zhao Xu and a cup of tea from Zhou Xian. After putting down the teacup, Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Everyone, why don't we strike while the iron is hot and settle the matter of our Luopa Mountain hiring a guest elder today? If not for the rules of the mountains and rivers, Qin Pingan would have already asked Cui Dongshan to close the door." Some of them were scholars in the same line of literature. There was no need to add flowers to the brocade such as Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu Xie and Dong Shuijing. Wei Pai was the mountain lord of the North Peak, Lu Jinglong was the master of a sect, Lu Zhongruan was the master of an island, Sun Qing was the master of Sparrow Manor, and Su Xingjie was the city lord of Above Cloud City. Due to the lack of etiquette, they could only drop the matter. Some of them were business allies. There was no need to add feet to a snake to prevent confusion. For example, Fan Heir of Old Dragon City, Sun Jiashu and Wei Yusong of the Hemp Sect. Therefore, the final candidates to become a guest elder of Luopa Mountain were Xiao Yunyan, Madame Huanyan Huanyun, Xie Songhua, Lu Jiqing and Li Fuyao. There was also Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple and Yuan Ling Hall of the Black Finger Peak. These 2 actually did not have any thoughts about becoming a guest elder. However, Qin Pingan convinced them with reason and moved them emotionally, causing them to change their minds. It was not difficult to convince Wei Jin. After all, Great Sword Immortal Wei had received my senior brother's swordsmanship guidance. It would be inexcusable if he did not give him face. As for Yuan Ling Hall of the Black Finger Peak, he agreed on account of his junior brother Zhang Shanfeng. Furthermore, he was familiar with Qin Pingan. The last one was Qin Li of the Sword Lake of Floating Duckweed, who had requested to be a guest elder through telepathy. Qin Li had a similar feeling as the White Head. He found it a little strange. Why did the potential sword immortal named Bai Xian seem to have a very unreasonable closeness in his eyes? As for the White Head, he was more tactful than Qin Li. He had a greater sense of danger. He felt that Pei Qian's signature expression and smile made his hair stand on end. The White Head made up his mind to stay away from Bai Xian so that he would not be implicated. It should be known that when Pei Qian traveled to the central continent for the 2nd time and before she went to fight Chao Ci, she passed by the Taihui sword sect in the North Continent. At that time, the White Head had just become a Jindan sword cultivator and could not leave the Pianran Peak. Coincidentally, the White Head met Pei Qian, who was climbing the mountain as a guest. Somehow the White Head and the Lugai talked about him. At that time, the White Head looked at himself and saw that Pei Qian was quite tall. However, it was a pity that she was as thin as a bamboo pole and did not seem to be a heavy puncher. The White Head felt that he had reached the Jindan stage. Although he did not dare to say that he could win against Pei Qian, he should be able to fight her. Therefore he swaggered and fought with Pei Qian. The result was that Pei Qian was responsible for one punch while he was responsible for falling to the ground and foaming at the mouth. A Jindan sword cultivator was twitching on the ground like a martial artist. When he woke up dizzily on the bed, Pei Qian and the Lu guy had already found an excuse and ran away. The white-haired old man was filled with sorrow. He rolled up the quilt and continued to pretend to sleep. When Qin Pingon was very satisfied, Li Lu suddenly smiled and said in her mind that she also wanted to be the guest of Luopa Mountain. Of course, Qin Pingon could not refuse. Although Li Lu's face was pale and she looked like she had yet to recover from a serious illness, she was still an immortal even though her cultivation level had dropped. Cui Dongshan once said that cultivators in the same realm, Li Lu and Jiang Shangzhen, were the most difficult immortals to deal with. Of course, there was also GQ in the past. Compared to the general great sword immortals such as Su Ruo from the school of Mo and Wei Jin from the Wind Snow Temple, they were even more difficult to deal with. Pei Xiang, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, was probably as anxious as Madame Xianyan. She was worried that after such a big ceremony today, there would be too many people and eyes. Tomorrow Qingfeng City would know the whereabouts of her and the entire Fox Kingdom. She was not afraid of Su Hun from Qingfeng City. Even if a military cultivator in the pure jade realm came, what could he do? If Luopa Mountain wanted to keep the guests, Su Hun would not be able to leave. Pei Xiang was just worried about the means of the person behind the scenes of Madame Su. Walking under Jiang Huanjiao, it was the first time for Hongxia to officially see the young mountain master. Facing Qin Pingon, who looked very kind to her, Hongxia Yuanying felt a natural awe deep in her heart. Sitting next to each other, Pei Xiang and Hongxia, two great cultivators in the Yuanying realm, found that each other seemed to be more nervous than them, and their minds gradually calmed down. They had settled the matter of the guest. The ceremony of Luopa Mountain came to an end. After that, the ancestral master hall still needed to be closed to discuss matters that involved the secrets of the sect. So Qin Pingon sent the guests to the main entrance of the ancestral master hall. All the guests were staying in a large immortal mansion located halfway up the Jisei Peak. When the meeting was over, Qin Pingon would definitely have to visit each mansion one by one. Luopa Mountain had 3 peaks. The main peak was Spirit Gathering Peak, which was the one with the bamboo house and the ancestral temple. Jisei Peak, which had the ancestral hall, was actually a secondary peak. Because it was a meeting at the ancestral hall, many disciples of Luopa Mountain and ordinary guests had to leave and follow the guests down the mountain. Even Zhou Xian, who was Qin Pingon's direct disciple, could not stay today because of his lack of qualifications. But for a young man who was only a Realm 4 martial artist, he still left as if he was sleepwalking. Until now, the young martial artist had not returned to his senses because no one on Luopa Mountain had told him that he would become Mr. Chen's direct disciple today. Zhao Xuxia turned to Zhao Luan and whispered, Luan, I'm not dreaming, am I? The beautiful young woman, who was wearing the immortal robe of Sparrow Mansion, smiled and said, Punch yourself and feel pain. It's not a dream. Zhao Xuxia sighed. If I knew this would happen, I would have told Mr. Chen. It would have been better if you were me. You're so talented and you're already in the Dragon Gate realm. I've only managed to become a Realm 4 martial artist after practicing 2 million punches. Unexpectedly, Zhao Luan's beautiful eyes narrowed into crescents. She seemed happier that he did not become Mr. Chen's direct disciple. Lu Xianyang naturally had to go with eldest senior brother Donggu and bring along Wei Jin, the great sword immortal of Wind Snow Temple. Madame Gui and Madame Qinyan walked together, whispering to each other. Xiao Yunyan found Lu Jinglong and naturally got to know Lu Jiqing, Su Xingjiu and the old perfected master Huan Yun. The group was actually from the North Continent and they chatted happily. Qinli brought Gao Yuqing, Zhu Xing and Chao Mu, the 4 sword immortals who had left the Great Wall of Sword Qi earlier, and the other 9 children who had followed the hidden official to Luopa Mountain. They were all from the same hometown. The 4 of them, including Lin Shuyi, walked side by side. Walking in front of them were Li Er, the ultimate realm martial artist, Li Lu, and the lower 5 realms Qi refinement warrior Han Qingjiang. They were now a family. After Lu Xianyang finished talking with Wei Jin, he quickly ran to Lin Shuyi and Dong Shuijing's side. He put one hand on each of their shoulders and called out to Han Qingjiang with a smile. Han Qingjiang's face was stiff and his body was tense. He turned his head and forced a smile at Lu Xianyang, looking straight ahead. Lin Shuyi, who had been a temple attendant in Qidu, narrowed his eyes. Dong Shuijing's mouth twitched. The scholar Han Qingjiang's forehead immediately broke out in sweat. In fact, the Hualing dynasty was one of the few great dynasties in the North Continent, and the Han family was the retired emperor of the Hualing dynasty. Their status was similar to that of the Yu family of the Central Plains. As the legitimate son of the Han family, Han Qingjiang was actually from a first-class family in the vast world. It was just that he was in a foreign land and was not familiar with the people in the place, so it was inevitable that he felt unsettled. He did not mind eating pickles and drinking inferior wine at all. Every day he did some chores like carrying water and chopping firewood. However, he was scared away by his only good friend in town, Lu Xianyang. According to Lu Xianyang, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing had been the devils incarnate in their hometown since they were young. They liked to put sacks on people halfway through their journey and drag them to the farmland to beat them up. Han Qingjiang was not afraid of quarrels, but he was afraid of fighting. If he returned to the house with a bruised nose and a swollen face, even if Han Qingjiang did not feel embarrassed, his mother-in-law was the most prideful. His neighbors were also the best. What could he do? Say that he fell down on the road. When Li Lu turned her head slightly and looked back, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing immediately looked away calmly. Sun Qing of the Rainbow Sparrow residence brought along the direct disciple Lu Guibao, and the nascent soul female cultivator from the True Realms sect, Li Fuyao, and her direct disciple Zhou Xian walked behind Lu Jinglong's group. The white-haired old man knew what was going on. Behind him, Manor Head Sun and Lu Sui of the Water Classic Mountain were both among the top 10 fairies of the North Continent. They were also obsessed with Lu Jinglong. Then the Spring Banner House's sword deity Xiao and Lu Sui's master were half Daoist companions. Therefore, at this moment the two groups of people were so close to each other, but danger lurked everywhere. Fan Air, Sun Jiashu and Jin Su were discussing matters with the hemp sex god of wealth, Wei Yusong. Shanjun Wei Pai, the female sword deity Xie Songhua, Xian Peaks Yuan Ling Hall, Yu Jufu and Lin Junbai. The five of them came from the 4 continents and were chatting happily. The 2 shops that came from the Riding Dragon Alley were Shi Rou, the Little Mute Man, the blind Daoist Jiaqing Zhao Dengao and Tian Jiuger. Then they went down the mountain together with Zhang Zhezhen and Jiang Chu, who used to be the assistant shopkeeper and did odd jobs in the Riding Dragon Alley. The old Daoist stroked his beard and smiled, feeling refreshed. He had no choice. Now that he had been promoted, he couldn't stop him. The consecrators of Luopa Mountain were divided into 3 classes. He was just lying down and enjoying the good fortune of being a second-class consecrator. They reached their residence halfway up the mountain. The immortal mansion of Jisei Peak and the row upon row of buildings at the back of Luopa Mountain were all built by the consecrator, Zhou Fei, who spent more than 10 pieces of grain rain money. Every mansion was personally designed and built by the head steward Zhu Lian. He was indeed the old chef who had compiled the construction method in the lotus flower-blessed land. Compared to the mansion near the bamboo building on Spirit Gathering Peak, it could be said that the latecomers had caught up. However, everyone knew that whether or not they could be considered the real elders of Luopa Mountain still depended on whether or not there was a worthless, small dilapidated mansion near the bamboo building. This was the same logic as whether or not one was familiar with Luopa Mountain depended on whether or not one could eat melon seeds. All the guests who were watching the ceremony realized that the group that was originally chatting on the road didn't need to be separated because the collapsed areas were adjacent. Therefore, most of them continued to choose a certain mansion and continued to chat. The cultivators cultivated on the mountain and came from all over the world. There weren't many opportunities for them to gather together like today. And these were all meticulous arrangements made by little Nguanshu, the old chef, and accountant Wei after careful discussion. Just the drafts on the paper alone filled a paper basket with the little steward, Chen Nguanshu. Because they were going to participate in the meeting of the ancestral hall, Nguanshu had given a few keys to Tian Jiao Air, and little Aman's sister Jiao Air had always been meticulous. Although Aman looked like a little mute, he was actually very smart. Aman, whose real name was Zhou Junchen, only had a good relationship with the steward, Shi Rou, at the foot of the mountain. On the mountain he only spoke a few words with Nguanshu. Even when he was with his master Pei Qian, Aman still liked to be mute. In a large courtyard, the little hidden official, Qin Li, sat diagonally at a stone table and looked at the little hidden official, Bai Xian, who had his hands behind his back. Qin Li asked, "Bai Xian, have you reached the sea-viewing realm?" Bai Xian felt as if he was struck by lightning. Then he cursed in his heart, "How the hell are you talking to me like that? So what if you're the little hidden official recognized by the Great Wall of Sword Qi? How many days have you been with Master Chao?" Gao Yuqing felt a little indignant for the child and complained, "Qinli, you can't bully people like that. Bai Xian isn't even 10 years old." The young man sat on the steps with a green bamboo cane on his knees and smiled as he watched the show. He was now a Dragon Gate realm sword cultivator. His bottleneck was one realm lower than Qinli's. The girl Chaomu, who was also Xie Songhua's direct disciple, had just reached the sea-viewing realm. Qinli gave him a sidelong glance and Gao Yuqing immediately stopped talking. Qinli asked again, "What were you looking at in the ancestral hall and on the way down?" Bai Xian rolled his eyes and said with a mischievous smile, "I admired the little hidden official's elegance." Qinli said, "Cultivate well in the future." Bai Xian resisted the urge to roll his eyes and cupped his fists with a smile. "It's a small matter." Nalan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan were familiar with Gao Yuqing. At this moment they were squatting on either side of Sister Gao. They were both envious of the small bamboo box that was said to be a gift from Sister Pei Qian. Yu Qingzhang and He Xiangting sat beside Zhou Xian and asked about the local customs of the White Snow continent in their native language. The Great Wall of Sword Qi was very big, but there were too many sword cultivators and sword immortals. It was also very small, but there were only so many people. Moreover, even if they had only met each other in the streets and alleys of their hometown, they would become very close to each other once they arrived at Vast Heaven. There was only one exception, and that was Sun Chunwang, the little girl who had already chosen a room to nurture her flying sword by herself. Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. They began to close the door for the meeting again. The extra chairs had been removed. There were only 2 empty chairs. The gatekeeper was Jing Dafeng and the direct disciple of the mountain chieftain Guizhujiu. Everyone else had already taken their seats. The mountain chieftain Chen Pingon with the surname Zhong. Master of Justice Longevity, Pure Jade Realm. The accountant of the Quan estate Wei Wenlong was in the Golden Core Realm. Tui Dongshan in Immortal. Pei Qian, a peak stage martial artist. Chao Qinglang was a Dragon Gate cultivator. Mountain Protector Zhou Mili, Cave Dwelling Realm. Chief Steward Zhu Lian, a martial artist in the Peak Realm. On the right of Sui, he was a sword cultivator at the bottleneck of the Golden Elixir Realm. Lu Baixiang, a martial artist at the Far Travel Boundary. Wei Xian, a martial artist at the Far Travel Realm. Zhongqiu was a martial artist in the Distant Travel State. At the same time, he was also a Golden Core Earth Immortal and a Qi refiner of the Confucian school. Qin Lingjun was a nascent soul cultivator who had walked the path of blasphemy Flood Dragon. Qin Wanshu was a Dragon Gate cultivator in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. Zhou Fei, a sword cultivator in the Immortal Realm. Miyu, a sword cultivator at the Pure Jade Realm. Tui Wei, a sword cultivator in the Nascent Soul Realm. Pei Xiang, a fox demon in the Nascent Soul Realm. Hongxia, a water dragon in the Nascent Soul Realm. There were a total of 19 people in Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. 5 Qi refinement warriors in the upper 5 realms. Qin Pingon, Longevity, Tui Dongshan, Jiangshangzhen Miyu. 6 martial artists in the Far Travel State and above. Qin Pingon, Pei Qian, Julian, Lu Baixiang, Wei Xian, Zhongqiu. 4 nascent soul realm cultivators. Qin Lingjun, Tui Wei, Pei Xiang, Hongxia. This was not counting Jing Dafeng and Guizhujiu. Such a sect was no longer a behemoth in the ordinary sense. Like a dragon entrenched in a deep ancient well, it was slowly raising its head. Except for the lack of an ascendant realm to oversee the mountain, Luopa Mountain actually had no shortcomings. The most important thing was that the cultivators in Luopa Mountain were all very young, but their realms were unimaginably high. Qin Pingon held the teacup with 2 fingers, gently swirled it and began to close his eyes to rest. He was distracted by countless thoughts and he did not restrain himself. Pei Xiang and Hongxia, these 2 new faces, did not even dare to breathe. Tui Wei was actually not relaxed. This young mountain master was the hidden official who had guarded the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone for many years. He was also one of the 10 young people in several worlds, and now he was the master of a sect in the vast world. Qin Pingon slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "I am very lucky to be able to meet all of you and become a kindred spirit. I am very honored that all of you can appear in this Jisei Peak's ancestral hall." The ancestral hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Only Meili clapped her hands silently. Qin Pinggan's eyes were gentle, and when Xiaomi stopped moving he continued, "In the near future our Luopa mountain will not be too big of a fanfare. What we say to the outside world is that great sword Immortal me left the cloud-padding mountain and supported our Luopa mountain, so we were promoted to a sect in one fell swoop. As for whether the outside world believes it or not, we don't care. As for why we hide it again and again, I will explain it to everyone in detail later." Miyu's face was dull. Jiang Shangzhen praised, "It's all thanks to me Zhou that we were able to deceive everyone so easily without leaving any traces behind." Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously. Yes, great sword fairy me is not the chief consecrator, it is unreasonable." Jiang Shangzhen was dumbfounded and shuddered. What the hell? In the previous secret letter, what happened to the chief consecrator? What happened to crying and throwing a tantrum at your husband's place? Qin Pinggan said with a smile. So the first important thing in today's meeting is to discuss who will be the chief consecrator of Luopa Mountain. Pei Qian said, "Master, I have no opinion on who will be the chief consecrator. I will only listen to Master and the Law Master. Anyway, I suggest that Zhou Fei be the second chief consecrator, so as not to reveal Zhou Fei's identity as the old sect master of Jade Grey sect." The old sect master of Jade Grey sect? Was it the Jiang Shangzhen who was from the Tongya continent but had made a name for himself in the North continent? The great sword fairy who could almost defend the divine seal peak with his own strength in the end? Qin Lingjuan's eyelids trembled. He immediately began to carefully calculate whether he had said or done anything offensive when Zhou Fei and his brother came to Luopa Mountain in the past. Hongxia and Pei Xiang's faces were pale. Jiang Shangzhen, the previous sect master of Jade Grey sect. The first person to turn the tide in Tongyi continent. Zhou Mili's mouth was wide open. The little girl quickly turned her head and cast the most sincere look of appreciation at Jiang Shangzhen. This consecrator with the pseudonym Zhou Fei was very generous, but he didn't look old. Jiang Shang was truly worthy of being a person surnamed Zhou. Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Brother Zhou being the second chief consecrator is very convincing. If anyone is not convinced, they can fight me. I admit defeat, but I will still insist on my opinion. Except for Brother Zhou, I am not convinced that anyone is the second chief consecrator." Lu Baixiang echoed, "Sect Master Jiang is busy after all. Although it is a great waste of talent to be the second chief consecrator of Luopa Mountain, it can't be helped." Jiang Shangzhen was sad and said helplessly, "I am not busy at all. Jade Gui sect, Xinjing sect, I am not the sect master anymore." Wei Xian, who had been sleeping with his arms around his chest, finally added, "I am a rough person, so I speak directly. Zhou Fei, you look like an Ascendant Realm material. You will need to go into seclusion in the future. The first chief consecrator is the face of a mountain, and you will need to sneak down the mountain from time to time to fight. Luopa Mountain is sorry to delay Brother Zhou's cultivation." Miyu was scared witless. In the ancestral hall, he was definitely the one who wanted Jiang Shangzhen to be the first chief consecrator. Just give him the title of chief consecrator. Not to mention the first chief consecrator, he didn't even need the second chief consecrator. Chao Qinglang was slightly surprised, but he still gave his opinion. "I think it is more reasonable for sect master Jiang to be the first chief consecrator. Let me Zhou be the second chief consecrator, but we can temporarily hide the first and second chief consecrators from the public." Jiang Shangzhen almost burst into tears. Finally, someone spoke up for justice. Sure enough, he still had to rely on Luopa Mountain's reputation to be Chao Qinglang. Qin Pinggan held back his laughter and turned to look at Chong Ming. "There is a big disagreement. What do you say, Master?" Fellow Daoist Chong Ming stood up and said, "Mountain Master has the final say. Chong Ming is only responsible for filling in the blanks of the first and second chief consecrators." Chong Ming walked to the desk that had not been removed and took out the Ji-Se Peak Ancestral Hall's genealogy. He opened it and turned to the 2 blank pages of the chief consecrators and second chief consecrators. Cui Dongshan's 2 snow-white sleeves drooped on the armrest of the chair. After fanning the flames, he decided to watch the fire from the other side. One was shameless and determined to be the first chief consecrator, while the other was so scared that his sword heart became unstable and he refused to be the first chief consecrator. Sure enough, this kind of situation could only happen in his own ancestral hall. As for whether Jiang Shangzhen would blame him for being unkind, this was the ancestral hall's discussion. What did it have to do with him, Cui Dongshan? Qin Pingon suddenly stood up with a smile and cupped his fists towards Jiang Shangzhen. Congratulations to First Chief Shou. I will have to trouble you in the future. In the ancestral hall, except for Jiang Shangzhen, almost everyone stood up at the same time and cupped their fists towards Jiang Shangzhen to congratulate him. Mi Yu, who was called a great sword immortal, was especially sincere. Jiang Shangzhen shook his sleeves and straightened his clothes. He cupped his fists in return and laughed loudly. I am indebted to your kindness. I am ashamed to accept your kindness. I am ashamed to accept your kindness. Seeing the mountain chieftain smile, Jiang Shangzhen immediately changed his tone. Since everyone has agreed and there are no objections, I will move my seat. Jiang Shangzhen stood up and picked up the chair. He moved it to the seat behind Chang Ming and Wei Wenlong. At the same time, Cui Dongshan, Pei Qian, Chao Qinglang and everyone else moved their seats with a smile. As the chief consecrator of an ancestral hall, his seat was naturally very close to the front. Jiang Shangzhen sat down on the chair and turned around with a smile. Brother Cui, we are neighbors now. Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and clapped his hands lightly. Cui Dongshan grabbed Jiang Shangzhen's hand and asked softly, "Red packets? You don't feel bad if everyone has one, do you?" Jiang Shangzhen said, "2 for each person. I have already prepared them." Pei Qian rubbed his forehead. Qin Pingon stood up and said, "East Mountain, open a painting of the mountains and rivers to the west of the town." Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers. A map of the undulating mountain range appeared in the ancestral hall. Clouds and mist rose, spiritual energy flowed, and the veins were clear. Cui Dongshan stood up and walked to the edge of the painting. He stretched out a finger and drew a small circle. He drew a mountain and river and said slowly, "Mountain Lord, including the Cloud Mountain where Wei Pai is, there are a total of 62 mountains. The Dragon Spring Sword sect occupies the Divine Grace Mountain, the Lamp Mountain and the Hengming Peak. In addition, the surrounding Treasure Mountain, Rosy Cloud Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain are actually vassals of Luopa Mountain. They are only rented to the Dragon Spring Sword sect for 300 years. After that, the Dragon Spring Sword sect bought 4 more mountains, which are generally around the Ancestral Mountain. After Wan Ting moved the Ancestral Hall to the old mountain range north of the capital, if nothing unexpected happened with Wan Ting's temper, he will rent these 4 mountains, and there is a certain possibility that he will choose to sell them directly to our Luopa Mountain, as a return gift for the 3 mountains that Luopa Mountain rented back then. Cui Dongshan began to point out, Mr. bought the Grey Mist Mountain to the north of Luopa Mountain and split the Oxhorn Mountain in half with Wei Shanjun. The Cinnabar Mountain that the Sioux family of the Clear Breeze City had moved out was temporarily rented to the AOU back of the Pearl Hairpin Island in the Book Lake, the Azure Dawn Peak, the Sword Reverence Terrace located in the westernmost part, and the True Pearl Mountain located in the easternmost part. In addition to the Yellow Lake Mountain that Qin Lingjun had pulled strings to buy, during Mister's travels under Zhu Lian's operation, our Luopa Mountain had successively purchased the Fragrant Volcano, Distant Screen Peak and Zhaoshan Mound at a low price. Every time Cui Dongshan pointed out, the mountain roots and water luck would appear one by one. Cui Dongshan said in a deep voice, in addition to the Dragon Spring Sword sect, the Dragon Spine Mountain has the Dragon Beheading Cliff, the Wind Snow Temple and the True Martial Mountain will definitely not give up, so we will not think too much about it. As for the group of immortal masters who cultivate on the Clothes Belt Peak, the Ancestral Hall is actually located in the Dream Liang country, which is a neighbor of the Red Cloud Mountain. The former is a second-rate immortal force in the Aquarius continent, and is relatively at the bottom. It's just that their relationship with our Luopa Mountain is good, so we don't have to think too much about it. But the other 10 or so immortal forces don't have any relationship, so we won't bully them. At this point, Cui Dongshan looked at Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, Buy, sell, both sides are willing, isn't there a relationship? Wei Wenlong said, in the Spring Mansion's account book, there is actually a slight surplus. Qin Pingon finally interrupted and asked with a smile, what kind of surplus? Wei Wenlong immediately stood up and reported the account book. The first line of trade with Skeleton Beach's Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Sparrow Manor and Cloud City, plus the second trade route with the newly opened Hemp Sect, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, plus the third trade route with Red Candle Town Sanjiang, Dong Shuijing, Old Dragon City's Fan Family and Sun Jiashu. In addition, there was also the income from the Oxhorn Mountains Ferry, the Bundle House, as well as the high-grade lotus root blessed land. Therefore, the so-called slight surplus in the account house was not only the Luopa Mountain had paid off a large amount of debt, but also the 3,600 grain rain money in the account book. The key point was that in the Spring Mansion's account house, there were still 600 gold essence copper coins. And the income from the lotus root blessed land and the 3 trade routes was endless. Qin Pingon thought for a while, then stood up and walked to the edge of the picture scroll. A total of 62 mountains, we will strive to cover at least half of them within 100 years. Simply put, other than Wei Shanjun's Pinning Cloud Mountain, Master Ruan's Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Wind Snow Temple and Zhenwu Mountain's Dragon Spine Mountain, and Yi Dai Mountain, other than that, the rest of the mountains occupied by the Immortals can be discussed and discussed. But remember, since it is a discussion, then discuss it properly, don't force them to buy or sell. After all, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. It would be best if it is continuous, if not, we will look for a few enclaves in the Aquarius continent. Qin Pingon stared at the picture scroll and said slowly, Aquarius Mountain, Rosy Clouds Peak and Immortal Grass Mountain, let's not talk about them. Luopa Mountain is where the ancestral mountain is, Aoyu's back has been rented to Island Master Lu, Zhenju Mountain is too small, Oxhorn Mountain is the Immortal's Ferry, Hongxia has already opened up a water residence at the bottom of Yellow Lake Mountain, Lingjun and Wanshu's Dragon King Basket is also at Yellow Lake Mountain, Lingjun's and Wanshu's Dragon King Basket is also at Yellow Lake Mountain, refined into a mountain and river array. So now the empty mountains are Grey Mist Mountain, Cinnabar Mountain, Weixia Peak, Reverence Sword Platform, Fragrant Volcano, Yunmu Peak and Illumination Mount. Within 10 years, there is no need to hold the opening ceremony. 7 mountains you can choose now. Hongxia stood up and said with a trembling voice, Mountain Master, I have already moved to the Lotus Root Blessed Land and occupied a river there. I should give up Yellow Lake Mountain and give the water residence to Yunzi. Qin Pingon raised his head and smiled at the bottom of the pond. He shook his head and said, there's no need. Your immortal opportunity is at Yellow Lake Mountain. Be it for public or private reasons, you can't give up Yellow Lake Mountain. Hongxia still wanted to say something, but Qin Pingon waved his hand. Just relax, leave the water residence. Hongxia did not dare to say anything and hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Mountain Master. Jiang Shangzhen was deeply moved, and he still said that he did not have the final say? If it was at the ancestral hall of the Divine Seal Peak, how many people would spit at him and smash his chair? Qin Pingon laughed softly. Hongxia, there is no need to be so reserved. You are a part of the ancestral hall's discussion. You have a chair here. Reason is the most important. If anyone dares to leave the ancestral hall to make things difficult for you, just look for me. I will personally help you judge. Cui Dongshan nodded. Yes, yes. Qin Pingon laughed angrily. I am talking about you. Don't scare Hongxia for no reason in the future. Cui Dongshan glanced at Hongxia from the corner of his eyes, and Hongxia subconsciously looked at the Mountain Master. Qin Pingon, who had just retracted his gaze from the picture scroll, could only look at Cui Dongshan again. Cui Dongshan had no choice but to raise his 2 sleeves. Sui Yuyu, who had been silent all this time, said, I want the Reverend Sword Platform as a place of cultivation. Qin Pingon shook his head. No. Sui Yuyu frowned and asked, why? Qin Pingon casually found a reason. Other sects have golden cores. Our Luopa Mountain needs nascent souls. Qin Pingon had a choice in mind for the Reverend Sword Platform, with Cui Wei as the leader and the 9 potential sword immortals staying there. Sui Yu was not a sword cultivator from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, so he was not suitable. Sui Yu laughed. Qin Pingon knew why Sui Yu was like this. It was not difficult for her to break through the golden core bottleneck. If she really wanted to enter the nascent soul realm, she could have done it at the Ascension platform. But for some reason, Sui Yu deliberately stagnated her realm. Qin Pingon added, don't be in a hurry to make a decision. Qin Pingon flicked his sleeves and put away the painting. He took a few steps back and stood by the chair. He placed one hand on the back of the chair and said, there are 3 reasons why Luopa Mountain continues to hide. First, I have been a hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi for more than 10 years. I have many hidden enemies and not all of them are demons. Second, I have 2 personal grudges in my early years. The matter of the natal porcelain, the Dali dynasty that was supervised by the Dragon Kiln, and the parents of Ma Kushuan of Apricot Blossom Lane. They have some deep grudges and there might even be people from the North Continent involved. Second, back then the Su family of Clearwind City joined forces with Xingyang Mountain. Lu Xianyang and I were almost beaten to death. Third, as the last disciple of the literary sage, my identity will soon be revealed. When the time comes, there will be pros and cons and the situation will be fierce. When the time comes, there will be a lot of trouble. Just relying on flying swords and fists will not be effective. Here I will inform all of you in advance. Everyone be prepared. Of course, with me around, it will not be easy for the other party to succeed. But when I need your help, I will not be courteous. Qin Pingon put one hand behind his back and patted the back of the chair with the other. So before that, I have to cut the Gordian knot and deal with the nearby family matters. The Song clan, Xingyang Mountain and Clearwind City are mainly these three. Yes, there is also the Spring Dew Garden, which is relatively easier to deal with. So, I will personally make a trip to the North Continent in the near future. Qin Pingon looked at Pei Xiang and the ruler of the Fox Nation immediately stood up. Qin Pingon smiled. Pei Xiang, you can stay in the Lotus Root Blessed Land and deal with the affairs of the Fox Nation properly. The sky will not fall. Since you have become the ancestral master of Luopa Mountain, we are family. I will help you cut off the karma with the Su family of Clearwind City and not leave any hidden dangers. But let me say this first, there is no need to deliberately do anything that will harm the interests of the Fox Nation in order to curry favor with this ancestral master. There is no need at all. Our Luopa Mountain is still different from ordinary mountains. We are more reasonable. After so many years of interaction, I believe ancestral master Pei Xiang should know. Pei Xiang immediately curtsied. Qin Pingon nodded and then continued. Next, we will discuss the location of the Tongyi continent for the lower sect of Luopa Mountain. Qin Lingjuan's eyes widened. What? There's a lower sect? Then he would be the first sect master of the lower sect. He coughed a few times and was about to stand up when Qin Pingon said with a smile. Why, Master Lingjun, do you plan to personally make a trip to the Tongyi continent? Wouldn't it be a waste of talent? Qin Lingjun immediately put his butt back on the chair and said with a laugh. No, master must be joking. I have small arms and legs, the burden on Luopa Mountain is very heavy. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment, but still decided to be straightforward. I originally planned to let Chao Qinglang be the first sect master of the lower sect, but I'm worried that the matter of choosing the lower sect won't just be complicated in the three continents. Once my two identities are exposed, there will be many accidents that will target the lower sect. Cui Dongshan said with a smile. I will be the vice mountain elder of the lower sect. Transition. Pretending to be surprised, Cui Dongshan leaned forward and stretched his neck to look at Miyu. He said, Great, now there is an empty position of ancestral master of the lower sect. Great sword immortal me? Don't you think this is a coincidence? Miyu's body had just been relaxed for a short while, but now it was as if he was facing a great enemy. He looked pitifully at Qin Pingon and said with a bitter face, Hidden official, I really can't be an official. Even if I don't want to be the ancestral master, I still have to be the ancestral master. I will accept it. Over at Sparrow Manor, there was Lu Guibao and many other ancestral masters with burning eyes. This made me very worried. Qin Pingon said with a smile, The ancestral master of the lower sect can be decided temporarily. We will discuss it later. Anyway, as long as you become an immortal, everything will be fine. Miyu heaved a sigh of relief. He would drag it out for as long as he could. Qin Pingon turned his head to look at the right side of Sui and said telepathically, In the Cloud Cave Blessed Land I saw your teacher. He is now using the name Enai Zon and is an old Hao master who is ferrying boats at Yellow Heji. He left Lotus Flower Blessed Land a long time ago and is now a pure Jade Realm sword cultivator. There is also the story of killing mosquitoes on the river. When you were cultivating in Jade Gui sect, you should have heard of it. The Riding Crane City that we visited before was a place of immortals left behind by your teacher when he ascended and left his hometown. Sui Yuyu's expression was complicated. He nodded slightly and clenched the chair's handle. Qin Pingon waved his sleeve and a picture of the blessed land Mount Laojun appeared. Qin Pingon explained the current situation in Tongyi continent to everyone. Taiping Mountain, Yao family of Great Spring, Alliance of Peach Leaves, Mountain Drive Crossing, Heavenly Fault Peak. Zhong Qiu said with emotion, Choosing a lower sect in Tongyi continent is actually more difficult than choosing a lower sect in Aquarius continent. If we are not careful, we will become enemies with the cultivators of Aquarius continent and North continent. Now that the cultivators of the two continents are coming south to infiltrate Tongyi continent, it is easy to have conflicts of interest with them. If they are just seeking wealth and mind their own business, it will be fine. We might even be able to form an alliance. But if Luapa Mountain wants to be reasonable, it will be difficult. Wei Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the picture of mountains and rivers. Difficult? I don't think so. After choosing a lower sect, we will cut the Gordian not according to the mountain master's wishes. For example, in North Continent we will cut the Jade Forest sect. In Aquarius Continent, we will cut the big surnames other than Old Dragon City's Fan and Sun family. As long as the knife is fast enough, others will feel the pain even if they don't get cut. Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. But his gaze, intentionally or otherwise, looked at Chao Qinglang, who was deep in thought. Chao Qinglang was silent for a moment. Instead of stirring up a mess where each side has its own reasons, why don't we listen to Wei Xian and find two forces in the two continents who are completely unreasonable? Then we can reason with them. When others see the sharpness of the knife, they will indeed be more reasonable. At least when they meet us, they will take the initiative to take a detour. However, it is still not enough for us to act so domineeringly. We also need to form alliances. Alliance of Peach Leaves? We will too. Mr. has already picked out the Cattail Fan Cloud Cottage, Heavenly Fault Peak, and the Yao family of the Great Spring. Actually, in addition to the North Continent and the Aquarius Continent, he has chosen an ally from each of them. It would be best if he could build a good relationship with the Lu family of the White Mountain Continent. For example, Sword Deity Xia is the Lu family's consecrator and also our guest. Can we trouble her to pass on a message for us? But we must not make things difficult for Sword Deity Xia. Otherwise, the gains will not make up for the losses. We will waste Mr.'s precious relationship. Cui Dongshan clapped and smiled. Xiaomi didn't really understand what he was saying, but she just clapped her hands. Sui Yu suddenly said, I can be the head consecrator of a lower sect. Wait until I reach the nascent soul realm. Zhongqiu smiled. I can accompany Chao Qinglang to Tongyi continent. She can train for a few years first. She is not in a hurry to become a sect leader. Miyu saw that the situation was set and immediately changed his mind. He smiled and said, I can give Mr. Zhong a hand. Chao Qinglang, Cui Dongshan, Zhongqiu, Miyu and Sui Yu. Jiang Shangzhen, who was secretly supporting them. It could be considered a foolproof plan. Qin Pingon asked, Lotus Root Blessed Land? Zhongqiu smiled and asked, Mountain Master? Qin Pingon could not help but laugh. Changming suddenly asked, what about Mount Grey Mist? In Mount Grey Mist, there were actually 3 people who were cultivating in seclusion. There was a remnant of the Zhuang dynasty who was known as Xiao Pasian, a servant girl, and Qiu Shi, a female cultivator who was known as Shiqiu. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment. He nodded and said, let's send the guests away first. I will go to Mount Grey Mist. If they are willing, they can join Luopa Mountain. Changming did not say anything else. Qin Pingon sat on the chair with his hands in his sleeves. He looked at the door in a daze. There were actually many things that could be discussed. For example, the Lotus Root Blessed Land, the 3 trade routes, the handling of the relationship with the Dali dynasty, the handling of the immortal money in the treasury, the support of the Shanshui Palace Bulletin, the ruins of the Mountain God Temple on the main peak of Spirit Gathering Peak, and whether it could be built into the core of a mountain-protecting sword formation. When Qin Pingon came back to his senses, he found that everyone except for him had left the Hall of Ancestral Masters. Qin Pingon stood up and turned to walk backward. He stopped and looked up at the 3 hanging portraits. He suddenly remembered that when he was still a peasant, before he used his sword to chop Sui Mountain, he had said unintentionally, let's fight if you want to. It was only after chatting with Alliance that he knew that 10,000 years ago, there was a young sword cultivator who said, let's fight if you want to. Qin Pingon laughed. He turned and walked toward the door of the Hall of Ancestral Masters. As for the winner of the second Dream Questioning Heart game, Qin Pingon had already understood that if he wanted to win against his senior apprentice brother Cui Dong, he had to have the mentality that he could win against Xiu Hu in chess. With this mentality, he might not be able to win. But if he did not have this mentality, everything would be over. He left with a sword on his back. He smiled and said, I am the Qingdu Shanshui Lang. When the green-robed swordsman stepped over the threshold, everyone waiting outside looked over at the same time under the sunlight. No matter if it was the teacher, the master, or the hill master, they all felt that the man who walked out of the door was like a god. 765. While Qin Pingon was dozing off in the ancestral hall, everyone outside the door was quietly waiting for the hill master to appear. For cultivators, resting and sleeping was the most important thing. Life was just a matter of waking up and sleeping. In life, one would wake up when they arrived and sleep when they left. Cui Dongshan covered his sleeves and glanced at the white-haired Jiang Shangzhen. He smiled and said, "The sun and moon grind like ants." Jiang Shangzhen was originally envious of Mi Jianxian's lightness, while Mi Yu was sincerely admiring Principal Zhou's righteousness. Hearing Cui Dongshan's sigh, Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "What a drunken journey." Looking at swords under the light, asking if there's any injustice. Mi was confused. He was at a disadvantage because he was not well educated. He just wanted to pretend to be a rich man and go to the Jianghu at the foot of the mountain. He wanted to get to know some lively and cute heroines. Cui Dongshan began to complain that Chao Qinglang had scored 3 times in a row in the Blessed Land, yet when he arrived at the Imperial Examination field in Greatly, he was only a new second in the Imperial Examination, only a 6th-rank Hanlin editor in Greatly. As a result, he didn't even have the face to brag to his grandmaster about this trip to the Merit and Virtue Forest. Old Dong from the Confucian Temple and Zhou Mi, the headmaster of the Old Yueying Academy, didn't think highly of you after reading a few of your essays. Grandmaster is just a scholar, what else can he do? He had no choice but to ask Old Dong and Zhou Mi to circle and comment on it for you. Take it. Chao Qinglang took the stolen answer sheets from the Ministry of Rites of the Greatly dynasty and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There were indeed Old Master Dong and Master Zhou's comments on them. There were quite a few circles and comments. There were criticisms but not many. Most of them were very particular and appropriate words of praise. Actually, it was not only Chao Qinglang's answer scrolls. Cui Dongshan took away all the answers from the top 3 and the top 2 scholars and moved them to the Merit Forest. After Old Dong finished reading the answer scrolls, he said, "Clouds and rosy clouds gather in Dali. The mountains and rivers are beautiful." Chao Qinglang asked, "Shao Xixiang, when will I resign from my post as an editor in Hanlin Academy?" Actually, it was not Chao Qinglang's original intention to participate in the Dali Imperial examinations. It was Zhu Lian who urged her to do so. Mr. Zhong also thought that it was feasible. Chao Qinglang followed the prescribed order in the prefectural examinations, township examinations, metropolitan examinations and palace examinations and got the 2nd place. Just like the branch of the literary saint, the burden of the imperial examinations all fell on Chao Qinglang's shoulders, and Chao Qinglang did not disappoint. Even though the Greatly dynasty had returned half of the empire, half of the continent's scholars were still fighting for the position of a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Especially in the Greatly Imperial Court's pioneering Imperial Examination and the capital's court examination, there were countless talents and without exception they were all top-class scholars. Therefore Chao Qinglang's new 2nd place carried a lot of weight. Cui Dongshan laughed, "What's the point of resigning? Later little senior brother will help you write a history book. I will also help you pass the Ministry of Personnel's examination. Just treat it as a Hanlin scholar and sit on the bench for a few years." Sui Yu stood together with Master Zhongqiu. One of them had resolutely given up on martial arts and turned to sword cultivation. He was determined to become a sword cultivator and soar with his sword. The other was able to cultivate the Confucian Abhijna midway and match the teachings of the sages in the books. Finally, he formed his Aurus Core. Both of them were extraordinary. Although Sui Yu did not smile in front of the other 3 people in the painting, he was very respectful towards Master Zhong. He congratulated him. "Master Zhong, you formed your Aurus Core with the image of a gentleman from the Confucian Academy. It's rare and commendable." Zhongqiu laughed. "Ask about the work, don't ask about the harvest. You and I should encourage each other." Actually, Zhongqiu knew about Sui Yu's teacher in their hometown. Zhong Imperial Tutor had always read all kinds of books. He read all kinds of things. That scholar had always been regarded as a Confucian sage in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. At the same time he was also a mysterious sword celestial. Anyway, the general approach in the scholar's notes and unofficial history was nothing more than opening his mouth and spitting out a sword pill. With a flash of white light, a head would roll. As for Zhongqiu's literary sage Wu Zongshi, the so-called literary sage, could actually be regarded as the model of Sui Yuyu's teacher. Lu Baixiang asked Wei Xian, "Why haven't you accepted a disciple yet?" Wei Xian answered, "I'll wait for your disciple to accept a disciple. He's young and has a high seniority. He'll have an advantage. If he still doesn't have a future, then I'll just beat him to death." Pei Qian suddenly said, "Old Wei, you said that the battle on the battlefield is not about the linear snake formation or the dragon gate formation. It's just about the 6 words straight and horizontal. In the end, it's up to each person's ability. In the past, I didn't believe you and always thought that you were making things up. After I went to the Jinjia continent, it seems to be true." Wei Xian was silent for a moment. He rubbed his chin and said, "I can't say such words normally. Could it be that they're my words after drinking?" Pei Qian said, "I'll have to trouble you to stop while you're ahead." Lu Baixiang laughed loudly. Vast. Zhou Mili and Sister Nuanshu were whispering to each other, secretly comparing the number of melon seeds in their sleeves. When Qin Pingon walked out of the ancestral hall, he noticed that everyone was silent and looking at him strangely. Qin Pingon looked left and right, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. He asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Cui Dongshan whispered, "Eldest senior sister?" In other words, at this critical moment, it was time for eldest senior sister to take action. Pei Qian was confused. "What?" Cui Dongshan sighed, feeling very regretful. It was a pity that old Immortal Jia from the Dragon Riding Alley wasn't present. Otherwise, if he made a good start, he wouldn't be able to stop it. Qin Pingon quickly stepped forward and asked, "What should we do later? We can't just charge in noisily, can we?" Zhu Lian smiled. "Young master should make the decision." Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. "It's not good to be too noisy. I'll return the favor later. 1 or 2 people from each residence will accompany me to visit. Let's go down the mountain together and I'll call the roll. Those who have finished their business can go back first." In fact, on New Year's Eve, the small town had the custom of Wenyi dinner. Every household would visit each other. After the New Year's Eve dinner, before the sky turned dark, the tables would be filled with food and wine. The strong young men would play finger-guessing games, drink wine and eat. The children didn't join in the fun with the adults and played by themselves. They formed groups and went to each household to get candy and melon seeds. They would always bring a small cloth bag. As long as it wasn't a family that had a grudge, the children would rush over and call them uncle and aunt. The elderly would all sit by the stove that night. The children's greetings messed up the seniority. Whether they called them too high or too low, the elderly wouldn't care. If it was a neighbor with whom they didn't have a good relationship, some of the children would wait in the alley outside the door. According to the small town's dialect, the words wen and meng had the same pronunciation. Therefore, when Qin Pingon went out for his first trip, he specially discussed this question with Little Treasure Bottle. Was it a Wenyi dinner, or a Mengyi dinner? In the dozens of residences where guests stayed, 2 sword immortals were admiring a couplet in the study room. There were 30 plum trees around the house and there were 2,000 books on the bookshelves. Xiao Yunyan praised, "Full of smoke and mist, this is a celestial residence." There was a little money grubber squatting in the hall, circling around a pair of armchairs with cloud patterns. The little girl only then noticed the seal characters on the back of the chairs. They were gentle wind and bright sun, and clear clouds and bright moon. The chairs were new, but the words were very ancient. 2 madams were walking along a green bamboo corridor. Madame Ruyan raised her head and looked over. There was a string of iron horses under the eaves. Dozens of jade birds were hanging outside the eaves on thin green threads. When the wind blew, the birds flew away, making tinkling sounds. Madame Gui looked at a feng shui stone outside the corridor. It was inscribed with 8 words, "Isolated cliffs like climbing nature." Perhaps it was not enough. Someone carved 4 small words in clerical script at the bottom right corner. "The stone is me." In a pavilion of a residence, Lu Guibao of the Sparrow residence was brewing tea. There was a purple sand teapot with a base of cold rain, which was specially used to drink iced tea. The flower seal was silent. A giant mountain landscape was suspended in the middle of the hall. It was 20 feet long and looked very imposing. It seemed to be a celestial scene on the horizon. It flew into this gentleman's colorful screen. At first glance, It was the work of the Central Plains master of painting, the Fan family. Upon closer inspection it was still the same. There was nothing wrong with it. The signature, seal and flower seal were all excellent evidence. But in fact it was the old chef who took off his apron. He went back to his study room and held a brush with both hands. With another brush in his mouth he casually drew. It was nothing more than a few famous paintings bought from the bookstore in Red Candle Town. Of the 36 guest residences on Gisa Peak, from the French drawings to the layout of the mountains and rivers, down to all the details, every couplet, calligraphy and painting, every document, every bamboo chair, every teapot, every bamboo bookmark, they were all the work of Zhou Xian, who took a break from his busy schedule. At the first residence of Gisa Peak, Qin Pingon only crossed the threshold with Changming. This group of guests was the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, Donggu and Lu Xianyang, Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. The relationship between the Dragon Spring Sword sect and the Wind Snow Temple was well known in the continent. Donggu, who was born as a demon, naturally had a good impression of Luopa Mountain. Moreover, Luopa Mountain bought the most expensive sword talismans. One worshipped Zhou Fei and the other was Changming as if they were addicted. Qin Pingon and Donggu greeted each other courteously. As for Lu Xianyang, there was no need to say anything courteous. Therefore, after sitting down, Qin Pingon chatted more with Wei Jin. Wei Jin said that he would not stay in Luopa Mountain for long and would soon go overseas. There were still many fish that escaped into the sea from the demon race. It was a good opportunity to practice swordsmanship. Wei Jin also said that in today's vast world, many immortal opportunities were born. He only said that a suspended lake appeared out of thin air in the Aquarius continent. On the island in the center of the lake, there was an ancient building like an ancestral temple. There were 3 words on the plaque, autumn wind, and 2 words were clearly visible. However, the last word was only half left, which was the word sea. The complete story was most likely the autumn wind temple. However, the Qi cultivators who searched for the immortal opportunities went in and came out without knowing anything. No one gained anything. They only knew that there was a flock of illusory spiritual drum crows living inside, with fallen leaves in their mouths. Besides that, there was also an immortal ferry that was at least a quasi-immortal weapon on the South Sea. It was large enough to travel across continents and it was like a magnificent city. On the ferry, there was only a strange monk that seemed to be born from the Great Tao. However, the ferry's whereabouts were uncertain. Whether one could board the ferry depended on their luck. However, those who boarded the ferry all disappeared. No one could leave. After that, a female immortal cultivator from the Liuxia continent and a sword immortal from the central continent boarded the ferry to investigate. They did not expect that they could not stop the ferry. They were almost invited to stay for 100 years by the young monk. Both parties could only forcefully break open the small world and return to the vast world. The Autumn Wind Temple in the Aquarius continent, the nameless ferry drifting in the South Sea, the Sea View Tower in the Golden Armor continent. After the vast world and the desolate world connected, immortal opportunities appeared like bamboo shoots after the rain. Qin Pingon was naturally not interested in the Autumn Wind Temple. However, if someone from the Luopa Mountain went down the mountain to train, he could try his luck. After all, it was not as dangerous as the ferry. Lu Xianyang personally sent Qin Pingon to the door and suddenly swung his arm. Qin Pingon lowered his head, bent his waist and rushed forward smoothly. The second house, Old Dragon City's Madame Gui, Upside Down Mountains Madame Yen. Qin Pingon brought Pei Qian and Qin Wanshu to express their gratitude. On the long bench in the bamboo corridor, both parties sat opposite each other. Madame Gui was still gentle. She called Pei Qian to sit beside her. Wanshu was also pulled to her side by Madame Gui. Hence Qin Pingon could only sit alone at the side. He chatted with Madame Gui about the golden osmanthus temple in Qinghuan country. The old osmanthus tree on Qinghuan mountain was undoubtedly planted by the Moon Palace. It was similar to the relationship between the Cloud Mountains bamboo and the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven. Now that both parties' identities had been revealed, it was no longer a taboo topic. Madame Gui smiled and said, "The 6 osmanthus trees on Qinghuan mountain indeed came from my osmanthus island. The founder of the Golden Osmanthus Temple can be considered Xianxia's unofficial disciple. The current temple master Zhangguo, according to seniority, can be considered Xianxia's 3rd-generation disciple. Little Bucket should be Zhongguo's martial uncle. Xianxia had a secret agreement with the ancestor of the Fan clan. She also helped to refine bamboo wormwood, allowing the ferry to safely pass through Jiaolong Ravine. Osmanthus Island gifted her a few osmanthus flowers. The Fan clan's old boatmaster who concealed his name was Xianxia. He had long abandoned his surname and called himself Daoist Xingzhou. Old boatmaster could be considered the unofficial eldest disciple of the Beko Keikyung building's third chief. Lu Chen did not recognize this disciple with poor aptitude. However, Chao Rong, He Xiaoyong and the other direct disciples all recognized this eldest apprentice brother. And this Xianxia was still infatuated with Madame Gui. When Qin Pingon rode Osmanthus Island to inverted Hanging Mountain in the past, he had experienced this person's infatuation with Madame Gui. The two of them had even exchanged Dao techniques. Qin Pingon actually had a better impression of Xianxia's unofficial disciple. However, in terms of fame, Xianxia, who was only in the Jade Primitive Realm, was more famous than the Ascendant Realm in the vast world. She was a cultivator of the same path as Lu Qiqing of White Emperor City. Of course, Qin Lingjun of Luopa Mountain was not bad either. In Gold Osmanthus Temple, under the oldest Moon Palace type Old Osmanthus tree, a certain sword Immortal carved a chessboard on the stone table with sword aura. At that time, the two parties who joined forces in Wandering Daoist Temple were the Daoist Xianxia and the owner of Wind and Thunder Garden, Li Tuanjing. Madame Gui could be considered to have solved a long-standing mystery of the Immortals for Qin Pingon today. Seemed to be similar to Riding Crane City. Qin Pingon looked at Pei Qian and suddenly laughed. There was once a hospitable little Daoist child in Gold Osmanthus Temple. He tried to find a way to give a dark girl who was visiting a mountain a valuable immortal osmanthus umbrella. Pei Qian asked suspiciously, "Master?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Do you still remember that little Daoist child?" Pei Qian thought for a while and nodded. "I remember. He followed the young Daoist called Su Bori. He was a troublemaker." Madame Huanyan was a little envious of Madame Gui for being able to speak so freely with this black-hearted hidden official. However, when she thought of the blade-strengthening gourd that Xiao Yunyan temporarily lent her, Madame Huanyan felt a little more at ease. One would not hit a smiling person, right? Why did Qin Pingon place her beside Lu Ji? Whether it was the original intention of the Summer Palace or the hidden official's intention, Madame Huanyan was well aware of it. He hoped that the straightforward Lu Ji would be able to help her come up with ideas when she arrived in the vast world. Madame Gui asked telepathically, "Mr. Qin, do you know anything about Yu Lao's red string?" Qin Pingon smiled. "I only heard that Lu Qi has a book of marriage. Yu Lao once flipped through it and chose two people. After tying the red string, they would be a beautiful couple. Whether they can grow old together depends on the length of the red string." There were once two groups of the most underrated and overrated cultivators on the mountain peak. Among them, Lu Qi of the Ascendant Realm was widely spread because of his well-written lyrics. However, the origin of the Willow Tendon Realm, and the reason why one could reach the heavens in one step was not known in the vast world. Therefore, Lu Qi was known as one of the most underrated cultivators on the mountain, especially on the mountain peak. After Lu Qi returned from the Qingming Tian to the hometown of Haoren, it proved that he was indeed the most underrated cultivator of the Ascendant Realm. Lu Qi stopped the sovereign stage Great Demon Yangji on the sea. It was rumored that he used 365 spells to completely crush Yangji's natural water spells. In the end, he joined forces with the Confucian Temple's deputy hierarch and successfully detained Yangji, who tried to escape to a secret realm in the central divine continent. Among the overrated cultivators, there was the Mahist Master who could attack and defend a city alone. There was also the left and right who had never really fought with Peimin Wenjian. However, after the Mahist Master defended the South Sa continent and fought with the 14th level sword cultivator Xiao Ruo Wenjian, he was no longer in the overrated category. Instead, it was the mellow scholar Chen Chunan who risked his life and destroyed the sun and moon on his shoulders. Because even so, not to mention exchanging lives with Lu Cha, it seemed that Lu Cha did not even drop in his realm. He only stopped Lu Cha at the ruins of the end in the South Sea that led to the wilderness. Madame Gui said seriously, "Be careful." Qin Pingon nodded. "I'm already very careful." Madame Gui glanced at Qin Pingon's wrist. Qin Pingon smiled. "It's not the same." He stood up and bid farewell. Qin Pingon suddenly smiled. Madame Huoyan, I'll ask you about the battle in the South Sa continent in detail later. Madame Huoyan's face stiffened and she nodded in agreement. The third place was filled with people from the North continent. Qin Pingon brought along Chao Qinglang, Zhou Mili and Qin Lingjun. Xiao Mili came from Mute Lake and Qin Lingjun came from the North continent. Bai Shou personally welcomed his good brother Qin Haoran at the door. As long as Pei Qian was not here, Qin Haoran was his good brother. When they arrived at a courtyard, Qin Pingon stepped over the threshold and was about to withdraw his foot and slip away. Lu Jinglong, Lu Jiqing and Su Xingjiu sat around a table filled with wine. They did not expect Bai Shou to have received his master's instructions and closed the door. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "We can drink but don't drink too much. Otherwise it's not proper to treat guests drunk. If I can't, I'll come and drink with you after I'm done." Lu Jinglong smiled, "Let's drink first. Everything will be fine after we drink." Qin Pingon turned to look at Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang shook her head, "Sir, you know that I don't drink." Qin Lingjun thumped his chest loudly, making a military order. "Drink? You'll have to get past me first. Don't worry, master, I'll be responsible for carrying Mr. Lu and the rest back to the house." The old enlightened Master Huan Yun and Qin Pingon greeted each other. Qin Pingon smiled and returned the greeting with a fist salute. They first met in Above Cloud City. One of them sold talismans while the other had a unique insight. No words were needed to express everything. They met and parted and met again. Qin Pingon apologized to Su Xingjiu. Not only did he miss Su Xingjiu's wedding, but he also missed the celebration on the mountain where she inherited the position of governor. Su Xingjiu was very understanding. She smiled, "I'll have a drink with Mr. Qin today. We'll make up for it later in Above Cloud City." Su Xingjiu had a long sword at her waist. It was the slender eyebrow sword given to her by Luopa Mountain. Su Xingjiu patted the sword's hilt. "I'll find a chance to return the favor with Mr. Qin." Qin Pingon played dumb and turned to congratulate Lu Jiqing. The extremely handsome Lu Jiqing smiled. "It's just reaching the nascent soul stage. It's not worth bragging about. A drink." Qin Pingon only smiled and did not say anything. "Drink, drink, drink. My wine is yours. You three drunkards drink by yourselves." The white-haired old man sighed. "I'm not as good as Mr. Lu. I'm just a sword cultivator who has just reached the golden core stage." "Half a drink?" Qin Pingon said. "Half a drink? That's not enough. I'll get Pei Qian to drink with you." The moment the white-haired old man heard the two words Pei Qian, he felt like his brain had exploded. He immediately changed sides and said righteously to his master and the others, "What's wrong with you guys? My good brother is so busy today. There are so many guests from afar to entertain. Drinking will delay things." Qin Pingon sat down between Lu Jinglong and Lu Jiqing. He asked Spring Banner House's Xiao Yunyan, "House Master Xiao, is Mr. Lu doing well in the South Swirl continent? Does Mr. Lu have any intention of establishing a sect? If he does, I can serve as a consecrator if you don't mind." Xiao Yunyan nodded with a smile. Although Mr. Lu has been injured in several battles and has changed his sword 3 times, his intrinsic flying sword has also been damaged. However, his sword heart has been greatly tempered. He has already reached a bottleneck. Xiao Yunyan sighed and didn't hide anything. "It's just that Mr. Lu doesn't have any intention of establishing a sect. However, he has already promised Old Sword Immortal Qi to be a guest elder of the sect." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It's a good thing that Old Sword Immortal Qi is willing to take root in the vast world. It's even better that he can establish a sect based on his combat achievements. Mr. Lu has agreed to be a guest elder. It's only right for him to do so, whether it's for public or private reasons. If House Master Xiao is willing to follow Mr. Lu and be a guest elder together, it's actually the best. It's another timely help for Old Sword Immortal Qi's sect. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion." Xiao Yunyan nodded with a smile. "Since Master Hidden Official has said so, I'll think about it." Lu Jiqing reminded them, "Don't just talk. Let's drink." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "At least let me go through the formalities first. I can't run away on my own mountain." Lu Jiqing smiled and said, "The higher the realm, the more cowardly the drinking table." Qin Pingon said, "House Master Xiao perfected Huan apricot wine, Qin Lingjun and Xiaomi will drink with the two of you. Won't it be like playing around?" Su Xingjiu was confused. Qin Pingon reminded her. Perfected Huan is now a guest elder of our Luopa mountain. The two of us can be considered your and Miss Zhao's half-moon elders. Apricot wine, think about it yourself. Su Xingjiu sighed. Lu Jiqing thought for a moment. Then count me in. Mr. Lu can hold his liquor well anyway. Lu Jinglong put his hand on the wine pot in front of him. Let's call it a day. Qin Pingon left the place by a hair's breadth. After leaving, he took Mi Yu and Cui Wei to the next residence. In fact, Su Xingjiu wanted to tell Qin Pingon something that was on her mind. The new city lord of Cloud City looked guilty. Qin Pingon smiled and replied in his mind, "Don't worry, it's a small matter. Drink your wine and accompany Sword Immortal Lu." At the courtyard, Xiao Yunyan asked curiously, "Jinglong, why did you let him go?" Lu Jinglong started drinking wine and chuckled, "There is never a lack of wine in the world. I just need to reunite with an old friend." Su Xingjiu asked suspiciously, "Mr. Lu's answer seems to be irrelevant." Lu Jinglong sipped his wine and said helplessly, "Apricot wine, Jiqing, each of you is more loyal than the other. What can I do?" Seeing Su Xingjiu's worry, Lu Jinglong laughed. "Since Qin Pingon has returned to Luopa Mountain, he will definitely take care of it. What are you worried about?" Su Xingjiu nodded and grabbed a wine pot. "Mr. Lu, I will go first." Lu Jinglong rubbed his forehead. At the fourth residence, Mi Yu felt that he had barely escaped with half his life from Jisei Peak's ancestral hall. But the remaining half of his life seemed to be hanging by a thread. And Cui Wei, who had fought fiercely in Aquarius Continent, seemed to have a heavier heart than Mi Yu. Before stepping over the door, he actually took a deep breath. Female Sword Immortal Hu Kai's two direct disciples, Qin Li and Gao Yuqing. Similarly, female Sword Immortal Xie Songhua's two beloved disciples, Zhu Xing and Zhao Mu. The four of them were the first to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Their temperament, flying swords, cultivation, family background, Qin Pingon was extremely clear of them. There were also 9 younger children. Hidden Official Qin Pingon, Little Hidden Official Qin Li, Little Hidden Official Bai Xian. Bai Xian had his hands behind his back. "Oh, isn't this the great Sword Immortal me of the vast 9 continents? I have heard of you for a long time. Your face is truly like a flying sword. It is the bane of all women." Mi Yu waved his hand. "You flatter me." Qin Li laughed. "It is a pity that Luopa Mountain did not set up the mirror flower water moon." Qin Pingon laughed. "Mi Yu Jiang Shangzhen Tui Dong Shan." Other than that, there was Shan Jun Wei Pai and guest Lu Jiqing. After the dust had settled on his private matters, Luopa Mountain began to organize the mirror flowers and moon in the water. Mi Yu shook his lapel, willing to do his best for Luopa Mountain. Nalan Yufan looked at Cui Wei. Cui Wei wanted to say something but stopped. Cui Wei's teacher was Nalan Yeshing of Ning Mansion. Nalan Yeshing was indeed from the Nalan family of Tai Xiang Street. In fact, he was the brother of the family head Nalan Xiaowei. However, there was a personal grudge in the early years, so he left the family and cut off the relationship. Therefore, nascent Soul Realm sword cultivator Cui Wei had some relationship with the little girl Nalan Yufan. Nalan Yufan raised his head and asked Cui Wei, "You didn't use your sword in your hometown but in a foreign land, why?" The atmosphere became tense all of a sudden. Because all the Sword Immortal embryos wanted to know Cui Wei's answer. Cui Wei replied expressionlessly, "I was afraid of death in the past. I wanted to live, but in the vast world I wanted to live a better life. I can't be afraid of death." Nalan Yufan nodded and lay on the table, playing with a wooden longevity tablet. Mi Yu patted Cui Wei's shoulder and said in his heart, "The children are still young. The children saw the world in a very pure way, black or white, good or bad." Cui Wei replied in his heart, "I don't blame them. The children can ask this, they are sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi." Qin Pingon changed the topic and asked with a smile, "Where's Sun Chunwang? Is she practicing sword again?" It seemed that only the lonely little girl was missing in the courtyard. Yao Xiaoyan nodded hard, worried, and said in a low voice, "Master Chao, Sun Chunwang seems to have gone crazy from practicing sword. You should persuade her." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "I will ask Cui Dongshan to talk to her later." It was Cui Dongshan's fault. Whoever started the trouble should end it. Qin Li's eyes were shining. "Master Hidden Official, I will soon be a nascent soul realm cultivator." Zhu Xing sat on the stairs and clicked his tongue. Qin Li squinted. "You don't agree?" Zhu Xing said, "Someone is a few years older than me. I can't do anything about it even if I don't agree. Bai Xian squinted. How can you talk to the little hidden official like that? Don't you know that Qin Li is a hidden official unique to the world? Unexpectedly, Qin Li said, you're the only self-proclaimed one. You don't even count. Bai Xian immediately turned hostile, jumped up and scolded, Qin Li, if you're so arrogant, why don't you fight with Zhou Xian? Qin Li sneered, what's so difficult about fighting? You want to fight with someone? Bai Xian thought about it and shook his head. I've started to practice boxing recently. I'm a pure martial artist for now. When Gao Yuqing saw the young hidden official, she was a little afraid. Unlike the other sword cultivators who seemed to be close to him or deliberately acted like they didn't care. She was older than the 9 children who left their hometown later, so she knew the meaning of the words hidden official more clearly. Not to mention the Ascension City that was a world away, Qin Pingan was the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi after Xiaochua. In the Great Wall of Sword Qi he held more power than the criminal official. Her brother was Gao Yi, and Pang Yuanji, who she admired, was a hidden official of the Summer Palace. Could he be considered Qin Pingan's subordinate? However, Gao Yi followed the Ascension City to the 5th world, and Pang Yuanji seemed to have gone to the Western Buddhist kingdom. After Qin Pingan sat down, it was as if he was sitting among the children. Mi Yu and Cui Wei were standing. Qin Pingan was silent for a moment and finally said, when you all grow up, we'll go back to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to take a look. As for the Ascension City, it would open in 70 years. Every sword immortal embryo knew that they had to go to that world. When the time came, they would decide whether they could go back or not. Even He Xiangting and Yu Qingzhang, who had never spoken to the hidden official before, trusted Qin Pingan. As long as someone was willing to stay in that world, they believed that the hidden official wouldn't stop them. Qin Pingan brought head consecrator Shou Fei as well as Sui Yu's right hand, to a house full of women. Palace Lord Sun Qing of the Palace of Rainbow Sparrow Lu Guibao. Li Fuyao of the True Realm sect Zhou Xian. Back then, thanks to Daoist Sun, after Qin Pingan left the ruins of the immortal abode that was surrounded by danger, he had a small harvest. He had once made a big deal with the Sparrow Manor. Qin Pingan used a large caisson that he had painstakingly carried to the city above the clouds in exchange for an item that was close to him. Because of Lu Jinglong, Sun Qing smiled, but because of Yumi, Sun Qing couldn't smile. Both of them seemed to have fallen into the hands of Qin Pingan's friend. In private, Sun Qing would also complain about her disciple Lu Guibao. Why did he like someone like Yumi? It would have been better if he learned from his master. Lu Jinglong was a righteous gentleman. The female cultivator named Zhou Xian by Jiang Shangzhen grew up in Book Slip Lake. From a baby in swaddling clothes back then, she had grown into a slender and elegant girl. Zhou Xian smiled and called Jiang Shangzhen Dad. Jiang Shangzhen smiled gently and patted the girl's head. The girl then bowed to Qin Pingan and called him Mr. Qin. Qin Pingan nodded with a smile and gave her a gift. It was a small wooden box containing 12 bamboo bookmarks, a peace and quiet token that Qin Pingan had personally made. This item was now equivalent to a customs clearance document for Luapa Mountain. There was also a sword talisman of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. The girl took the wooden box with both hands. After she thanked him, Qin Pingan hesitated and asked with a smile, "Is the scenery of Book Slip Lake good?" Zhou Xian bowed. "Mr. Qin, the scenery of Book Slip Lake is excellent." Qin Pingan said, "In the future when you go out to train, you can go to the North Continent." Zhou Xian hesitated. In fact, she was not very willing to travel to her hometown in the North Continent. She did not want to go to the escort city. However, she felt that if she said that, she would appear too cold. The girl did not want to lie, so she was a little uneasy. Qin Pingan smiled. "It's okay. If you want to go, there's no rush. If you don't want to go, it's okay." Zhou Xian sighed in relief. She widened her eyes and looked at Mr. Qin, who had many stories at Book Slip Lake. Every time Zhou Xian went to Verdant Gorge Island, she would pass by the account house at the ferry, but the door was always locked. Sister Hong Su and Sister Hu Jun had different words when they talked about Mr. Qin. Master Li Fuyao, current sect leader Lu Laoqing of the True State sect, Lu Jimao, who was promoted to head priest, and Sister Sui. Everyone talked about Mr. Qin differently. Sun Qing bowed and said, "Mountain Lord Qin, there's no loss in doing business with you. Anyway, whether or not Sparrow Mansion can become a sect in the next 100 years depends on Luopa Mountain. We can learn from Pearl Island on Aou's back and become your vassal mountain. When the time comes, Luopa Mountain can rent a few priests and guests to help us keep up appearances. Sparrow Mansion has many women. As long as the cultivators of Luopa Mountain have skills, not looks, I'll be happy to see anyone become Daoist companions on the mountain. I won't stop you. Qin Pingon smiled. Okay. It was a pity that Jing Dafeng was not on the mountain. Otherwise he would be drooling. A few years ago Miyu changed his name to Yumi and went to the Palace of Sparrows, which was famous for its robes. He brought Sun Qing and the others an excellent robe from the Golden Jade City in the wilderness. Under the light, the robe was gold and green like the plumes of a peacock. It had the reputation of yin and yang in the waterway. Even the dragon robe of the king stage monster Yangji was made with the weaving methods of the Golden Jade City. Therefore, by repeatedly dismantling the robe, the Sparrow Mansion's robe skills improved further. With the support of the Tai Hui Sword Sect, the City Above the Clouds, the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven, and many other immortals, many mountain and river deities in the North Continent, especially the officials of the City God Pavilion and the Civil and Military Temple, such as the God of Night, were very fond of the Sparrow Mansion's robe. Most importantly, Sparrow Mansion added flowers to the robe by cooperating with Hemp Sect. With Wei Pai of Cloud Pall Mountain as the middleman, Sparrow Mansion finally made a huge deal with the Dali dynasty. They ordered thousands of robes from Sparrow Mansion in one go. In the past 10 years, all the cultivators on the mountain, including Mansion Master Sun Qing and Master Wu Jiong, did not cultivate for a few days. They were all weaving maids. Even the Qianglin sect was envious of this great business deal on the mountain where the profits were rolling in and the profits were guaranteed. They had secretly sought out the Sparrow Manor several times, wanting to get a share of the profits. The Qianglin sect promised that as long as the two sides agreed to cooperate, they would first give a large sum of Guyu money as a deposit. 3 times the price was higher each time. But Sun Qing refused. Not to mention the secret alliance with Luopa Mountain. If she was really blinded by money and agreed, she would not have the face to see Mr. Lu. Sun Qing hesitated but still went straight to the point. Mountain Lord Qin, are you planning to completely ignore Spring Dew Garden? Luopa Mountain did not even invite Spring Dew Garden to this ceremony. In fact, if it were not for that robe business, Spring Dew Garden was Luopa Mountain's business ally in the North Continent, second only to Hemp Sect. Not to mention Cloud City, even Sparrow Mansion would have to stand aside. Qin Pingon shook his head. I don't plan to do that. I will make a trip to Spring Dew Garden. Sun Qing said generously, even an upright official can't resolve family matters. Mountain Lord Qin, you can worry about it yourself. I can't help. As for that old woman, I can't be bothered to argue with her. Qin Pingon smiled and did not speak. There were 3 trade routes in Luopa Mountain. 2 of them were deeply connected to the North Continent. One of them was the southeast route. It started at the Hemp Sect at the Skeleton Beach and ended at the Spring Dew Garden at the Great Blasphemy Estuary. It only extended slightly and was connected to the Sparrow Manor and the City Above the Clouds. The other route was from the south to the north. It also passed through Hemp Sect, but it mainly cooperated with Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. It involved more than 80 immortal mountains of all sizes. Most of the Luopa Mountain would not directly connect with them. There were even many small mountains that mistakenly thought that the cross-continent ferries were joining forces with the Northern Peak Cloud Covering Mountain and the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, and then relying on this to sell to the south of the Aquarius continent. During this period there were 2 big disagreements at Spring Dew Garden. One was when Luopa Mountain decided to lower the price and reduce the profits. Spring Dew Garden would still not lose money, but the profits would be very small. This caused the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall to quarrel endlessly. The nascent Soul Stage Mountain Lord of Spring Dew Garden still hoped that Luopa Mountain could change the price to a more reasonable price. They could not just ferry back and forth and only earn a small profit. On the other hand, Tang Shi, the old Jindan Song Lanqiao, and his teacher, the old woman from the Illuminating Night Herb Hall, also had internal conflicts. Tang Shi had the same opinion as the Mountain Master. Only the pair of master and disciple threatened the Spring Dew Garden with removing their seats at the Hall of Patriarchs. In the end, the Spring Dew Garden weighed the pros and cons and still did not want to lose the Luopa Mountain, their future source of wealth, and chose to retreat. After that, Luopa Mountain had been intentionally or unintentionally increasing the commercial status of Cloud Above City. In addition, Sparrow Manor had inexplicably gained a treasure trove. It seemed that they were only one Upper Five Realms cultivator away from becoming a sect. This made Spring Dew Garden, who was rich but never a sect, feel jealous. Sparrow Manor distributed robes to Spring Dew Garden according to the quota. Spring Dew Garden should have been the first to sell out, but for some reason there was a large backlog. In fact, this originated from a discussion in the ancestral hall. The god of fortune of Spring Dew Garden, who did not see eye to eye with Xianxia, said a lot of strange things about Cloud Above City and Sparrow Manor. The old woman was also very annoyed. She said that the bunch of pretty girls in Sparrow Manor were chasing away beggars. At that time, Song Lanqiao, who was ranked at the back of the ancestral hall, felt very helpless. His master was good at everything, but she could not stand the words of those with ulterior motives. A few words of praise that shouldn't have been taken seriously were enough to make master disregard everything. Furthermore, Spring Dew Garden really hoped that through his master he could say a few words to the young sword immortal from Luopa Mountain. That way he could help Spring Dew Garden earn more immortal money. On this matter, Xianxia had the same thoughts as Song Lanqiao. He felt that the old woman should not be like this. Friendship was friendship, business was business. However, Song Lanqiao's words in private were useless. Xianxia tried to persuade her, but he was scolded badly. As for Luopa Mountain, they also took into account the relationship between the old woman and their mountain lord and made 2 concessions. However, Spring Dew Garden still felt that it was not enough. There were also many rumors. For example, Luopa Mountain had helped Cloud Above City build a private immortal ferry, but Spring Dew Garden did not even like this. They were unhappy and sent a flying sword message to Luopa Mountain, requesting to move the ferry to one of Spring Dew Garden's vassal mountains. The writer was the old woman, and the recipient was naturally Qin Pingon. After receiving the letter, Zhou Xian and Wei Pai looked at each other speechlessly. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qin Pingon already knew about all these, which was why he personally went to Spring Dew Garden. It was just on the way. Sui Yu sat beside Li Fuyao. At Book Slip Lake, Sui Yu and the second sect leader Wei Ying were like fire and water. This was something that everyone knew. She did not have much interaction with Lu Laoqing and Lu Jimao. Only Li Fuyao could chat with her. Li Fuyao was filled with emotions. The young accountant of Verdant Canyon Island seemed to have become a completely different person in a few blinks of an eye. He was calm and composed, handling a cleaver with ease. Moreover, it was like a spring breeze when interacting with him. When Qin Pingon left, Sun Qing suddenly said, "Mountain Lord Qin, you won't cause a ruckus in Spring Dew Garden, right? Amiability breeds wealth." Qin Pingon held back his laughter. "I know." After Qin Pingon left, Sun Qing asked, "Fuyao Guibao, don't you think this matter is troublesome?" Li Fuyao said, "It's a mix of emotions and reason. It also involves the mountains and money transactions. It's actually very troublesome." Sun Qing said, "Then why is he acting like nothing happened?" Lu Guibao said, "Master, have you forgotten what happened at the Immortal Abode? People like Mountain Lord Qin are born to be good at solving problems." Sun Qing thought for a while. "I only remember the way he hugged the bamboo and said, 'I'm sorry, I'm sorry.'" Zhou Xian asked curiously, "Is there a story? Sister Lu, can you tell me?" Lu Guibao picked out some that could be said and told the girl about the dangerous battle for the immortal's destiny. Zhou Xian listened with an awkward expression. She could not reconcile the image of the gentle Mr. Qin with the image of the black-robed elder. Lu Guibao could not help but tease, "Your Mr. Qin is very good at making money." Zhou Xian shook her head. "You must have misunderstood Mr. Qin." Qin Pingon brought Cui Dongshan, Wei Xian, and Lu Baixiang to a mansion with a strange atmosphere. There was a stream flowing by. 2 groups of people stood by the railing. Li Er Li Lu Han Qingjiang. Lin Shuyi Yu Lu Xiexia and Dong Shuijing. Yu Lu was looking at the fish in the stream. He wanted to make a fishing rod with his own hands. After seeing Cui Dongshan, she no longer had the slightest bit of a relaxed demeanor. As expected, after Qin Pingon saluted Li Er and greeted him as Uncle Li, Li Er smiled and nodded. Cui Dongshan immediately ran to Xiexia's side. He stood on his tiptoes, stretched his neck and shouted in her ear, "Great golden Corsia, great goddess Xia." Xiexia's body stiffened. Her heartstrings were taut. She did not move. Yulu waved at Qin Pingon. I'll go find some bamboo. Yulu leaped over the bamboo railing and the stream. He ran to the bamboo forest on the other side of the mountain to get busy. Qin Pingon said to Lin Shui, I went to the great blasphemy temple not long after you left. Lin Shui smiled and nodded. He did not appear to be friendly. He was still the same as before. Lin Shui's temper would probably remain the same even after a few hundred or 1,000 years. Qin Pingon said to Dong Shuijing, I'll find you in the prefecture's capital to drink and ask you about business. Dong Shuijing smiled. Qin Pingon saluted Li Lu and Han Qingjiang. He smiled but did not say anything. Otherwise, Lin Shui and Dong Shuijing would probably find him for a drink today. Li Lu smiled and nodded. Han Qingjiang saluted respectfully. Greetings, Mountain Lord Qin. Qin Pingon could only return the salute. Greetings, Mr. Han. Lin Shui's mouth twitched. Dong Shuijing turned to look at the bamboo forest on the other side. Why don't you just bow so low that your forehead touches the ground? Wouldn't that show more sincerity? Then Qin Pingon and Li Er strolled away. Li Er asked, What's going on at Tongyi Continent? Qin Pingon nodded. It's the limit at Taiping Mountain. Li Er said happily, Then I'll stay on the mountain for a few more days. You won't have to worry about feeding your fists. Qin Pingon's expression was awkward, but he still nodded. Li Er slapped Qin Pingon's shoulder and said telepathically, Since it's Li Lu's idea as his father, I have nothing to say. Anyway, Qingjiang's character is not bad. But there's something I shouldn't say. You came home too late and your aunt still feels it's a pity. She always says that if you came back earlier she wouldn't have agreed to this marriage no matter what. Qin Pingon braced himself and said, Uncle Li is already a father-in-law. You really shouldn't say this. Li Er smiled and punched Qin Pingon's shoulder. It shouldn't be feeding your fists. You should be asking your fists at the same level. Qin Pingon's shoulder tilted. Of course it's still feeding my fists. 3 floors of the limit, vigorous, pure, divine. Qin Pingon was only vigorous, but Li Er was already divine. Li Er said, As long as you beat me, whether it's feeding my fists or asking my fists, it's up to you. Qin Pingon smiled wryly and didn't say anything. Uncle Li's feeding fists were not light. Cui Dongshan stayed behind to catch up with Xianxia. Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian walked over to Li Er and asked for some advice. After that, Qin Pingon brought Wei Wenlong to visit the hemp sex god of wealth, Wei Yusong, Fan Er, Sun Jiaxu and Jin Su. Fan Er stood at the door waiting for Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon walked forward quickly and raised his hand with a smile, giving Fan Er a high five. Fan Er walked side by side with Qin Pingon. He lowered his voice and said, I'm now a martial grandmaster of the 5 realms. Let's go back and spar. Qin Pingon hesitated for a long time and only said, breaking through at lightning speed. Here they talked about business. It wasn't that they didn't have any ties, but that friendship was actually part of business. A true friend, in fact, was nothing more than the relationship between the two parties. It was more important than the word money. On Xie Songhua and Yuan Linghal's side, Wei Shanjun as a guest of Luopa Mountain actually did half the duty of a host. Qin Pingon brought Zhu Lian and Zhong Qiu to return the greeting. Yubifu cupped his fists. Lin Junbai cupped his fists first and then bowed again. 2 forms of address, 2 forms of speech. Greetings, Master Hidden Official. Greetings, Mr. Qin. Qin Pingon nodded first and could only return the greeting. He smiled and asked, How are Chao Gun, Xianxia and the others? Lin Junbai stood up. I've seen them all once. They miss Master Hidden Official more than I do. Lin Junbai of the Xiaoyuan dynasty was no longer just a youth whose name had risen to fame in the central divine continent. He was an outstanding figure of the younger generation. Every time the name Lin Junbai was mentioned, it would always amaze others. Sword cultivation realm, Great Wall of Sword Qi, Great Wall of Sword Qi, his own talent, a Confucian disciple's literary heritage, the Xiaoyuan dynasty's prime minister, an outstanding appearance, an immortal's temperament on the mountain, superb chess skills, a clear talker and a pragmatic official. These were all good points. He was simply a flawless person. Qin Pingon reminded him, Junbai, you still have to pass 3 stages. The heart demon of the nascent soul bottleneck and enter the upper 5 realms. As the imperial tutor of the Xiaoyuan dynasty, wait for your name to be called. Lin Junbai's expression was solemn as he waited quietly. The last stage would probably be even more difficult. Qin Pingon said, "Do I need to say more? Of course, hurry up and find a wife. Don't be a bachelor." Qin Pingon glanced at the girl beside him from the corner of his eye. Yubifu laughed angrily. "Ask Fist?" Lin Junbai nodded. "I bet that Miss Yu will win." As long as Master Hidden Official agreed to the Ask Fist, Lin Junbai felt that even if he lost money to watch the show, it would still be worth it. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear and said to Lin Junbai seriously, "Now that my chess skills have improved greatly, I'll get Dongshan to play a few games with you." Lin Junbai looked helpless. What was Master Hidden Official thinking? Qin Pingon said, "Miss Yu, thank you for taking care of Pei Qian these past few years." Yubifu shook his head. "On the battlefield of Jinjia continent, Pei Qian saved me more than once." Qin Pingon also shook his head. "That's not how you calculate things. Without you, Pei Qian's experience outside would only be more difficult." Yubifu ridiculed, "You're clearly calculating things." Xie Songhua said, "My family is strict. What can I do? Miss Yu, you have to be considerate." Qin Pingon was very afraid of this female sword immortal from Snow White continent, so he hurriedly took his leave. After that, he finally did not return the favor. He brought Pei Xiang and Hong to see the Riding Dragon Alley. Jia Qing, the old immortal from the Dragon Gate realm, seemed to have opened his heavenly eyes as he looked at the Mountain Lord. The old Daoist sighed and stroked his beard. Looking at the Mountain Lord's aura, his power is heavy but his chi is light. Let's not talk about his high cultivation base. Just talking about his way of dealing with people, the Mountain Lord seems to be one with the heavens and earth. Can be said that he has reached perfection. Qin Pingon was speechless. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here. They were all direct descendants or descendants of his family. Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, Xin Yuanji. Zhao Xuxiao, Zhao Luan. There was also Yunzi who could not speak here. After transforming into human form, he was a black-clothed youth with long and narrow eyes. Qin Pingon reminded Yunzi, "Yunzi, in the future, Yellow Lake Mountain will be your cultivation ground." During the meeting at the Ancestral Hall, Yunzi took the initiative to transfer the water manor to you. Also, you can take this opportunity to play a few rounds with Lin Junbai. Maybe it can help you improve your Dao heart. In the last mansion there was only a lone figure, the Pearl Hairpin Island Lord, Lu Zhongruan. Qin Pingon brought Chao Qinglang and Xiaomi and visited together. After that, Wei Jin and Yuan Ling Hall were the first to leave Luopa Mountain. Li Er's family also went down the mountain. After all, Luopa Mountain was close to them. Their ancestral home was on the other side of the small town. When Han Qingjiang went down the mountain, his footsteps were lighter. He felt that Mountain Lord Qin was a reasonable scholar. He was finally not tricked by Lu Xianyang. As for the other guests, they would stay on the mountain for a few days. Actually, for a sex celebration in the vast world, it was a miracle to be able to complete the ceremony in just one day. Generally speaking, it would take 10 days to half a month if it was short and 1 or 2 months if it was long. If they were not careful, their seats would be placed at the back and they would lose face. It would be troublesome. For example, when the host returned the ceremony, it was not the sect lord who showed up personally. Even the ancestral master of justice and the chief consecrator did not say a word. In the end, it was just an ordinary earth immortal who was in charge of returning the ceremony. This made many elders of the old mountain feel that it was too rude and humiliating. Perhaps it was a celebration, but there were not many Upper Five Realms cultivators who came to congratulate them. Or perhaps there was no immortal leading the ceremony. It was simply a joke. Another example was that after the activation of the Mirror Flower, Water and Moon, there was a flying sword message from one's own mountain, saying that the sect was unreasonable. They did not even see the figure of their own ancestral master from the beginning to the end. In fact, if Luopa Mountain was not Qin Pingon's Luopa Mountain, it would be taboo to arrange the residences of the Upper Five Realms cultivators so casually. Just the order of returning the ceremony was already taboo. One had to consider that Yuan Ling Hall was the disciple of Venerable Fire Dragon, Lin Junbai was the future imperial tutor of the Shao Yuan dynasty, and Yu Zhuanfu was a descendant of the Yu family. After that, several groups of people from the North Continent agreed to return together. Xie Songhua brought 2 disciples, Yu Zhuanfu and Lin Junbai, and said that they were going to find the Temple of Autumn Wind together. It just so happened that they were going the same way as Fan Er and Sun Jiaoshu. Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian returned to the mountain and the army respectively. In the end, Qin Pingon could not avoid the wine. On the night of the bright moon, after settling down, Su Xingjiu, Qin Pingon, Lu Jinglong, and Lu Jiqing, reeking of alcohol, lay on the roof and looked at the bright moon together. Cui Wei brought the 9 sword immortal embryos to the sword prayer platform to cultivate. Since Sui Yuyu had decided to go to the Tongye continent in the future, he only asked for a thatched cottage there. This was because he had taken a fancy to a young lady and intended to take her in as a direct disciple. However, Bai Xian changed his mind at the last minute. With a sword talisman hanging from his waist, he swaggered back to Jisei Peak, saying that he wanted to learn martial arts for a few days first. Was there a need for him to be in a hurry to practice the sword? Lin Shuyi, Yu Lu, and Xianxia were more interested in the library. They did not follow Qin Pingon and asked for a private residence there. The result was that they were more surprised. Every place had a rich collection of books. Qin Pingon did not hide his favoritism and left the best location for Little Treasure Bottle. Qin Pingon went to Mt. Gray Mist alone and saw Xiao Poxian and Meng Long as well as Chun Shui, who had changed her name to Shiqiu. The young lady who used to travel on the ferry looked at the man in green who was no longer a youth. She smiled and said that she had thought it through. There was no obstacle in the world that could not be overcome. When she said this, the young lady's eyes lit up. She held an embroidered pouch in her hand and shook it gently. She said that she would not give it to young Master Qin. Qin Pingon only said one sentence: "We can endure a lot of hardships, but this does not mean that it is right to face a lot of hardships." The young lady and the man in green with a sword on his back did a Buddhist salute. Qin Pingon returned to Luopa Mountain and flipped through the records in the accounting room. It was a habit. In the accounting room, other than Wei Wenlong, there was also Zhang Jiazhen. The young wine shop assistant who used to be at the Great Wall of Sword Qi was now in his 30s. Chao Qinglang was at the entrance of the mountain reading with Yuan Lai. Sun Yuanji continued to practice her martial arts with Yuan Bao accompanying her. Yuan Lai, who was reading, looked at Sun Yuanji, while Yuan Bao looked at Chao Qinglang, who was reading. On Luopa Mountain, a group of people was patrolling. Cui Dongshan took the lead, his snow-white sleeves fluttering in the air. Behind him was Qin Lingjun, who followed suit. Behind them were Nuan Shu, Xiaomi, and a little incense stick who came to take roll call. From the top to the bottom they formed a group. Miyu accompanied Jiang Shangzhen to look at the catoptric deflection. Julien's body was stooped, his hands behind his back as he joined in the fun. Old Chef chatted casually with Jiang Shangzhen. The rain was the sound of homesickness. The snow in winter was a fox fur coat that fell on the poor in summer. It was beautiful, but it was difficult to wear. For many years she had always been in a mountain, cultivating and living in seclusion. He did not come to see me. Which mountain? My heart. Me was full of admiration. As expected of the head butler and chief consecrator. After Qin Pingon left the accountant's office, he once again looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. Finally, he found an opportunity to find Lu Xianyang wandering to the small town to buy wine. The long sword, Night Wandering, was already hanging on the wall of the bamboo building. Qin Pingon immediately went to the blacksmith's shop by the river. A round-faced girl in cotton-padded clothes was eating melon seeds, pretending not to know him. Qin Pingon sat on a small bamboo chair on the other side. He put 2 fingers together as if he was twirling a pocket moon. He smiled and said, "Miss Kuiyu, I'm returning it to you. It was a misunderstanding before." Over at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, no discord, no concord. Qin Pingon accepted Kuiyu's gift, a half-moon soul. Moreover, it was not a half-moon soul from the desolate world, so there was nothing to feel sorry about. Kuiyu immediately turned her head and stared at the hidden official. "Qin Pingon, what are you doing?" Qin Pingon said helplessly, "I indeed mistook you for Lu Kai." Kuiyu waved her hand. "Take it away, take it away. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss." Qin Pingon raised his hand, still determined to return the item to her. The round-faced girl had an idea and said, "Just take it as a congratulatory gift for Luopa Mountain becoming a sect." Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. "That's too much." Kuiyu's face was full of anger. Qin Pingon suddenly put away Kuiyu at lightning speed. Just as he sat up straight, someone squatted behind him and reached out to strangle him. Kuiyu was stunned. Lu Xianyang was not bad. His realm was not high but he was bold. Xianxia smiled and said, "You dare to come to my door?" Qin Pingon coughed and said, "I'm here to see sister-in-law." Xianxia was stunned. He suddenly loosened his grip so that Qin Pingon could talk more. Kuiyu's face flushed red. She stood up abruptly. She could not beat him in a fight, nor could she scold him. She angrily went to the house. Xianxia moved a chair to the side and sat down. He whispered, "At least you know your place." Qin Pingon asked, "What happened?" Xianxia curled his lips. "I took a second look. It's actually a good thing. I'm just a casual Yupu. Inner demons should be afraid of me. They can't wait to hide." Xianxia tossed a jug of wine to Qin Pingon. The two of them ate melon seeds and drank together. Xianxia said, "Little slug, you're doing pretty well now." Qin Pingon nodded. White Emperor City's city Lord Jing Juzhong was the last disciple of the world's #1 demonic path powerhouse. Not just anyone could become his disciple. Xianxia smiled and asked, "Was it your arrangement?" Qin Pingon leaned back. "How could it be? It was most likely Xiu who's doing. City Lord Bai and I have no relationship at all." Xianxia was silent for a moment then asked, "What do you mean? Should we each have one or should we all go together?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Then I'll choose Xingyang Mountain. There are many sword immortals there." 766. The two of them walked upstream along the Dragon Whisker River. When they passed by the stone arch bridge, Xianxia smiled and said, "Do you know why I was so determined to follow Master Wan back then?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "There used to be a covered bridge here. Every evening, there would be many people strolling here to enjoy the cool air and chat. It was second only to the old pagoda tree. The old pagoda tree has many old people and children. There are many young men and young women here." Xianxia rubbed his cheeks and said regretfully, "It's a pity that the young ladies back then are not young anymore. Every time they see me on the road, the old ladies would bring young ladies with them. They would look at me like they want to eat me." Qin Pingon said, "Don't think too much. They only suspect that you're a cultivator on the mountain. They don't think that you're handsome and don't look old." Xianxia was a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. The people at the foot of the mountain in his hometown did not know much. In addition, Master Ruan's ancestral hall had moved to the north of the capital. Xianxia was left alone in the blacksmith shop. Even those who were well-informed in the northern peak would at most mistakenly think that Xianxia was a servant disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Xianxia sighed and said, "If that's the case, Yu Qianyue and I are indeed a match made in heaven. Fate brought us together." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "She's using the name Yu Qianyue now? She put in a lot of effort." Yu Qianyue on credit. Qin Pingon's mind moved slightly. Once the thought arose, his mind wandered thousands of miles. Like the spring breeze flipping through a book, he wantonly checked his mind. Xianxia nodded and said, "Your sister-in-law is a very intelligent girl. Otherwise she wouldn't have been able to see all the young talents in the two worlds, traversing thousands of mountains and rivers before picking Xianxia and not leaving." Qin Pingon did not reply. He stood on the stone arch bridge and did not move forward. Xianxia looked at the clear water of the Dragon Whisker River. The water grass swam and the small fish wagged their tails. Xianxia felt a little sad for no reason. He looked at this Qin Pingon beside him and then looked at himself. Comparisons were odious. In a travel book that Xianxia almost flipped through, a woman was sitting on a rock on the water of a deep mountain stream to comb her hair. Hurrying on a journey under the moonlight, a beautiful woman walked slowly. In an ancient temple sheltering from the rain, a woman knocked on the door and asked for lodging. There was no need to think about it. Xianxia didn't even need to turn the page to know that Qin Bingdian's luck with women had arrived. Scholars only hated themselves for not being scholars. However, when Xianxia thought about it again, he remembered that he already had a round-faced girl dressed in cotton-padded clothes. When he returned, he would hang a painting on the wall of his residence with the word, "contentment," written on it. Qin Pingon suddenly sat on the bridge and closed his eyes to rest. Xianxia squatted at the side and was silent for a moment. He was slightly bored and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Qin Pingon placed his hands on the bridge, his legs dangling in the air. He opened his eyes and said, "I have a promise of 60 years. I originally thought that it would happen many years earlier, but now it seems that I can only wait patiently. Actually, I can't even guarantee that it will happen. Xianxia nodded. When I returned to my hometown from the South Saw continent, I found that the old sword bar under the bridge was gone. I knew it had something to do with you. Whether it was the old sword bar hanging under the bridge or Qin Pin gone next to him, in the eyes of outsiders, they were all inconspicuous things that they were accustomed to. Qin Pin gone said, "It should be that Xiao who used some unknown method to cut off the connection between us." When I returned to my hometown and truly confirmed this matter, it started to feel like a dream again. My heart felt empty. Although I encountered many difficulties in the past, I still had that unseen connection. Even when I was alone on that half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I still used a flying sword message to this side through a scheme. That feeling, how should I put it? It was like the first time I traveled to the inverted mountains. Even if I lost and died in the Battle of Jiaolong Gully, no matter who it was, even if it was Lu Qin, the third headmaster of the Bekokekyung building, as long as I was willing to be cut into pieces, I would still pull you down. Now that I think about it, this kind of thinking is actually my biggest backing. It wasn't because of what she helped me on the path of cultivation, but because her existence made me feel at ease. Now, it's gone. On the path of life, whether it was a cultivator or an ordinary person, there would be a certain thought that would be their backer. For example, a kind-hearted person would be certain that a good person would be rewarded and use this as an excuse to oppose all the suffering in the world. She completely cut off the connection between Qin Pin gone and her. This was one of the key points of Cui Dong's fourth dream after the 3 dreams in the Cave of Fortune. Qin Pin gone finally managed to verify that the dream was real at Taiping Mountain by relying on Jiang Shangzhen's words about Taiping Mountain's cultivation. In the end, when he arrived at his hometown's Aquarius continent, he began to feel confused again. This was because along the way the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Cave of Fortune, Tishan Ferry, Taiping Mountain, Cloud Cave, Blessed Land, Mirage City, Heavenly Fault Peak. The further north he went, especially when he took the cross-continent ferry to the southern peak of the Aquarius continent, there was not a single trace of connection. Qin Pin gone walked all the way to the Aquarius continent's great blasphemy temple before he truly dispelled this worry. Cultivating the sword, seeking the sword in the sky, sword immortals ascending. Practicing martial arts, I am at the peak of the mountain, there is no one in front of me. These were all principles that Qin Pin gone believed to be extremely reliable and thorough in his heart. After playing chess with Cui Dong, Qin Pin gone flipped through books in the Qidu temple for an entire night before he suddenly realized that he was too afraid of the imperial tutor, Cui Dong. Even if Cui Dong became the Dao Protector's senior brother, as long as Cui Dong was in the chessboard opposite him, Qin Pin gone always felt that he could only hope to lose less. He did not even have the extravagant hope of not losing, and could even win against Hao Ran 3 brocade embroideries embroidered tiger. In this way, how could Qin Pin gone say that there was no one in front of him? Therefore, Cui Dong's so-called darkness under the light was really not wrong for Qin Pin gone. The key to solving the problem had already been explained, but Qin Pin gone still could not understand it for a long time. Qin Pin gone said self-deprecatingly, "When I went from the inverted mountain to Luhua Island's Cave of Fortune, and then set foot in Tongye continent, until now when I sit here I no longer have that feeling. The closer I get to my hometown the more I feel like this. In fact, it makes me feel very uncomfortable. Just like now, it seems that I can't help but jump into the water. When I look up, the old sword has been hanging under the bridge all the time." Xianxia leaned back, used his hands as a pillow, crossed his legs and said with a smile, "You like to think about other things since you were a child and you don't like to talk." Now that he had returned to the vast realm alive, especially when he was so close to home, did he feel as if Qin Pin gone had never left his hometown, and that everything was just a dream? "Are you worried that the whole Liju cave is a white paper blessed land?" Qin Pin gone put his hands in his sleeves and said with a smile, "A dream come true. Who doesn't go back to sleep after waking up, hoping to continue the previous dream? Back then, the 3 of us, who would have thought that we would be like today?" Xianxia had a deep understanding, of course. When I was in the ancestral house in my hometown, every time I woke up in the middle of the night, I would rush back to bed, close my eyes and go to sleep. Occasionally it would work, but most of the time it would be a different dream. Qin Pin gone said, "Be careful not to be misled by someone pretending to be Yu Lao. The reason why I am so wary of Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City is that someone is hiding behind the scenes. His methods are skillful and it is impossible to guard against. Wind Snow Temples Wei Jin, Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing, and even Lu Baqiao. Someone is secretly controlling the flow of the swordsmanship of a continent. Madame Gui also reminded me during the ceremony this time. Lu Xianyang said with a smile. Before returning home, I had already asked someone to help me cut off the red string of marriage with Wang Zhu. Otherwise, do you think I would be so patient as to wait for you to return home? There would have been someone who had slashed from the outside of Qingfeng City to the inside of the city, and from the bottom of Xingyang Mountain to the peak. I was afraid that someone would run away. Qin Pingon frowned slightly. Then we might have to add Wind Thunder Gardens Huang He. Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing, Xingyang Mountains Female Patriarch. Wind Snow Temples Wei Jin He Xiaoyang of Divine Grandeur Sect. Dragon Spring Sword Sects Lu Xianyang, Clay Bottle Alleys Wang Zhu. Wind Thunder Gardens Lu Baqiao, Xingyang Mountains Fairy Su Jia. If Wei Jin had not met Alliance and made a trip to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, if Lu Xianyang had not traveled far to seek knowledge, and if he had only stayed in a continent, he might have been played by the person behind the scenes just like Li Tuanjing. With Li Tuanjing's swordsmanship aptitude, she would undoubtedly be an immortal sword cultivator in the vast 8 continents. However, in the Aquarius continent, Li Tuanjing had never been able to ascend to the upper 5 realms. Among the 10 young candidates, Xingyang Mountain had a young potential to become a sword immortal. She was Wu Tijing. In the vast expanse she used the name Yu Qianyue. Pei Min of the Central Plains Divine Continent had given himself the alias of Pei Wenyue in the Tongyi continent. Wind Thunder Gardens Li Tuanjing had been dead for more than 20 years, and Xingyang Mountain had another young sword immortal, Wu Tijing? Li Tuanjing Wu Tijing. Was Xingyang Mountain reminding Wind Thunder Gardens Huang He? I'm half a Li Tuanjing? This hidden mastermind's way of doing things was as disgusting as ever. With an enemy like Ma Kushuan from the Apricot Blossom Alley, Qin Pingon did not feel too burdened. Whether it was victory or defeat, life or death, he would do as he should. He was like that, and so was Ma Kushuan. It was refreshing. Qin Pingon had originally planned to let Chief Disciple Zhou make a trip down the mountain at a later time. For example, he could wait until he left for the North Continent so that Jiang Shangzhen could familiarize herself with the mountain. But when he thought of Wu Tijing and his friend Lu Baqiao, Qin Pingon immediately changed his mind. He took out the sword case and sent a message via flying sword to the newly built sword room at the peak of Luopa Mountain's Jisei Peak. He told Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan to pay attention to this person's movements and not let the woman at the back of the ancestral hall sneak away. However, Luopa Mountain only needed to keep an eye on her for now. They were not in a hurry to make a move. Qin Pingon had already flipped through the pedigrees of the ancestral hall and the ancestral hall of Xingyang Mountain and Clear Wind City several times, especially the one on Xingyang Mountain. There was the ox hair, one of the 7 ancestral swords strengthening calabashes, the change of fairy Sujia's pedigree, and the young sword immortal Wu Tijing's mountain climbing cultivation. There were actually many clues. Qin Pingon had already circled the woman named Tianwan in the ancestral hall's pedigree. In addition to the information Gukin obtained from Chai Bofu in the early years, the marriage between the Su clan of Clear Wind City and the Yuan clan of the Pillar Nation, and the plot of the Fox Nation's literary fortune, it was very likely that Tianwan, who was at the back of the ancestral hall of Mount Xingyang and had always been submissive, was the secret disciple of the Su clan of Clear Wind City. A female cultivator at the bottom of the ancestral hall of Xingyang Mountain did not need to fight anyone. She only needed to use a few red threads to mess up the situation of a continent, causing the Aquarius continent to have no sword immortals for hundreds of years. Should I cultivate my heart on the mountain? If Qin Pingon and Lu Baqiao had only asked for the sword in the ancestral hall of Mount Xingyang Mountain, and the couple in Clear Wind City, Tianwan, who was stirring up trouble, would probably laugh uncontrollably. Even if Qin Pingon and Lu Baqiao came back to their senses and asked for the sword again, Tianwan would have disappeared long ago. If that was the case, it would be truly disgusting. If he put himself in her shoes, Qin Pingon felt that Tianwan, before she made up her mind to leave the Aquarius continent, she would most likely take the initiative to give herself away. She would use this to remind his Luopa Mountain and Lu Xianyang's blacksmith shop, and then conveniently get the credit month to make Lu Xianyang suspicious. Moreover, Qin Pingon suspected that this sneaky Tianwan and the immortal Han Yushu of the Thousand Jade sect of Tongyi continent were grasshoppers on a string. It was just a guess, there was no evidence. The two of them got up and left the stone arch bridge and continued to walk upstream along the Dragon Whisker River. Qin Pingon held his hands in his sleeves and suddenly jumped across the river and then back to the other side. He was not tired at all. Lu Xianyang held the back of his head with his hands, languid the entire time. The two of them arrived on the bumpy cliff. Lu Xianyang found a familiar seat and sat down while Qin Pingon sat to one side. There was even a hole between the two of them, which was the throne of the little slug in the past. The territory of the Dragon Province was renowned for its prosperity in water during the Dali dynasty. The Tiefu River, the Chongdan River, the Embroidery River, and the Jade Nectar River were the four rivers. The Tiefu River's water god, Yanghua, the Chongdan River's Li Jin, and the Jade Nectar River's Yi Qingzhu. A righteous river god with a first-class divine throne, and 3 river gods of a second-class divine throne. The waters of the 4 rivers were vast, not just limited to the Dragon Province. However, the ancestral temples of the 4 water gods were all built in the territory of the Dragon Province. Lu Xianyang said, "For this Dragon's Whisker River, Ma Lanhua has never built an ancestral temple or created a golden statue after she was promoted from a river granny to a river god. In the past she was filled with resentment, but after the Great Battle, thousands of rivers to the south of the central part of the Aquarius continent were either destroyed or forced to change their course. She began to secretly rejoice, thinking that being promoted and becoming a river god that lived a peaceful life was actually not bad at all." Mount True Pearl was where the pearl of the true dragon in the past was located, so the Dragon's Whisker River truly was a dragon's whisker. It was just that there were 2 dragon's whiskers, one hidden and one visible, hidden on the main street of the small town. Above the dragon's whiskers were a crab shop, an iron lock well, and an old locust tree. They all led to the gate in the east in the past. Before Ma Lanhua of the Apricot Blossom Alley ascended to godhood, people like her were similar to the local lords under the various city gods. They were turbid officials in the bureaucracy of the mountains and rivers. It was extremely difficult for them to raise their rank and the height of their statues in the imperial court. After all, the size of creeks, rivers and mountains, water bodies and mountains were usually fixed. The territory was only so big, it was impossible to have more mountains and rivers for no reason. And in history, every river change that lasted for hundreds of years or even hundreds of years would lead to the decline of a large number of mountain and river gods. At the same time, it would also lead to the rise of a large number of new gods. The relocation of the statues and ancestral temples of the mountain and river gods was much more difficult than the relocation of the ancestral halls of the immortal residences on the mountains. Once the river changed its course, the riverbed dried up and the water level of the lake dropped. The golden statues of the mountain and river gods would also suffer from the drought and be exposed to the sun. The incense could only barely prolong their lives, but it was difficult to change the overall situation. But after the Great Battle, countless mountain and river gods in the south of the Aquarius continent perished. After the battle ended, the various vassal states of Dali civil and military heroes all filled in the gaps of the city god and the mountain and river gods. Qin Pingon said, "This Apricot Blossom Street's Granny Ma, although she likes to curse people, her heart is not bad and she is very timid. In the small town she was the one who believed in ghosts and gods the most. Back then the dragon kiln had nothing to do with her. The ones who really had a grudge with me were Ma Kuxuan's greedy and ruthless parents. So Ma Kuxuan had them moved to Marshall Mountain. In fact, this in itself was a kind of declaration. He wanted me to go to Marshall Mountain and cause trouble for Ma Kuxuan." Lu Xianyang said, "If it were you or anyone else, Ma Kuxuan would definitely take Ma Lanhua with him. Even if Ma Kuxuan did not take her away, Ma Lanhua would not dare to stay here. And I'm guessing that old Yang talked with Ma Lanhua before." Qin Pingon nodded. Lu Xianyang suddenly said, "If I remember correctly, you have not been to our Dragon Spring Sword Sect's ancestral mountain even once." Qin Pingon was taken aback, but he still nodded, "I really have not been there." Lu Xianyang hesitated for a moment and then asked, "Qin Pingon, when were you born?" Qin Pingon said, "May 5th. Lu Xianyang grunted in acknowledgement and threw a pebble into the deep pool. In the middle of the 5th month of the 3rd lunar month, when the sun is at its peak and the yang energy is at its peak, there will be a sacrifice to the heavens. The main sun will be accompanied by the moon. Whether it is Song He or Song Mu, there is only one person here, Song Jisun from Clay Bottle Alley, nicknamed Song Move Wood. When I was in the South Swirling Continent, I once asked Teacher Su about the word emperor. He said that the word emperor is actually a bundle of firewood, and that the word mirror yang is used to obtain fire from the heavens. In ancient times the standards were extremely high. The name Song Jisun was definitely not given to him by the supervisor Song Yuzhang. It was the handiwork of the imperial tutor of Dali without a doubt. However, the current vassal king Song Mu probably still doesn't know about this. In the beginning he was just an abandoned pawn. After using the filthy covered bridge personally constructed by Song Yuzhang to help the fortunes of Dali rise, the Prince Song Mu, who was already a dead person on the records of the imperial clan court, was originally going to be discarded after being used by the Song clan. May 5th, Move Wood Yang Move Wood. When Lu Xianyang reached there, he looked at Qin Pingon. The three of us and the water fortune of the Dragon Province were originally Yuan Xiu's heavenly resources for refining the mirror and opening the heavens. Whether it's the souls, the fortunes, or the flesh, it doesn't matter what it is. It's all refined into a mirror. Do you think you're the only one who thinks this is a dream? That's what I think too. Qin Pingon remained silent. Lu Xianyang smiled. However, no matter what the reason is, Lady Xiu still changed her mind in the end. Poor Li Lu. He saved us from a disaster. That was because all of Li Lu's divinity had been eaten by Yuan Xiu. Qin Pingon said, Moon-bearing Mountain was once one of the two ascension platforms of the ancient times, but the eldest sword Immortal worked with the Dragon Lord and Clairvoyance to destroy the path. As a result, old Senior Yang's ascension platform is the only path to heaven. As a result, Zhoumi's plan had actually targeted the ascension platform of the Aquarius continent from the very beginning. It would be best if they could take down the righteous world, but if the savage world lost, then Zhoumi would find an opportunity to open the heavens and leave, becoming the new god of the old heavenly court. When Hai Zhoumi was one of the supreme beings, apart from a small group of cultivators who had been reincarnated as gods, Zhoumi had taken away even more sword cultivators from Moon-bearing Mountain. As a result, in the later stages of the war, the savage world's attacks were completely disorganized, advancing on three fronts at the same time, as if a broken jar had been smashed. That was why the Grand Ancestor of Mount Tue gave up all his cultivation to disrupt the flow of time and all the measurements of the two worlds. In a sense, it was the great Tao and heaven time of the two worlds colliding head-on. Lu Xianyang sighed. It's a pity that the Yang family shop doesn't have any old people smoking that pipe anymore. Otherwise, you would be able to ask more questions. Qin Pingon shook his head. Things have already reached this point, there's nothing to ask. Lu Xianyang said helplessly, let's not talk about the three of us, we're all from here. The key is Lady Yu. How did she get here? Don't play dumb with me, I said before, the great Tao reports the sun and matches the moon. Matches the moon. Qin Pingon said, this is Cui Dong playing chess with Wen Hai Zhoumi and Lady Xiu. Actually, Qin Pingon's conjecture was already very close to the truth. Qi Jingchun had appeared from the Great Blasphemy Temple for the last time, and worked together with Cui Dong to plot against Zhoumi. After that, Qi Jingchun once said that he could have been the door god, which was his earliest idea. It wasn't to ask for Zhoumi together with Cui Dong, but to set up for an extremely big contingency. Qi Jingchun had initially chosen to stand at the entrance of the ascension platform, preventing anyone from opening the sky and ascending the sky. However, Qi Jingchun ultimately chose to believe in Cui Dong and gave up on this idea. Or more accurately, Qi Jingchun acknowledged a certain statement that Cui Dong had casually mentioned to Qin Pingon on the city wall. Is the world at peace? Yes. Then we can sit back and relax, but I don't think so. In the middle, Heavenly Lord Qing Tong Old Yang, who held the ascension platform, Water God Li Lu's choice, and the senior on the Golden Arch Bridge, had already made their own choices in Cui Dong's plan. However, these secrets were destined to become a page of old history that no one would turn over unless someone could open the sky again. Mr. Qi had already passed away, and there were no more embroidered tigers in the world. Old Yang had fulfilled Lu Chen's prophecy of, don't blame the heavens if you sink into the netherworld. 10,000 years later, Li Lu lost again in another battle of fire and water, and this time she lost all her divinity. In fact, Li Lu didn't even make a move in this silent battle of the Great Tao. Even when Yuan Xiu found her, Li Lu didn't say anything or ask anything. She just looked at the woman in green who seemed to have stripped away all her humanity. Li Lu, who had chosen to strip away all her divinity, looked at Wan Xiu with pity in her eyes. Before this, they had once had an unpleasant chat in the big words carved on the cliff, heaven opening divine show. Li Lu, who didn't know how to be a good person, was really a good person. Wan Xiu, who had a good temper, was gone after opening the sky. Chen Pingan's eyes were gloomy as he looked at the gloomy pool. Lu Xianyang said, "You can't be the only one in the limelight for the sword-seeking two places. You go to Qingfeng City." Although Qingfeng City is suspected of forcing people to buy and sell the ancestral Mingzi armor, I agreed to it myself. I won't ask for it back. You're good at reasoning, but I'm not. Anyway, because of the Fox Kingdom, you have a deep grudge with the Su family, so it's more suitable for you to go to Qingfeng City. I'll go to Xingyang Mountain to ask for the sword-seeking two places. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Then let's go together." Lu Xianyang asked, "Okay, when will it be? Let me know in advance. After all, it's a long trip, so I can discuss it with your sister-in-law in advance." Qin Pingan said, "It's hard to say for now, but I guarantee it won't be more than 2 years. Before that, I may go to the Middle Mountains to see where Xingyang Mountain's next sect is located." Lu Xianyang was annoyed when he heard this. He stood up and said hurriedly, "I have to go back quickly so as not to keep your sister-in-law waiting." Qin Pingan stood up and said, "I'll go back to the shop too? I can cook a meal for you two as an apology." Lu Xianyang reached out to press Qin Pingan's cheek and pushed him hard. "Get away from me. I haven't seen you for a few years, but the more I look at you, the more you look like the kind of person who says, 'My sister-in-law is so beautiful, we must be good brothers for life. I have to be careful of you in the future. Otherwise it'll be like today. I just went out to buy some wine, but when I got home my heart sank.' Well, you're imitating that bastard Daoist who set up a fortune-telling stall back then, reading your sister-in-law's palm with a smile." Qin Pingan tilted his head with a dark face. Lu Xianyang laughed and suddenly put his arm around Qin Pingan's neck. He lowered his voice and said, "Don't worry. When you were at the ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, I didn't tell anyone that you liked to eavesdrop every day. It's understandable that you're so young, but your butt can be baked in the winter. You have a lot of energy but nowhere to use it." Qin Pingan put on a fake smile and said, "Thank you for the reminder." On the way there, Lu Xianyang performed a set of tortoise boxing. He looked left and right, then used a stone to knock out a duck that was happily swimming in the water. He sneaked into the river, and when he reached the shore he put the duck in his sleeve and ran away. Tonight's supper would be ready with wine and dishes. Qin Pingan didn't want to see this. He went to the small town and walked west looking for Li Er to drink. When the woman saw Qin Pingan, who had come as a guest, she sighed and said, "Why did you come so late? Why did you come so late?" At the dinner table the couple sat at the head of the table. Han Qingjiang naturally sat beside Li Huai, and the man in green who came as a guest sat in Li Huai's seat. Han Qingjiang suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Lin Miaozhu, who was an immortal on the mountain, and Dong Banqing, who had a lot of money, were not a real threat? Instead, it was this seemingly amiable mountain chieftain who was hiding his true colors. Was he a formidable opponent? However, after Han Qingjiang smiled and stood up to toast the man, he immediately felt that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. At the dinner table, Li Er and his family didn't treat Qin Pingan as an outsider, so they chatted casually. Han Qingjiang wasn't someone who liked to think too much. The key was that mountain chieftain Qin only toasted with him and didn't deliberately persuade him to drink. This made Han Qingjiang feel relieved. According to Lu Xianyang's words, if a foreigner accompanied his wife back to her parents' home, the man would have to walk around the table by himself first, then walk around the table with her. After 2 rounds, if he didn't go under the table to look for wine to drink, it would be considered that he had acknowledged this foreigner as his son-in-law. If he didn't have the ability to walk around the table, he would either not touch wine or only be qualified to drink with those children who wore open-crotch pants. Anyone. When Li Lu left the Pearl Grotto Heaven for the first time and followed her parents to the Lion Peak of the North Continent, it was the scholar Han Qingjiang and his attendant who happened to follow them. This was actually Dao fate. In fact, this generation's Han Qingjiang and Li Lu, who had reincarnated many times and knew each other from birth, had a feud long ago. It wasn't just once but twice. Once in the Central Plains Divine Continent and once in the Liuxia Continent. That was why Li Lu and Han Qingjiang became Dao companions in this generation, and why Han Qingjiang accompanied Li Lu to return to her hometown. Once they returned, they accompanied each other. This was to resolve their grudges. It was just that both parties had agreed to part ways at Li Lu's small town. Whether they would meet again depended on whether Li Lu would look for him. However, the woman who didn't like her son-in-law along the way felt that it was unreasonable for him to tear up the marriage contract after a few days of marriage. How could there be such a heartless woman in the world? Anyway, anyone could be like this except for her own daughter. Even though her daughter's wedding was sloppy and only held at the small town at the foot of the Lion Peak, not a single elder from the Han family showed up. This made the woman a joke in the neighborhood for a long time. Some aunties even deliberately used words to mock her, saying that this son-in-law with the surname Han couldn't be compared to the young man with the surname Qin who helped in the shop back then. He was handsome, diligent, and polite. He helped with business and was smart and kind. If her Lu could marry that person, then she would really be blessed in her later years. However, no matter how biased the woman was towards her son, no matter how much she wanted Li Huai's husband's family to help Li Huai, and no matter how much she missed Chen Pingon, there were some simple principles that she was very clear about. For example, one had to do one's duty and get along with the neighbors. One could quarrel and scratch one's face, but one couldn't harm others behind their backs. As for her daughter getting married and then breaking the marriage contract, that was even more unacceptable to the woman. Daughter, no matter how much you cultivate on the mountain, aren't you still my daughter? There were great principles on the mountain, but they couldn't be more important than being Li Lu's mother. Chen Pingon drank quite a lot this time, but he was only a little tipsy. Han Qingjiang, on the other hand, was drunk. Li Lu's voice was soft, asking him to stop drinking, but she didn't stop him. Han Qingjiang stood there, shaking the big white bowl, saying that he must drink with Mr. Chen. It seemed that he was really drunk. Li Er looked at his son-in-law who couldn't hold his liquor and smiled instead. If he couldn't hold his liquor, he would make up for it with his liquor. Even if he lost, he couldn't lose. This was the old principle. That Jinju mountain wasn't far from Li Er's house. Chen Pingon walked to the foot of the mountain and slowly walked to the top of the mountain. He climbed to the top and looked at the small town's night sky. The lights were continuous on Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. Other than that, the lights were dim and scattered. Chen Pingon then traveled with the wind and went to the state capital. There was no night curfew. He handed in his documents and went to the city to find Dong Xuejing. It was actually not easy to find. After many twists and turns, it was a small house located in a remote part of the city. Dong Xuejing stood at the door and waited for Chen Pingon. Today, Dong Xuejing had hired 2 Earth Immortal cultivators from the army to be his guests. In fact, they were his personal retainers. Over the years, among the various forces that had their eyes on his business, it wasn't that there weren't people who didn't use underhanded means. As long as they could avoid disasters by spending money, Dong Xuejing wouldn't even frown. It was just that it wasn't easy to find a pure Jade Realm cultivator. Otherwise, with Dong Xuejing's current financial resources, he could completely afford to raise such a retainer. If someone came to visit and found Dong Xuejing, the 2 Earth Immortal retainers who were cultivators from Dali's army would inform the family head, Dong Xuejing. And a Qi cultivator, if he was a cultivator from Dali's army, then he would be the biggest protective talisman. Dong Xuejing was able to hire them as his retainers with a lot of money. It was impossible to rely on money alone. It was still thanks to Chao Gingxin and Guan Yiran's matchmaking, plus a few small deals between Dong Xuejing and Dali's army. The former supervisor Chao Gingxin and County Governor Yuan Jingding had long been Dong Xuejing's friends. The general of Dali's cavalry stationed at Slip Lake, Guan Yiran, later transferred to the Ministry of Revenue in the capital, as well as the Sun family and the Fan family in Old Dragon City. Further north, in the North Continent, Dong Xuejing had business friends. Up and down the mountain, in the imperial court, in the Jianghu, they all existed. Dong Xuejing now managed over a dozen businesses, and regardless of their size, they were all inconspicuous. Apart from the few streets in the provincial capital, there were almost 200 mansions and shops. The 3 immortal inns in the Dragon Province all belonged to Dong Banqing. There were also 2 immortal ferries, one on the edge of the Dragon Path, and the other in the territory of the southern mountains. They were both his, except Dong Xuejing's name was nowhere to be seen. One of Dong Xuejing's main tenets in business was to help his friends earn some silver, Immortal money that was both very clean and under the table. Entering the house, Dong Shuijing asked with a smile, "Want a bowl of wontons?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I've been thinking about it for many years now." At the dining table each person had a bowl of wonton. Qin Pingon joked, "I heard that in the Great Li there's a pillar state and a hunting envoy, both of them are fighting over you to be their son-in-law?" Dong Shuijing smiled. "If I really agreed to it I wouldn't be able to do much business. Oftentimes a certain choice was just making enemies." Dong Shuijing put down his chopsticks and said helplessly, "You're rubbing salt in the wound. That's not very kind of you." Qin Pingon smiled and said nothing more. Dong Shuijing said, "Someone from the Dali Imperial Court will definitely come looking for you very soon. I think it's more likely to be Zhao Yao." An old man appeared in the courtyard. Dong Shuijing turned around and smiled. "Just get to the point. There are no outsiders here." The Earth Immortal Protector said, "A group of esteemed guests have just arrived at the provincial governor's estate in the provincial capital. They didn't take the ferry on Oxhorn Mountain." Dong Shuijing nodded. Qin Pingon finished his wonton and put down his chopsticks. He stood up and smiled. "Speak of the devil. Dong Shuijing, you're really something." Dong Shuijing said, "Since we're both still hungry I'll make you another bowl of wontons to sober you up. You don't have to move." Qin Pingon thought about it and decided not to leave the house. He sat down again. When the two of them finished their second bowl of wontons a guest knocked on the door. Dong Shuijing smiled. "You guys can chat. I'm not going to see any guests to avoid arousing suspicion." Qin Pingon said, "Is there anyone who avoids arousing suspicion like you?" Dong Shuijing said, "Actually I'm just basking in your limelight. Let some people know their place and stop eyeing the few taels of silver in my pocket. It's not much but it won't kill me." Qin Pingon took over the conversation and teased, "But it's definitely hotter than a bowl of wontons. Don't worry. Let's not talk about personal relations or even business. Just based on the 2 bowls of wontons tonight, I'll pass on a message for you." Dong Shuijing smiled and made a fist salute. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "By the way, I forgot to tell you that I just came from Uncle Li's place." Dong Shuijing sighed and left. If Qin Pingon had said this earlier, there would be no need for a bowl of wontons on the table. The house was not big and there were no servants. As the owner, Dong Shuijing went to the study to avoid arousing suspicion and gave the house to 2 groups of guests. Qin Pingon had to open the door himself. Dali was accompanied by the old minister of the Ministry of Rites, Lu Qingfeng. This old man was recognized as the biggest helper of His Majesty the Emperor to impede the vassal Song Mu. This elderly scholar from his hometown Qinghuan country had a skinny figure and was all skin and bones, but his eyes were bright. Dali's Ministry of Personnel's Meritorious Service Examiner, Zhao Yao. His hometown was Lizhu Cave. There was also a Dali's Bureau of Rites. He was very experienced and was in charge of all Dali's henchmen. Qin Pingon looked at the old scholar among the 3. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr. Lu." Lu Qingfeng smiled and slowly returned the greeting. "Greetings, young Master Qin." They straightened their backs. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Fortunately the alley is small and the ox cart can't enter." Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Fortunately there's no Jingqian blocking the way and there's no pond nearby." Zhao Yao said telepathically, "I saw Ning Yao once in Ascension City. She's very good." Qin Pingon said in annoyance, "Who are you? It's none of your business." Zhao Yao had no choice but to suffer in silence. How could this pair of Daoist companions who were so far apart from each other, bully others like this? Zhao Yao suddenly said, "I've seen your daughter. She's very cute. Her eyes and eyebrows are more like her mother's." Qin Pingon nodded and rolled up his sleeves. In the next moment the 2 figures disappeared from the alley outside. The old doctor from the department for purging officials frowned. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "It's fine. Martial uncle and martial nephew are catching up." The old doctor could only play dumb. There was no need to roll up his sleeves and swing his arms to catch up. But he couldn't stop them anyway, so he just treated it as if they were from the same sect. A moment later Qin Pingon returned from the alley alone. He looked refreshed. He smiled and said that Dr. Zhao had left and went to sleep first. In the provincial city, there was a green-robed scholar with a bruised nose and swollen face hanging on a tree branch. He really was asleep. Geek. 767. After entering the house in the alley, Lu Qingfeng and Qin Pingon caught up with each other along the way. However, compared to Qin Pingon and Zhao Yao, who were from the same hometown, Lu Qingfeng was more distant. They mostly talked about the local customs of Qingwan, Lu Qingshan and Lion Garden. After Lu Qingfeng's younger brother, Lu Qingshan, married Lu Boqi, the priestess of the Saber Division, he had been traveling for many years. During this period he had gone to the inverted hanging mountain once. It was a bit like visiting relatives. Being apprenticed to a master on the mountain was like being reincarnated. Lu Boqi's master was the old priestess of the inverted hanging mountain who was guarding the gate. Compared to the little Daoist boy, Jiang Yunxing of the Green City of White Jade Capital and the sword was Zhang Lu of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, one gate was like two worlds apart. When Lu Boqi returned to the saber room, Lu Qingfeng traveled to inverted hanging mountain for the first time. The summer palace received the news, but Qin Pingon did not show up at that time. After sitting down, Qin Pingon smiled and said, "When I first saw a travel book in a foreign land, my first thought was that Mr. Lu had no interest in his official career and wanted to sell literature to earn money." The old doctor who had an old relationship with the water god of Chongdan River, Li Jin, was the head of the department for purging officials. The department for purging officials, Zhao Yao's department for meritorious service, and the Department for Martial Selection of the Ministry of War had always been the most powerful small offices in the Dali dynasty. The old man had once participated in a mountain hunt set up by Dali to encircle a man wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a saber in Red Candle Town. However, there was not much suspense and that man fought a group of people alone. After that, the old doctor had brought Wan Xiao and Su Xiaoqiao of the Dragon Spring Sword sect to the south to Book Lake. In the end they settled down at Furong Mountain to catch butterflies and flies. They chased after a martial artist born in Dali. As the saying goes, the old man has many old stories. He was not unfamiliar with this mountain lord of Luapa Mountain. Moreover, for more than 20 years, no matter how Wei Pai's cloud-covering mountain helped Luapa Mountain hide from the clouds and mist, it could not escape the scrutiny of Dali's Ministry of Rites, the inspection office and the mountain god of Luapa Mountain, Song Yuzhang. However, as time went by, Song Yuzhang's golden body and ancestral temple were moved to Chiduan Mountain. Chao Gingxin, the supervisor, was also promoted to the capital of Dali. Coupled with the collapse of the Ascension platform, this earth-shattering change caused the Dali Ministry of Rites to secretly monitor Luapa Mountain to come to an end. Regardless of whether it was the two Emperor Dali's support and high regard for Wei Pai of Beiyue, the choice of the sloppy Chao Gingxin to be the supervisor of the brothel, who could send secret reports directly to the imperial study, or the move of Song Yuzhang out of Luapa Mountain, all of these could be considered as a sign of goodwill. Therefore, the young sect master's direct ridicule after he sat down made the old doctor detect a trace of murderous intent. Could it be that he was planning to settle accounts with Dali? To be honest, if it were not for his duty, the old doctor was very unwilling to deal with this young man. His background was too complicated. His style of doing things was too cautious. For so many years, the old doctor often flipped through the secret files of the Ministry of Rites from time to time, as a side dish with wine. He wanted to find a matter of course from the rise of the young mountain lord of Luapa Mountain. However, whether it was Qin Pingon's bleak years as a kiln worker's apprentice in his hometown, or later as an accountant at Bookslip Lake, the old man could only see that he was in a daze. However, it was as if every time the pages of the book turned, Qin Pingon would quietly climb to a higher place. If it were an ordinary young man, many of the old grudges at the bottom of the mountain would have been resolved in high spirits. However, this young mountain lord had been staying like this year after year and he did not do anything. According to the Immortals on the mountain, a mountain in the territory of the northern mountains was actually only a few steps away from the Song clan's place of prosperity. However, it was quietly promoted to a sect under the nose of His Majesty the Emperor. Moreover, it had bypassed the Dali dynasty. It was in line with the etiquette of the Confucian temple, but it was not reasonable. It was like a simple and honest man who had swallowed his anger for most of his life suddenly bought a pot of good wine one day. He silently drank to his heart's content, and with the smell of wine all over his body, he took out his saber at night. In the village of the despicable and tyrannical gentry and hedonistic sons, others could still be on guard. However, if an honest man suddenly killed someone, who could predict? There was no tea or wine on the table. Anyway, Qin Pingon was also a guest. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, "If I was really the ghostwriter except for the first few thousand words, I would not change a single word. The rest would be greatly changed. In Jianghu I would say that it was beautiful. I would imitate the painting of the city of murals on the skeleton beach, and then imitate the blessed land of the cloud cave, the mountain of flower god, with 12 colorful paintings of beauties. In the strange land of the mountain, I would write many twists and turns, with thick ink and heavy colors, emphasizing the word immortal. When fighting with others I would write that it was decisive and never sloppy, emphasizing on the word ruthless. In the officialdom I would praise that it was shrewd and meticulous, highlighting the word steady. In my spare time I would meet the reclusive masters and talk with the famous people of the three religions. They talked about sincerity, Taoism and Zen. It was nothing more than the word ease. It made people feel that they were walking on the high ground with the mountains as the ground, the white clouds under their feet and the birds on their shoulders. It seemed ethereal, but in fact it was nothing. The words were simple and straightforward, taking advantage of everything. The words were complex, otherworldly and secluded, but it was like an embroidered pillow. The purpose of writing in the end was nothing more than a human's fear of poverty, and the word business written throughout the whole book. When I got money it was for profit, for pragmatism, for reaching a higher realm, for one day I would be the reason. When I lost money it was for reputation, for raising hopes, for accumulating good karma, for winning the hearts of beauties. When I found the Qianglin sect in the North Continent, I would split the money 91. I would not even ask for a single copper coin. I only asked that, outside of all the immortal fairies, every bookstore at the foot of the mountain should have a few books of the travel notes of mountains and rivers. The first volume? The author of the first volume was a scheming and unfathomable person. There were dozens of details in the book that were worthy of consideration and could be chewed by busybodies. The gentleman and hypocrite were ambiguous. The second volume wrote that he did things openly and had an open mind. In the chaos he sneaked into the military tents of the wasteland world and made friends with many sovereign stage great demons. With his own strength he played with people's hearts like a fish in water. He was wholeheartedly devoted to the righteousness and achieved immortal merit. When he heard this, Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The key to whether or not there is a second volume of the travel notes is whether or not this person can escape safely and return home to establish a sect." Fortunately, these were all replays of the chess game. Fortunately, Lu Qingfeng was not the author. A scholar who only knew how to talk about his character with his hands folded would not be able to make waves at all. Even if he wrote a wonderful book, he might not be able to compete with a nursery rhyme and turn the world upside down. However, any scholar who could stand firmly in the officialdom, especially this person who could achieve a meteoric rise, should not be provoked easily. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, have you ever thought that I am actually very afraid of you?" Qin Pingon did not comment and asked, "I am very clear about Mr. Lu's character. You are not the kind of person who worries about whether or not he can win the reputation of the emperor. Then, are you worried about not being able to settle the matters of the emperor?" Lu Qingfeng patted the armrest of the chair and shook his head. "I also believe in young Master Chen's character, so I am not worried that young Master Chen is the second Hao Ran Jiaxing and will become the treasured vase continents when high. I am only worried that the treasured vase continents chair is still loose and is not truly firm. After young Master Chen returns home with the momentum and luck, if you sit down and sway it will collapse." Qin Pingon smiled. "So the emperor's intention is?" Lu Qingfeng said, "So the emperor hopes that Mountain Lord Qin can be the mountain elder of the Cloud Apex Mountain Forest and Deer Academy. From then on, the Dali Imperial Court will support the location of the next sect, whether it is the old Zhou Ying dynasty in the middle of the treasured vase continent, Tongyi continent or North Lu continent, to help the Sage of Literature's branch to spread its branches and leaves. In the mountains and rivers of the three continents, only the Sage of Literature's branch will be respected, but will not exclude the 100 schools of thought from competing. Within 100 years, including the Cliff Academy, Linlu Academy, Lakeview Academy, Yufu Academy and at least 10 academies in the three continents, there will be inscriptions on their mountain gates. With the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy as an example, inscribing encouraging learning, and Linlu Academy inscribing cultivation. Who knows, maybe one day, there will be a 32nd academy that will inscribe a monument. In the vast 9 continents, the Confucian school set up 72 academies, which was the norm. As for the inscriptions on the mountain gates of the academies, there were no restrictions. Whether there was a monument at the mountain gates and the content of the inscriptions, all depended on the preference of the mountain elders. But generally there was a rule that only increased and did not decrease. There was only one exception, which was after the battle of the 3rd and 4th ranks, because the Sage of Literature's statue was moved out of the Central Plains Confucian Temple and lost its status as a sacrificial object. Many of the inscriptions were removed. Qin Pingon leaned against the back of the chair and asked with a smile, "What do you need me to do?" Lu Qingfeng shook his head. "Young Master Qin, you only need to be a mountain lord and a mountain elder. If you can be stable, it will be the blessing of Dali in the treasured vase continent." Qin Pingon smiled. "This is a serious matter. Let me think about it. The sage taught me to think thrice before acting. Anyway, one thing I can guarantee is that I will not make things difficult for Mr. Liu, and Luopa Mountain will not make it difficult for Minister Liu to be an official. I wish Luopa Mountain to become a great sect. I wish you all the best. I wish you all the best." Lu Qingfeng stood up and made a fist salute with a smile. "I believe that day will come. However, according to Master Guan's words, I am too old to walk, eat meat and comb my hair. I guess I won't be able to see such a grand occasion. What a pity. No matter what, young Master Qin, you have such a proud disciple Tao Lianxiu and I have such a good student. I need to thank you in person and congratulate young Master Qin. I wish you all the best." Qin Pingon made a fist salute back. Chao Qinglang is the new second in the Imperial College and he is Mr. Liu's student. It is a good thing. I also need to congratulate the Dali Imperial Court. You're a great scholar. In the examination in the capital of Dali, there were thousands of candidates. According to the new rules, Dali divided the candidates into 5 Jinshi scholars. In the end, there were 3 Jinshi scholars in the first place. There were 15 Jinshi scholars in the second place and 3 Jinshi scholars in the second place. There were over 300 Jinshi scholars in the third and fourth place, and dozens of Jinshi scholars in the fifth place. The chief examiner was Lu Qingfeng. The 2 junior examiners were the vice headmasters of Cliff Academy and Lakeview Academy. According to the rules of the imperial examination, Lu Qingfeng was the imperial tutor of this year's imperial examination. All the Jinshi were Lu Qingfeng's students. Because in the last court examination, Cui Shi the embroidered tiger had been the imperial tutor for more than 100 years. The emperor of the Great Li had always followed the selected candidates and went through the motions. Zhao Yao was relatively unknown. He was one of the many examiners and he was one of the dozens of examiners. Zhao Yao was a student of Chinese. Compared to the other examiners, he had the least number of Jinshi scholars. There were only 2 second Jinshi scholars. Zhang Ding, the top scholar, and Chao Qinglang, the second place. Yang Shuang, who came in third, was the youngest of the 18 candidates. His bearing was outstanding. If not for the fact that there was a 15-year-old child prodigy who became a grand scholar, the 18-year-old Yang Shuang would have been the youngest new grand scholar in the metropolitan examination. Yang Shuang, who came in third, had once attracted a grand occasion in the capital of Dali. In addition, among the 15 second-place scholars, Wang Qinruo's literary talent was the best. He was known as Ethereal and Immortal. In addition, the 2 brothers were both surnamed Qing. They became second-place scholars together. Their literary works were simple, like sages. It could be seen that the scholars in Dali had a high opinion of them. There were 3 second-place scholars. Wang Qinruo and Er Qing were the 3 Maolin scholars. These 6 people were now assisting scholars and leaders of the literary world. They were involved in the compilation, selection, and editing of the 4 major books of the Hanlin Academy. After the 3 of them walked out of the house, Lu Qingfeng stopped at the door and said with a smile, "Young Master Qin, I'd like to chat a little more." The old doctor nodded and took the lead to say goodbye to Qin Pingon. He quickly walked out of the alley. Lu Qingfeng and Qin Pingon walked together in the alley. As expected, they were just chatting. They talked about topics unrelated to the situation of the country and half the continent. Lu Qingfeng said softly, "Among the disciples of the Jianghu schools who wield spears and rods, there must be a few who know how to wield literary skills. Otherwise, the founder's superb martial arts and brilliant Jianghu legends will be buried. Then the same principle applies to the scholarly and literary world. or even to a larger extent the Confucian orthodoxy and literary lineage. Once the incense dies and there is no successor, if one's writing skills are not good enough, or if one's ability to publicize the founder's glorious achievements is not good enough, one will suffer a great loss. As for the truth and falsehood, or perhaps some truth and some falsehood, it's more or less the same as the landscape travelogue I mentioned earlier. The common people are actually just here to watch the fun. Life is full of worries. How can they have the leisure to investigate the truth? Just like in the alley next door, someone is crying. When passers-by pass by, they might even feel that the heart-wrenching cries are somewhat annoying and unlucky. When the sedan chair overturns, the passers-by see that the bride is as beautiful as a flower. On the contrary, they are happy because they have picked up a free bargain. If the bride's looks are average and her manner is coarse, or if the groom falls off the horse and shows his ugly face, delaying the wedding night, the passers-by will also be somewhat happy. As for whether the bride is beautiful or ugly, it has nothing to do with the passers-by. But who cares? The old man spoke while sitting, but when he walked, Lu Qingfeng's breathing became unstable and his footsteps became sluggish. Qin Pingon had already reached out to hold the old minister's arm. He nodded and said with a smile, "I don't know when everyone in the world can afford to read books, recognize truth, and distinguish between truth and falsehood." Lu Qingfeng exclaimed and said in surprise, "It's not about distinguishing between right and wrong?" Qin Pingon said, "It will always be difficult to know the truth of the world. As for whether one is right or wrong, it has little to do with whether one reads books or not." Lu Qingfeng nodded and then reminded him, "The more peaceful the world is, the more charming the scholars will be. Especially when they are involved in officialdom, they will be full of flowers and brocade. The fierceness of the scholars will be dipped in ink and hide very well. The better they write, the longer they will live. You have to be very careful. If you are not the last disciple of the sage of literature, these are all external matters. You don't have to care about them. You can achieve immortality and cut off the mortal world. You can stomp your feet and shake your shoulders. Things will happen at the foot of the mountain, but nothing will happen on the mountain. You will still be you." When they entered, it was the minister of the Ministry of Rights of Dali who had experienced the turmoil of the officialdom. He was talking about official business with the master of Luopa Mountain. When they went out, it was just a scholar in his twilight years, Lu Qingfeng, who was talking about the world and people's hearts with his peers. It was unclear whether Qin Pingon, the master of a sect, was still a scholar who had not suffered much and did not understand that when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He could clearly distinguish that when in Rome, do as the Romans do but not be vulgar. This was the young man who had read thousands of books and traveled thousands of miles. He was a poor young man in the shabby alley in the past. Qin Pingon said, "Mr. Lu, please don't worry. In addition to Lu Qingshan and Lu Boqi, who are friends, there is also the Lion Garden of the Lu family in Qingwan Kingdom and the future scholars. I will try my best to protect the people and things that should be protected." Lu Qingfeng said helplessly, "I don't mean that." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I do mean that." Lu Qingfeng was not the kind of person who was pedantic. He smiled knowingly and thanked him for his kindness. Lu Qingfeng was silent for a moment. He stood at the intersection of the alley with Qin Pingon and asked, "Together with the three people who live in seclusion in Mount Huimeng, you always like to find trouble for yourself. What do you want?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment and joked, "The road is muddy because of the sudden heavy rain. Who doesn't want to be a drowned rat?" Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "After the rain, it is the hot summer season. Then it is also a little cute in winter." There was a carriage not far away. Both parties bowed and said goodbye. Lu Qingfeng walked out a few steps and suddenly stopped. He turned and asked, "Are Dr. Zhong?" Qin Pingon looked confused. "Who?" Lu Qingfeng said, "I don't remember things because I am old. The Dr. Zhong has just left." The old man turned and asked with a smile, "How high is the position of the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi?" Qin Pingon replied, "His position is not low, but his power is not great." Qin Pingon leaned against the wall of the alley with his hands in his sleeves. He watched the old man get on the carriage and slowly leave in the night. If there were no accidents, he would not have the chance to meet Mr. Lu again. With the nourishment of medicinal cuisine and elixirs, it could at most slightly prolong the life of a mortal master who had never been on the mountain. When faced with the end of life and death, there was nothing he could do. Moreover, the more he was nourished, the more he would be exhausted mentally and physically, like an unstoppable flood. If he tried to prolong his life by force, it would be like a poison. He could only exchange his life for a kind of final radiance of the setting sun. There was no medicine for regret in the world. In fact, there was no immortal elixir that could cure all diseases. As soon as Lu Qingfeng left, the vassal King Song Jisun in the capital would probably be relieved. However, the emperor in the capital would have a headache about the marriage issue. It would be troublesome if it was too high, and he would feel guilty if it was too low. Dong Xuejing came to Qin Pingon and asked, "Qin Pingon, do you already know my identity as a loner?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't know." Dong Xuejing did not hide anything. That year Mr. Su went to the wonton shop on the mountain and found me. He asked me to consider the loner. After weighing the pros and cons, I agreed. I have been walking barefoot for too many years, and I don't want to wear straw sandals for the rest of my life. Qin Pingon laughed and said, "We are close friends. Don't talk nonsense with me. You just feel that you don't have the money to marry a wife, and you are worried that Lin Shui is a disciple of the academy and an immortal on the mountain. You are determined to make a lot of money and save enough money for a wife. Only then can you have the confidence to go to Uncle Li and propose marriage? In my opinion, you are too shy. If it were me, my uncle and aunt's water tank is never empty. Li Huai went to the Great Sui Kingdom. I followed him. My uncle and aunt went to the North Continent. At worst, I will leave a little later and follow them. Anyway, I will pester them." Dong Xuejing almost had internal injuries. Only Qin Pingon was an exception. Otherwise, who would dare to touch the pot that did not boil? Dong Xuejing suddenly looked at this guy and said, "That's not right. According to what you said and the news I heard from Li Huai, it seems that you did this. You protected Li Huai when he went to study, and you built a good relationship with your future brother-in-law. You worked hard all the way, and Li Huai had the best relationship with you. You crossed continents to be a guest, helped to attract business in the shop at the foot of Lion Peak, and made the neighbors praise you?" Qin Pingon laughed angrily and said, "How can I be the same as you and Lin Shui? Since you like a girl, you are still so timid. You are so silly." Dong Xuejing sighed and said, "That's right. You said you were going to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and you did." Dong Xuejing actually admired Qin Pingon the most. When he was young, he carried a sword on his back and traveled to the Great Wall of Sword Qi alone, just to meet the girl he loved. He had to let her know that he liked her. It was best if she liked him. If she did not like him, it seemed that the young man was not afraid of her knowing. Dong Xuejing could not do it, and Lin Shui was the same. So in the end, the two cowards could only drink together and put on some bluff. Dong Xuejing suddenly said, "To be able to walk so far, you are not afraid of thousands of mountains and rivers. Then what about the Xianxia mountain? It is so close to the Luopa mountain. Why didn't you go there once?" Qin Pingon was silent. It was unknown if he had nothing to say, or if the answer in his heart was not suitable to say. There were some things in life, not only love between a man and a woman, but also many regrets. It was like a person who had never been to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He might never want to go there, or he might not be able to go there. Who knew? Anyway, he had never been there. Qin Pingon concealed himself and rode the wind back to the Luopa mountain from the state capital. The archive room in the main mountain's spirit gathering peak was the head of justice's territory. Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan had carefully looked through the secret records of Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City. There were dozens of books, and they were categorized into 9 categories. They involved the mountains and rivers of the 2 sects, the vassal forces, the big and small sources of wealth, the realm of the many guests, the roots of the sects, the intricate grudges on the mountain, and the strength of the enemies of both sides. On the secret records, there were detailed annotations and circles. Beside the contents were written in vermilion words such as confirmed, doubtful, extensible, and must be dug deeper. Although Zhang Jiazhen was the bookkeeper of the Quan residence, it was actually Zhang Jiazhen who had been assisting Zhang Changming in sorting out the files and information for so many years. Seeing Qin Pingon knock on the door and enter, Zhang Jiazhen said softly, "Mr. Qin." It was a habit. Just like those sword immortals, when they saw Qin Pingon, they still liked to call him Master Chao. Qin Lingjun still liked to call him Master. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. He came to the table and flipped open a secret record book with the words, "Xingyang Mountain Incense" written on it. He found the entry of the Dali imperial court and circled the name of the vassal Song Mu and wrote beside it, "This person does not count. The vassal remains." Qin Pingon then took out the genealogy record of the Xinjiang Mountain Ancestral Hall and circled the name Tianwan. He asked for a separate page from Changming and began to write. Jiang Shangzhen was amazed. Cui Dongshan said that it was good. Finally, Qin Pingon put the piece of paper in the book. After closing the book, he reached out to hold the book. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's such a person. Compared to our Luopa Mountain, she's even more secretive. She's very senior in the way she does things. That's why I mobilized so many people and asked the two of you to explore the way together. Don't let her run away. As for whether it will alert the enemy or not, don't force it. If she sees that the situation is not good and decisively runs away, you can directly invite her to Luopa Mountain. No matter how big the commotion is, don't bother. This Tianwan's importance is no less than that of Xinjiang Mountain, which is full of sword immortals." Jiang Shangzhen said, "Han Yushu." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It's very likely." Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his fists and said in high spirits, "Now that we have the Tongya continent and the Aquarius continent, then the mastermind behind the North continent must be hiding in the Qianglin sect, a sect that doesn't earn any money." Jiang Shangzhen was very familiar with the North continent. It was his second hometown. He had friends all over the continent. In the North continent, as long as he mentioned Jiang Shangzhen's name, he could drink without spending money. Cui Dongshan said softly, "Sir, as long as we use the knife must be fast. It must be so fast that the opponent's neck will be cut without him knowing. Accurate, steady and ruthless. Just like how you dealt with Han Yushu at Taiping Mountain." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Lu Xianyang and I will be in the open. The two of you will be in the dark. The land of the three continents is not close to the central divine continent, so it's enough. After all, there's only one Pei Min in swordsmanship and we just happened to meet him." There were indeed not many people that could make the three of them work together to deal with. Cui Dongshan looked at Chief Zhou with a smile and said, "If someone wants to learn from your Jade Medallion sect's ancestor and become a dragon crossing the river?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Of course we have to be the host. Even if there's no dragon crossing the river, we have to rely on Sister Tianwan and me, Han Yushu, to create an opportunity for the dragon to come to the Aquarius continent as a guest." Qin Pingon glanced at another stack of books. It was a secret record of the Su family in Clear Wind City. After thinking about it, he did not flip through the pages. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and call Lu Xianyang to go to Clear Wind City. Compared to Xinjiang Mountain, the grudges there were simpler and clearer. Therefore, Qin Pingon only took out a book that recorded the history of Xinjiang Mountain and found the Mountain Protector Consecrator on the first few pages. Cui Dongshan leaned on the table and sighed, "This mountain-moving ancestor is already famous in the continent." Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the real name of the mountain-moving ape Yuanxia. Most of the mountain-moving apes in the world had the surname Yuan. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was solemn. An existence that can make the Mountain Lord and Ning Yao work together to fight against, cannot be defeated by force, can only be defeated by wits. Zhang Jiazhen, who personally sifted through the spies and recorded the secret records, was shocked. Hidden Official and Ning Yao once worked together to fight against Yuanxia? Could it be that she missed some shocking inside story? But on Luopa Mountain's side, from the head steward Zhu Lian to the head minister Chong Ming, to Wei Shanjun, none of them mentioned this secret. Zhang Jiazhen stared at the page, her mind turning rapidly. This mountain-protecting consecrator of Xinjiang Mountain had protected Tao Zi on her trip to Pearl Grotto Heaven in the past, and had done two great feats. He almost moved Cloud Pinning Mountain back to Xinjiang Mountain. He fought the old King Song Zhangqiang at the Manufacturing Supervision Office. Both sides did not overdo it, and the result was a draw. Later, Cloud Pinning Mountain was promoted to Dali's new northern peak, and finally to the entire Aquarius continent's Great Northern Peak. As for Song Chongjing, he used to be a level 9 martial artist and reached the peak. In the end, he used the martial arts fate of half the continent to kill 2 immortals in the desecration battlefield in the central part of Pedu as a legendary level 11 martial god. Therefore, the mountain-moving ape's reputation rose with the tide. Zhang Jiazhen knew all these things very well. But according to her previous assessment, Yuan Xinya's cultivation level, even in the Jade Pure realm, was at most equal to Su Hun, the city lord of Qingfeng City. Qin Pingon flipped the pages with 2 fingers and flipped through them. He didn't look at Yuan Jinya's hobbies or who he was friends with. He only looked at the dozens of columns on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain that the mountain-moving ape had been serving as the guardian of Xingyang Mountain for 1,000 years. He read them twice. Zhang Zhezhen became more and more uneasy. She said softly, "Mr. Qin, it's my fault. I shouldn't have written so carelessly." Qin Pingon smiled. Carelessness? Ning Yao and I were at that time. It was very difficult to fight a mountain-moving ape. We had to fight with our lives. Zhang Shangzhen sighed. Moving away Mount Biyun Song Chongjing of the Wenquan Fist, accepting Qin Yingguan and Ning Yao of Ascension City's Wenquan's joint Wenquan, one after another, each more frightening than the last. The years I spent in the North Continent were all in vain. I tried my best to get into trouble everywhere, but I can't even compare to the wealth that Grand Master Yuan accumulated in just a few days. If he traveled the Central Divine Continent, who would dare to disrespect him? Who wouldn't be afraid? Comparisons are odious. Qin Pingon closed the book. Don't be angry. Cui Dongshan smiled. Because ancestral patriarch Banshan is not human. Zhang Shangzhen nodded. Then I'm worse than a beast. Zhang Zhezhen couldn't get a word in edgewise. Zhang Changming was all smiles. Qin Pingon brought Zhang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan to the ancestral temple at the peak of the mountain. First he asked Cui Dongshan to set up a golden lightning pool around the white jade railings on the peak of the mountain. Only then did Qin Pingon take out a scroll that was covered in layers of restrictions from the objects in front of him. He held the white jade scroll tightly in one hand and gently shook it open. The scroll unfolded. Qin Pingon let go of his hand and gently raised his sleeves. The scroll soared and floated in the air before slowly rotating. Cui Dongshan and Zhang Shangzhen looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were enlightened. Back then Qin Pingon asked Pei Min outside the Heavenly Palace Temple. In fact, Cui Dongshan and Zhang Shangzhen were both puzzled by a crucial part of the story. How did their respective masters, the Mountain Chieftain, manage to withstand Pei Min's 1 or 2 full-powered strikes? How did he manage to protect the white jade hairpin before Cui Dongshan got his hands on the hairpin? Even if Pei Min failed to kill Qin Pingon with 1 strike, he could still shatter the white jade hairpin and kill Qin Pingon. Now, the scroll that was most likely to become the protective array of Luopa Mountain was the answer. Inverted Hanging Mountain, Reverent Sword Pavilion, Sword Immortal painting. These half-sword immortal spirits had once accompanied the young hidden official to guard half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon took out 3 incense sticks and gave 1 each to Cui Dongshan and Zhang Shangzhen. Qin Pingon bowed and said in his heart, "Passing Inverted Hanging Mountain, the sword is noble." Then Zhang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan left Luopa Mountain to scout ahead. Whether it was Zhang Shangzhen or Cui Dongshan, any one of them was enough to make people feel at ease. With the 2 of them together, Qin Pingon did not even know how to write the word worry. Qin Pingon walked to the bamboo house and took out a pot of wine. He was a little hesitant. Zhou Xian came to the stone table by the cliff and sat down. He asked softly, "Young master, is there something on your mind?" Qin Pingon wanted to find old chef to talk about this matter. He told Zhou Xian about the mental scenes that Pei Qian saw when he was young. He also told Zhou Xian about the 5 dreams and 7 hearts of the 3rd sect master of the Bekokekyung building, Lu Chen. They were the dream of the Confucian master Zheng Huan. In the dream, the skeleton revives dreams. In the dream, the oak tree is alive. In the dream, the spirit turtle is dead. In the dream, the butterfly is unknown. Other than the 5 dreams, there were 7 hearts. They followed Lu Chen's great Tao and were born in succession. Wooden rooster, spring tree, mole, kunpeng, oriole, swan and eye, and butterfly. Of course, there was also Ding Ying's lotus crown in the blessed land. Zhou Lian cupped his fists and smiled. "First of all, I thank young master for treating me with sincerity." Then both of them were silent. Qin Pingon turned his head and found Zhou Lian looking at the stone table with a calm expression. He was leaning against the stone table and looking out of the cliff. There was a smile on his face and there was even a hint of relief. It was as if he had finally woken up from a dream. It was like a tired person who had not been able to sleep for a long time and finally had a sweet dream. He was in a mysterious state. This was definitely not a state that a pure martial artist would be in. It was more like the state of a cultivator who had attained Tao. Got it. Wei Pai sensed something and immediately appeared on Luopa Mountain. However, he did not dare to approach the stone table. He only stood under the bamboo house's corridor. Qin Lingjun and Zhou Mili, who had just returned from patrolling the mountain, swaggered over on the small path. Wei Pai raised a finger to his lips, indicating that they should not speak. Zhou Lian turned his head and looked at Qin Pingon. He said, "If Lu Qin had a dream and I helped Lu Qin reach the 15th level, what would you do?" Qin Pingon did not hesitate and replied, "What would I do? It's very simple. Zhou Lian must still be Zhou Lian. Don't fall asleep and wake up. Other than that, I'll just travel with my sword and ask about the Beko Keikyung building." Zhou Lian stood up. Qin Pingon also stood up. He reached out and grabbed old chef's arm. "It's a deal." Zhou Lian smiled and nodded. "I finally know where the dream is. Then I have a target. Interpreting dreams is actually not difficult, because I already have half the answer." Qin Pingon said, "My senior apprentice brother Xiu Hu and student Dong Shan." Back when Lu Qin returned to his hometown, he set up a fortune-telling stall in Lizhu Grotto Heaven for many years. It was very likely that he had conveniently observed the Tao. He was waiting for the difference between Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan's souls, as well as Cui Dongshan's creation of porcelain figurines. Zhou Lian realized that Qin Pingon was still holding his arm. He smiled and said, "Young master, I'm also not a beautiful woman. Don't be like this. If word gets out, people will misunderstand." Wei Pai heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhou Lian turn his head with a smile and look at him. Wei Pai could only swallow his words. Qin Pingon loosened his grip and said with a smile, "Do you really think I'm stupid?" Back then, Ro's attitude towards you had changed so much on the plank road at the border. She must have seen something. Otherwise, with her temper, she definitely wouldn't have been enlightened by your reasoning. "I just think that everyone has their own secrets. I deliberately did not ask and pretended not to know." Zhou Lian stretched out a finger and rubbed his temples. He asked tentatively, "Young master, then I'll show my real face in the future?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Why not? Our Luopa mountain is already a sect. It doesn't matter." Zhou Lian turned his back to the bamboo house and peeled off 2 layers of skin, revealing his true face. Martial madman. Noble young master. Banished immortal. Qin Pingon was very clear about the lotus blossom blessed land. But what kind of noble young master, banished immortal, and what kind of immortal appearance and bearing? Qin Pingon used to think that only people like Lu Tai Tui Dongshan and Wei Pai could be considered to be at most. So at this moment, Qin Pingon was like being struck by lightning. He was stunned for a long time. He turned his head and glanced at the gloating Wei Pai, and then looked at the still stooped Zhou Lian. Qin Pingon grimaced and finally smiled awkwardly. He even subconsciously took 2 steps back, as if he would only feel at ease if he was far away from Zhou Lian's face. He lowered his voice and advised, "Zhou Lian, it's better for you to be an old cook. This kind of shady business of making money without conscience is not very good. Indeed, the most shameless business in the world is to rely on one's face to make a living." Zhou Lian nodded. His voice was warm and very unfamiliar. Then he smiled and covered his 2 faces again. One was the shopkeeper's face and the other was the old cook's face. Qin Pingon reminded, "Voice, don't forget your voice." Zhou Lian smiled and said, "Okay." Finally, his face and voice became the familiar old cook. Qin Pingon was relieved but added, "If Luopa Mountain is really short of money in the future, we'll talk about it again." Luopa Mountain's mirage was indeed worth looking forward to. Julian. Jiang Shangzhen Mi Wei Pai. Tui Dongshan. Among the guests there was Lu Jiqing. In the future there could be Lin Junbai. The younger generation there was Qin Li Bai Xian. There was a galaxy of talents and there was no worry of a shortage of young people. The 2 sat down. Qin Pingon took out 2 pots of glutinous rice wine and waved to Wei Pai. Qin Lingjun followed beside Wei Pai and called him Brother Wei, as if he was a dish that had just been served with wine. Ever since Qin Lingjun came to Luopa Mountain, his attitude towards Wei Shanjun had been like this over and over again. There was a clear dividing line. The mountain chieftain had left the mountain to travel, and his family had no one to rely on, so Qin Lingjun was more polite to Wei Shanjun. Since the mountain chieftain was on Luopa Mountain, Qin Lingjun was not distant from old brother Wei. Cultivators who climbed the mountain usually remembered the beating and not the eating. Uncle Jingqing was good, he only remembered the eating and not the beating. A limping child walked to the stone table. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. For the first time he did not put his hands behind his back. Bai Xian covered his face with one hand and said vaguely, "Master Hidden Official, I still want to practice boxing, but can you not let Pei Qian teach me boxing? She's not kind. She doesn't pressure the realm." Qin Lingjun lowered his head and tried hard to hold back his laughter. Zhou Mili scratched her face and stood up to make room for the taller Bai Xian. She asked in a low voice, "What realm did you let Pei Qian suppress?" Bai Xian said angrily, "I thought highly of her. Let's say she's in the golden body realm. We agreed to suppress the fourth realm, but she pretended to be polite and said to suppress the fifth realm." Bai Xian hurriedly turned his head to look at the small path near the bamboo building. He didn't see Pei Qian's figure, so he continued, "In the end, her punches were unreasonably fierce. I couldn't even see how she punched. My whole body floated in the air like a flying sword. I took a few punches before I landed. Just as I landed, Pei Qian's foot was right in front of my eyes. When I woke up, Pei Qian was squatting by the side and said that she had pulled back her foot at the last moment. Otherwise, if the tip of her foot had pierced my heart, I would have been eating and vomiting blood or sleeping and walking." Bai Xian's face was sad. He rubbed his red and swollen cheeks and complained, "Master Hidden Official, how did you take in such a disciple? Pei Qian is a liar. How can there be such a way of punching in the world? She doesn't care about the camaraderie at all. It's as if I'm her enemy." Qin Pingon was a little heartbroken. Then he said softly, "Are you stupid? Next time ask her if she can suppress her level 6. As long as she agrees, I will not be biased in whatever happens next." Bai Xian's eyes turned. He asked tentatively, "Can I suppress the seventh realm?" Qin Pingon frowned slightly. He seemed to dislike it. "Ask her yourself. I don't care." Bai Xian stood up shakily and staggered to the side of the path. When he reached a place where there was no one, he immediately ran to find Pei Qian. He said her master Qin Pingon said she wanted you to suppress the seventh realm. "I don't have overnight grudges." After about 15 minutes, Bai Xian staggered back to the stone table. His cheeks were so red and swollen that he did not look human. This time he was not faking it at all. He said weakly, "I don't want to practice anymore. Master Chow, I'm going back to the sword prayer platform. Can you have Wei Shanjun give me a ride? I'm observing the sky at night. It's not good to fly on the sword today." Qin Pingon smiled. "It's not good to practice halfway. Let's find someone to teach you in the future." Bai Xian sat in the seat that Xiaomi gave up. He put his face on the stone table. When he felt the pain, he immediately shivered. He was silent for a moment. "If I want to practice, then I want to practice. Pei Qian is Pei Qian. One day I will let her know what a true martial arts genius is." Bai Xian thought of something and asked in a sickly voice, "Hidden Official, what realm is Pei Qian?" She said hundreds or thousands of Pei Qians couldn't beat her master. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "You really believe that?" Bai Xian stood up. "Let's go." Qin Lingjuan's eyes widened. There was a hero on Luopa Mountain that did not lose to him. Bai Xian limped away. On the path he met that Pei Qian. Sister Pei, Sister Pei." Bai Xian's shoulders shook as he quickly walked forward. Then he turned sideways and walked to the edge of the path. He started to move little by little. "It's getting late. Your master told me to go and rest. See you later." When he passed by that Pei Qian, Bai Xian ran with all his might. When he came back to his senses, he was already at the stairs. Bai Xian did not dare to turn around and go back to his residence. He climbed up the stairs and finally sat at the top of the mountain and rubbed his face. When Sun Yuanji reached the top, Bai Xian had already turned around. His reputation was destroyed in a day. He did not have the chance to go down the mountain and kill people. Sun Yuanji sat down to rest. He hesitated and asked softly, "Bai Xian, what happened?" Logically, on Luopa Mountain no one would bully Bai Xian. Bai Xian said, "I sleepwalked in the middle of the night and fell." Sun Yuanji got up and continued to walk down the mountain. Zhu Lian and Wei Pai rode the moonlight and returned to the courtyard to play a game. They both missed the Defeng brothers. At the cliff outside the bamboo building, Nuan Shu went to the lotus root paradise and returned. So the last row of people sat at the cliff. Qin Pingon, the little lotus on top of his head, Pei Qian, Nuan Shu, Xiaomi and Jing Qing. At the Ox Horn Mountain Ferry, Qin Pingon took Pei Qian and Xiaomi on the Skeleton Beach Ferry to the North Continent. They left quickly and returned quickly. The general route was the Hemp Sect, Ghost Valley, Spring Dew Garden and Crouching Ground Peak. Taihui Sword Sect, Floating Duckweed Sword Lake and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Finally they returned to the Skeleton Beach and returned home. Above the sea, the fairies of the Linen Sect heading north suddenly received a distress signal from a flying sword. A fairy from the North Continent heading south had encountered the legendary Night Fairy. It was unable to avoid it and was about to crash into the arcane realm. Qin Pingon originally planned for Pei Qian to continue escorting Xiaomi and wait for him at the Hemp Sect. However, Qin Pingon changed his mind and decided to travel with him. They left the ferry quietly and let Pei Qian and Xiaomi ride the wind on the sea. Qin Pingon rode on his sword alone to a higher place where he could have a better view of the world. At the same time he could also keep an eye on Pei Qian and Xiaomi. They traveled south to find traces of the strange fairy. One night, Qin Pingon rode on his sword and landed on the sea. He sheathed his sword and brought Pei Qian and Xiaomi to a place. After a while Qin Pingon frowned slightly. Pei Qian squinted his eyes and frowned too. A fairy as large as a mountain actually passed by them just like that. Pei Qian was puzzled. Master, why is it so strange? It doesn't look like a trick or a mirage. There are no ripples of spiritual energy. Zhou Xiaomi crossed her arms in front of her chest and frowned her thin yellow eyebrows. She nodded vigorously. It is a little strange. Qin Pingon thought for a while and took out a talisman boat. Sure enough, the night fairy that was hard to stop suddenly jumped out of the sea. The talisman boat seemed to have run aground and appeared at the gate of a huge city. Pei Qian focused his chi and looked up. On top of the city, a golden light flashed and disappeared. It was like a plaque hanging on it. Pei Qian said softly, Master, it seems to be a place called Entry City. Entry City? I've never heard of it. Qin Pingon smiled and said to Pei Qian and Xiaomi telepathically. Remember one thing. After entering the city, don't talk. Especially don't answer anyone's questions. There was no city restriction. When Qin Pingon and the others entered the city, it suddenly opened up. As far as their eyes could see, there were people and carriages everywhere. It was bustling as if it was a bustling capital. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. Pei Qian was holding a walking stick and carrying a basket on his back. Xiaomi was standing in the basket and carrying a golden pole. He patted Pei Qian's head and then patted Xiaomi's head. He smiled and said, Don't be particular about that. Just ask and answer. The world is big, we can do whatever we want. 768. Under the hazy drizzle, an immortal ferry from the south to the north slowly docked at Egret Ferry in Xinjiang Mountains territory. A handsome man in a long green robe and cloth shoes walked down. He held up an oil paper umbrella with an osmanthus branch as its handle. Beside him was a youth in a long black robe. Similarly, he held a small umbrella made of ordinary green bamboo, but the fan was refined from an immortal's jade green lotus. It was First Seat Zhou Tui Dongshan, who was wearing a mask and casting a concealment technique. Both of them carried swords on their backs. They were relics from secret residences in the Central Plains and the North Continent. They had never appeared in the Aquarius continent before. The two relics of ancient sword immortals were named Jiawisheng and Tiandao. Behind him was a group of cultivators who were also traveling Xinjiang Mountain. They were chatting and laughing. A youth was talking to a young lady with a graceful figure beside him. He was telling her that his master was a close friend of the sword immortal patriarch of Xinjiang Mountain's Cloud Parting Peak who had hundreds of years of friendship. As for the Cloud Parting Peak's patriarch, he had once fought alongside the North Continent's sword immortal Li on the battlefield of Old Dragon City. They had slain great demons together. Tui Dongshan was amused when he heard that. He chuckled and asked telepathically, First Seat Zhou, why don't we change umbrellas? Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the shade under the jade-green lotus umbrella. He shook his head and said, Forget it. It's not likable. In the group behind him there was a child with delicate features. He was about 7 or 8 years old. He held up a large umbrella and gathered a large pool of rainwater on the umbrella's surface with a water spell. Then he suddenly twisted the umbrella's handle. The raindrops shot out in all directions like arrows and countless flying swords. He was just a cultivator who had just started cultivating. The raindrops splattered everywhere without much power. However, when the raindrops hit the two umbrellas in front of him, they made thumping sounds. The elders of the sect only smiled. These accomplished cultivators naturally did not need to hold up umbrellas. Spiritual qi overflowed and the wind and rain subsided. The mountain immortals of the middle 5 realms wandered the 4 corners of the world. They were impervious to water and fire and avoided filth. Those vassal states were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Most of the strange people recorded in the unofficial histories and strange books were cultivators of this generation. If the 2 travelers in front could be like them and turn the rain into nothing, then there would naturally be someone who would come forward to stop the child from continuing to play with the umbrella. They might even take the initiative to apologize and say a few polite words about the child's mischievous behavior. In the end, Cui Dongshan casually waved his sleeve and slapped the child into the water. He turned his head and said with a cheeky smile, "Little brat, if you like to play in the water, then go play in the water." It happened so suddenly that even though the child had already climbed the mountain at a young age, he had no strength to fight back. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he drew an arc, swept over a large clump of snow-white reeds and fell into the water at the ferry. Jiang Shangzhen turned his head and laughed. "You almost scared me to death. You don't have to apologize. You can just pay for it." Cui Dongshan chuckled. Jiang Shangzhen immediately corrected himself. "Lose money to avoid calamity, lose money to avoid calamity." A burly man reached out and grabbed the handle of the dermic saber at his waist. He said in a deep voice, "Is there a need to go to this extent for a child to play?" If not for the man holding the umbrella who had a unique accent of the North Continent, he would have drawn his saber and slashed at him. After all, he was in the right. If the matter reached Xingyang Mountain and the nearby Dali vassals, the imperial court would not be afraid. It would only be the other party who would suffer. Although the current Aquarius continent did not forbid fights between martial artists and immortals, after 20 years, it was a habit that was hard to change in such a short time. Cui Dongshan held the umbrella with one hand and placed the other on his waist. He said righteously, "I'm not old. I'm still a child." Jiang Shangzhen raised his thumb and pointed at the sword behind him. He sneered, "If this was my hometown, that little brat would be dead by now." An old cultivator with a calm temperament immediately said to the crowd telepathically, "From his accent, he is indeed a cultivator of the North Continent. As for whether he is a sword cultivator, it's hard to say for now." The current North Continent was the Aquarius continent's brother continent. As for the Tongya continent, it could only be considered the Sun continent. In the water of the ferry, a strange phenomenon occurred. Flames shot out like lightning, like a fire dragon emerging from the water. It was a high-grade spiritual weapon with flowing light. It was a small awl made of bronze, more than a foot long, with 9 dragons engraved on it. It was the child's natal item. Before he climbed ashore, he had already taken out the small awl and stabbed it at the black-robed youth holding the emerald lotus umbrella. Everyone watched as the youth laughed. Good timing. He suddenly closed the emerald lotus umbrella and held the handle with both hands. It was as if he was holding a sword with 2 swords. He used his swordsmanship to slash downwards. However, he was only hit by the small awl. The youth's qi and blood surged and his soul became unstable. His face immediately turned red. He could only shout angrily and gather his qi in his dantian. His feet sank into the soft mud soaked by the rainwater. However, the tip of the bronze awl still blocked the umbrella's body. He slid back more than 10 feet before stabilizing himself. The child stood on the shore and formed a seal with 2 fingers. He quickly recited the incantation in his heart. He stamped his foot and shouted the word, "Draw water." He operated the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in his natal qi palace. His fingers and the small awl seemed to be pulled by a thread of golden light. The exquisitely carved small awl's 9 dragons were like eyes that opened and started to move. However, the child was still too young. His refinement was not good enough and his movements were not fast enough. As soon as he opened his mouth to suck in the rainwater, the black-robed youth bent over and turned sideways. The green-robed youth grabbed his shoulder and with a few light touches, they fled far away. Neither side dared to walk on the main road of the ferry. They chose the reeds by the water and stepped on them. The child was unwilling to let those 2 bastards go. He moved his finger and stared at the 2 people's backs. He silently recited, "Wind gallops, black dragons meander, big waterfall 10,000 feet high." 9 finger-length black dragons coiled around the small bronze awl. They spat out 9 swift and fierce arrows made of rainwater. The 2 people on the reeds dodged left and right. They were in a very difficult situation. The old cultivator smiled and said, "Chun Tang, that's enough. Put away the small awl. Don't use it so easily. Where it's possible to make mistakes, let them go." The child stopped his finger gesture and took a deep breath. His face was slightly pale. The faintly discernible rope also disappeared. The small awl flashed and hovered beside him. The child took out an inconspicuous small cotton pouch from his sleeve and put the small awl with the inscription, 7 miles long, into the pouch. There was a 300-year-old white flower snake and a 200-year-old black snake in the pouch. They would use their own blood to help their master nourish the small awl. The child named Chun Tang hung the small pouch on his waist. His face was gloomy. He rubbed his cheek. It was burning with pain. The old cultivator stretched out 2 fingers and twisted his wrist. With a gentle touch, the big umbrella that fell on the muddy road floated up and floated to the child. The child took the umbrella in his hand. In a fit of anger, he directly threw the umbrella into the water far away. Out of sight, out of mind. Anyway, it was an ordinary item. It wasn't worth much. The old cultivator also deliberately pretended not to see Chun Tang's childish behavior. This old golden core cultivator, who was respected as the state protector in his native vassal state, only looked in the direction where the 2 people left. He felt that something was amiss. The man with the Dharma saber sneered and said, "2 ordinary martial artists. How dare they pretend to be sword cultivators in North Continent? What are they thinking?" The old cultivator explained, "They're most likely from North Continent. Otherwise they wouldn't be so rude. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Remember to restrain Chun Tang. Don't seek revenge on Xingyang Mountain. Now that the peak opening ceremony is about to begin, it's a joyous day. No one wishes for such unlucky things to happen. You're Chun Tang's guardian. If you can't control him, I'll have to use the precepts of the Ancestral Master Hall to control you." The man said helplessly, "Ancestral Master, I know the severity of the situation here." In the reeds far away, the 2 people squatted by the water like squatting pits. Jiang Shangzhen held the umbrella on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "What's going on?" Cui Dongshan held the emerald lotus umbrella horizontally and lowered his head to exhale. He used his sleeve to wipe away some traces. He had a pained look on his face. Then he used 2 fingers to pick up a spiritual light. It was peeled off from the small bronze awl. He looked at it and said casually, "It's boring. I was just having fun." Jiang Shangzhen said, "Look at the child's small awl and cloth pouch. Is it the dragon raising technique? Is there a place called Killalong in the Aquarius continent? I've never heard of it before. In ancient times, the path of dragon raising and flood dragon raising was once respected. The leader was one of the 6 great ceremonial officials of the Confucian school. In the later generations there were many branches. When there were no more true dragons in the world, the so-called dragon raising was just some mountain, swamp, tortoise, turtle, water, fish and snakes. Moreover, this branch was in the vast world. During the true dragon calamity 3,000 years ago, the fish in the moat were implicated. Therefore there were no longer any sections. Because the descendants of the true dragon and the flood dragons were all mixed together, it was an extravagant hope to turn into a flood dragon, let alone a true dragon. All the chi cultivators of the dragon-raising branch were reduced to water without a source. They were in an awkward situation. Their incense gradually withered just like the gods of the mountains and rivers who had lost their incense. Cui Dongshan crushed the insignificant spiritual light and placed the emerald lotus umbrella under his armpit. His hands covered the scattered spiritual light and rubbed it gently. He then observed the spiritual light spreading in the meridians in his palms. It was like a winding mountain range. The scene that the Jindan and Yuanying realm could not see clearly was naturally seen by the immortals. However, when Jiang Shangzhen glanced at it, he saw it clearly but did not know what it was. The path of divination was one of the few spells that Jiang Shangzhen did not know. This was because Jiang Shangzhen was never willing to learn these methods to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Cui Dongshan clapped his palms and completely crushed all the traces of the meridians in his palms. He smiled and said, "Near Killalong there is an old flood dragon in a big river. He opened up a water residence and was once conferred the title of White Dragon King by the imperial court. After that small and remote country was destroyed, the old flood dragon almost never showed up. However, his seniority was much lower than the one in Huangting country who had lived for 10,000 years. The old flood dragon relied on more than 1,000 literati and poets from different dynasties to help him bring in some incense with their poems and literary skills. Qilalong's immortal residence had the opportunity of great Dao. It could be considered as the incense envoy that the old flood dragon secretly supported. The small all-calm disturbance was one of the tokens. However, the hydrology of this river was very good. It controlled more than 10 tributaries and more than 30 rivers and streams. In the early years, it opened up the Great Blasphemy Estuary. If it was not for taking care of your Jiang family, this river would have been chosen as the Great Blasphemy Estuary. Then this Dragon King would have taken the opportunity to get a Great Blasphemy Marquis. Jiang Xianxia smiled and said, "The Jiang family of Yunlin is out of my league." Cui Dongshan stood up and carried the emerald lotus umbrella on his shoulder. His expression was solemn. Jiang Xianxia stood up as well. It was sunny after the rain and the atmosphere was renewed. He also kept the cinnamon branch umbrella and closed his eyes to take a deep breath. He helped the true dragon to smell a trace of danger. The two of them walked slowly. Jiang Xianxia asked, "I'm very curious. Why do you and Qin Pingon seem to be more tolerant of that Wangzhu?" Cui Dongshan nodded. "Because my master felt that someone had placed hope in Wangzhu. Then he was willing to have some hope. As of now, Wangzhu indeed did not disappoint. Then I will learn from my master and take a few more glances at her." In fact, after leaving Pearl Grotto Heaven, Wangzhu's life was too smooth. It was truly smooth sailing. To be precise, after leaving the Iron Lock Well, she did not suffer much. Compared to my master's long journey, she was simply lying down and enjoying life. Xiaogui, this name is not given for nothing. Chisel the wall to steal light, be a little thief, steal my master's luck and good fortune, steal Song Jisun's dragon chi, and in the end, occupy the world's power and take advantage of the situation to become a dragon. I'm afraid that she will think that she deserves everything. For example, she will feel resentful that the Confucian temple chose Lushui Pit Fat Woman to occupy the land's water transportation. She will feel that half of her luck was taken away. After reaching the Ascendant Realm, she will mistakenly think that the heavens and the earth don't care about her anymore. Then she will start to stir up trouble. Jiang Xianxia asked an important question. Can the Dragon Slayer still slay a dragon after 3,000 years? Before Cui Dongshan could give an answer, Jiang Xianxia asked and answered his own question. Compared to 3,000 years ago, it seems that it's more believable to slay a true dragon after 3,000 years. Cui Dongshan said, "On the day when my master disrespected the ancestral temple, Wang Zhu took the initiative to show up. In fact, she saved half of her life." Jiang Xianxia nodded and said, "She's willing to be nostalgic. The hill master is already nostalgic, so he's even more willing to be nostalgic." Cui Dongshan tapped on his shoulder with the small umbrella and laughed. "Jiaxing by Qian Qinzhuelio, our master Jingqing is really lucky. He has so many sworn brothers, but he's still alive. This kind of luck, who would believe it?" They were at Egret Ferry. The nearest peak to Xingyang Mountain was Qingwu Peak, which was hundreds of miles away. The two of them first went to a celestial inn located on a high mountain. They sat on the observation deck with a wide view and drank while looking at the peaks in the distance. With the first-line peak of the ancestral mountain as the center, the territory of Xingyang Mountain with a radius of 800 miles was the territory of the sect. The peaks surrounded and protected the ancestral mountain. The mountain guarding formation was activated, and sword chi was everywhere. Sword cultivators could often be seen riding their swords to and fro between the peaks. Their auras were like rainbows as their sword flashes dragged across the sky. Due to Yuan Jinya, the protector of the mountain-moving sect, Xingyang Mountain had moved 3 broken old mountains belonging to Dali's vassals to the south in the past 20 years. They were the places where the future sword immortals of the sect would establish their peaks. To the imperial court of the vassal states, instead of spending great efforts to repair the mountain's roots and water and rebuild the ancestral temple of the Mountain Lord, it was better to choose an intact mountain and confer the title of Mountain Lord. They could even obtain a sum of money from Xingyang Mountain and establish a relationship with the sect full of sword cultivators. On the other hand, these mountains that seemed broken and useless on the surface had actually accumulated wind and water for thousands of years. They had a deep foundation. If Xingyang Mountain wanted to repay the relationship, it would be nothing more than the sword cultivators going down the mountain to train in the future. They would go to the 3 vassal states to slay demons and evil spirits that the local authorities could not deal with. However, it was a piece of cake for the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain. In fact, no one was truly losing money. Everyone had their own gains. Cui Dongshan smiled. After seeing the world, the sword immortals of Xinjiang Mountain have become more experienced and sly. Jiang Shangzhen agreed. The sect's reputation is not to be underestimated. Before the Great War that swept the world, the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain, even if they were not direct sword cultivators, were famous for being domineering when they went out to train. They could run amok on the continent. The Divine Grandeur sect was the top dog on the continent. The Wind Snow Temple and True Martial Mountain were the ancestral halls of the military school of the 2 continents. Li Tuanjing's Wind Thunder Garden had yet to be destroyed. The Dali cavalry rose to prominence in the north. The Jiang family of Cloud Forest, the Fu family of Old Dragon City, and the Zhuing dynasty were the sword cultivators. Apart from that, Xinjiang Mountain could be completely arrogant. Otherwise, they would not have the nickname of Xiaotong Yi of the Aquarius continent. That Qingfeng city that has a fox kingdom? It's just an unnamed vassal force of Xinjiang Mountain. Apart from Yugui sect, none of the native sects of the 3 continents, including Baiping, Tongye and Beiju-Lu, had a subordinate sect. Although Yuan Ting's Dragon Spring Sword sect had always been regarded as a subordinate sect of the Wind Snow Temple by the cultivators on the mountain, that was not the case. Moreover, Yuan Ting had the title of the chief consecrator of Dali. Among the direct sword cultivators, there was also the genius Xialing. Therefore, Xinjiang Mountain was still willing to look up to Dragon Spring Sword sect. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. This Yuan Bai's background is rather pitiful. He just went out for a long trip and he's already drifting in the mountains and rivers. He's not as carefree as Xiao Poxian of Mount Huiming these years. Wei Ying saw that his aptitude was quite good. Before going to Divine Seal Peak, Wei Ying wanted to ask Xinjiang Mountain for this person. She planned to nurture him well. Unfortunately, he was too kind and damaged his natal flying sword. Even if he went to Bookslip Lake, he would probably be tricked to death by Lu Laoqing and Lu Jimao. Cui Dongshan said, "Fortunately, it didn't happen. Otherwise, your Yugui sect's pants would be full of yellow mud." One of the twin paragons of the old Zhuing dynasty's sword Dao Yuan Bai. He made a deal with Xinjiang Mountain and became a direct disciple of Xinjiang Mountain from a guest elder. Later on, he fought the Wind Thunder Garden's Garden Lord Huang He in Q-Sword. Yuan Bai was heavily injured, but he successfully delayed Huang He's breakthrough to the upper 5 realms. Yuan Bai was now recuperating on Snow Peak. His sword Dao achievements in this life would not be high. Besides, on Xinjiang Mountain, there was a young sword cultivator who almost became a direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect's ancestral hall. After joining Xinjiang Mountain, his cultivation broke through like a hot knife through butter. This time he was in seclusion to form his core. Once he came out of seclusion, a peak opening ceremony would be held and he would be promoted to a peak master. Cui Dongshan's eyes turned cold. Yuan Bai has a servant girl called Lu Kai. She comes from the heavenly well-blessed land of the Snow Peak continent. Lu Kai. Jiang Shangzhen immediately became interested. That lady Lu Kai? Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. To you, she's the kind of person you won't remember. Jiang Shangzhen crossed his legs and asked, "That Wu Tijing, as Mountain Lord said, is he really the reincarnation of Li Tuanjing? That woman Tianwan found him and brought him up the mountain to cultivate, just to annoy Huang He and Lu Baqiao in the future?" Cui Dongshan nodded. Pretty much. A young sword cultivator Wu Tijing appeared out of nowhere. His intrinsic flying sword, Mandarin Duck. Apart from that, it was rumored that he also had a secret flying sword. As for why it was rumored, it was fine as long as one was aware of such matters on the mountain. It was the same principle as some of the secret records recorded in the history books at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Shangzhen looked away. Xiefeng is still the cuter one. Snow Peak was because there were 2 peaks facing each other. The mountain opposite Snow Peak was covered in snow all year round. However, that mountain peak was nameless. It was only rumored that the founder of Snow Peak was a nascent soul sword cultivator. She once cultivated with her Daoist partner on the opposite mountain. After her Daoist partner failed to reach the Golden Core stage and passed away early, the reclusive sword Immortal sealed herself on the mountain peak. She remained on Snow Peak for the next few hundred years. She said she was in seclusion, but she was actually tired of the sect's affairs. It was equivalent to giving up the position of Xinjiang Mountain's mountain lord. However, the truth about the secret records of Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral hall was not so sad and moving. Cui Dongshan narrated the story of the mountains and rivers that could not escape the word love. The Daoist partner of the Snow Peak female ancestral master had a change of heart when she was in seclusion. After she came out of seclusion, she found out and killed him. She even lit a soul lamp and placed it on the mountain peak opposite Snow Peak, freezing it for decades. However, from then on she also had an inner demon. In the end, when she was trying to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, she suffered from qi deviation and was killed by the sword cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral hall. Her sword Dao fate was confined to the boundary of Xinjiang Mountain. Cui Dongshan knew too much about the past of the Aquarius continent. When he and the old bastard were still Cui Dong, they would occasionally take out a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts in the dead of the night. They were used to reading under the light at night. They would casually take out a secret record from the mountain and read about the origins of the Immortals, the secrets of the palace and the grudges of the Jianghu. If I knew this, I wouldn't have listened to these insider stories. Jiang Shangzhen sighed and held the back of his head with his hands. He shook his head and said, "Cultivating on the mountain is nothing more than adding water to the wine, turning a pot of wine into a large jar of watery wine. The longer you live, the more water you add, the longer you drink, the duller the taste. You him, her, you them. I'm the only one who's different. Not a single person will lean on me." Cui Dongshan suddenly laughed. "We came at the right time, the ancestral hall of Frontline Peak is having a meeting." Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the sword aura rainbow that rose from the many mountain peaks. "It lives up to its name, there are many sword immortals." Cui Dongshan covered his sleeves with his hands and said, "I once saw an empty shop in a grotto heaven ruins. It didn't have a shopkeeper or assistant, but it was still doing the world's most forceful business." Jiang Shangzhen praised, "I'm really envious of Brother Cui's vast knowledge." Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head. "Brother Cui, in your life, have you never met a woman that moved your heart even slightly?" Cui Dongshan shook his head. "I really haven't." Jiang Shangzhen rubbed his chin. "You literary saints only talk about marriage and feng shui, it's a little strange." Cui Dongshan laughed. "That's why the old scholar burned incense to be able to take my teacher as his last disciple." Jiang Shangzhen thought of something and could not help but laugh. The brother in charge of the mountain and river intelligence at the Xinjiang Mountain is really a genius. Cui Dongshan nodded. "A genius." Xinjiang Mountain's ancestral halls meeting, Sect Master Bamboo Emperor. Jade Realm's ancestral master, Xia Yuntai. Tao family's patriarch Tao Yanba. Sect's disciplinary patriarch Yanji. Mountain protector consecrator Yuan Zhinya. In addition to the other peak masters and sword immortals, their seats were very close to the front. Towards the back was Tian Wan, who was in charge of the mountain and river bulletin and catoptric deflection. After making a few contributions that were neither big nor small, her unshakable seat in the ancestral hall was finally moved forward. As for Yuan Bai, now that his seat was at the bottom of the ancestral hall, he was happy to be idle. Every time there was a meeting he would close his eyes and rest, not saying a word. Bamboo Emperor smiled. "We'll just follow the rules for the next peak opening ceremony." This was probably the magnanimity of a sect. The peak opening ceremony of a golden core was an ordinary matter that did not need to be discussed in the ancestral hall. Bamboo Emperor's expression was solemn. "However, the matter of establishing a subsect is already urgent. What should we do? We can't just keep delaying it, right?" Everything was ready for the matter of the Xinjiang Mountains subsect. Originally, the location of the sect had been decided, and the required military merits had been collected from various mountains. With great difficulty, the Xinjiang Mountain had finally filled the gap. Unexpectedly, the imperial court of the Li dynasty had given them the cold shoulder. They had changed their mind at the last moment and were unwilling to recommend the sect to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. According to the Su family's in-laws in Qingfeng City, the Yuan family of the Pillar Nation, the emperor was willing, but there was someone outside the capital who did not agree. Obviously, the only one who dared to disagree with the emperor and not give face to Xinjiang Mountain was Dali's mansion in the capital. However, the problem was that the vassal king Songmu had always been on good terms with Xinjiang Mountain. Therefore, Tao family's patriarch did not look too good today. On the Aquarius continent, there was gossip about Xinjiang Mountain becoming a sect. This was because Xinjiang Mountain's cultivators had suffered too few casualties in the war. Apart from killing, the accumulation of battle merits relied more on immortal money and resources. Moreover, every battlefield was chosen with great care. The ancestral master hall had calculated it meticulously. At the start it didn't seem like much, but when the battle ended and they reconsidered, no one was a fool. Divine Grandeur Sect, Wind Snow Temple and True Martial Mountain. The cultivators of these old sects had always been rude to the cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain in public, especially the Grand Master of Wind Snow Temple whose surname was Qin. He had never had any grudges with Xinjiang Mountain, but he had lost his mind. He claimed that because of the outstanding military exploits of the sword immortals of Xinjiang Mountain, not to mention inferior sects, he should establish inferior sects all over the vast 9 continents. Who would not give him a thumbs up? Who would not be convinced? Fortunately, the Confucian Temple had banned the mountain and lake bulletin. Otherwise, such rumors would have spread far and wide. The reason why Xinjiang Mountain was in such a hurry to establish an inferior sect was indeed because they were worried about the continent's reputation. However, as long as the inferior sect was established, what was done could not be undone. Then many cultivators on the mountain would have to re-evaluate the situation. At most, they would close their doors and make a few sarcastic remarks in private. They would never dare to criticize Xinjiang Mountain in the Mountain and Mountain Bulletin or in public. They might even add to the icing on the cake by arguing with others and putting in a few good words for Xinjiang Mountain. The old sword Immortal Xianxia, who had the highest seniority and cultivation base, was relaxed. He smiled and said, "Why don't we bypass the Song clan and discuss it with the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest?" After ascending to the upper 5 realms and Xinjiang Mountain was already the Haoran sect, Xianxia was not in a hurry to establish an inferior sect. After that he would cultivate for a long time. In his spare time he would think about the carefree life of an immortal. It was a beautiful thing in the world. The sect master, the Bamboo Emperor, nodded. Sure, but who's suitable to join the Jiang clan? The Song clan had already lost half of its territory. Its territory would continue to shrink. Many vassal states in the central and southern regions were already stirring up trouble. If it were not for the auxiliary capital and the Great Blasphemy Temple, many vassal states in the central and northern regions would be stirring up trouble. However, all the cultivators in the Aquarius continent knew that Dali's position in the Haoran 10 great dynasties would only decrease. In the end, it would settle at the 7th or 8th position. Xiaoyuntue smiled and did not say anything. The old sword immortal placed his sword on his knees and gently touched the scabbard. He looked as if this matter had nothing to do with him. The Jiang clan of Cloud Forest was impressive, but it was not enough for him to beg for favors. Currently, the only clan in the Aquarius continent that had a say in the Confucian Temple was not the Song clan that had crossed the line. It was the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest. This was because the Jiang clan of Cloud Forest was one of the sage clans in the entire Haoran world that was most in line with the title Clan of Honor and Delicacy. The Confucian Temple also had a few ancient genealogies. The Jiang clan of Cloud Forest that migrated to the Aquarius continent was undoubtedly the descendant of a sage. 10,000 years ago, the Sage of Rites personally created the rituals. The ancestors of the Jiang clan had several great priests. In the Great Rites of Spring Official, they were listed as one of the 6 officials along with the Grand Historian and the Grand Chancellor. They were in charge of the most ancient congratulatory words. Moreover, the surname Jiang was one of the most ancient surnames in the Haoran world. An old sword immortal from the Cloud Forest Peak said in a deep voice, "Since the auxiliary capital wants us to go to the desolate world to accumulate merits, then we'll go. I'll lead the way." The Patriarch of Justice Yanji sneered. "You're just at the golden core bottleneck. Do you really think you're in the upper 5 realms just because you touched some of Li Sword Immortal's immortal chi in the old Dragon City battlefield?" The old sword immortal was used to the atmosphere in the Patriarch Hall. He continued, "If you don't want to take the risk, then I'll lead my Cloud Forest Peak cultivators to the Great Wall of Sword Chi and kill demons at the ferry." Yanji slapped the armrest of his chair and said angrily, "Do you think the Cloud Forest Peak belongs to you alone? If you're so capable, then why don't you take the peak with you to the desolate world? If you're so capable, then smash the moon-bearing mountain and I'll send you off personally. What do you think?" The old golden core cultivator from the Cloud Forest Peak stood up in anger and was about to leave the Patriarch Hall. At the same time, the old sword immortals who went to the old Dragon City battlefield had the same attitude. If the Cloud Forest Peak cultivators left the Patriarch Hall, they would leave together. This was a common occurrence in the Patriarch Hall of Frontline Peak, so they weren't surprised. The Bamboo Emperor frowned slightly. This time he didn't allow the Golden Core cultivator to leave. He said softly, "You can't leave the Patriarch Hall without permission." The old Golden Core cultivator sat down again. He took a deep breath and decided to pretend to be deaf and dumb. The Mountain Guardian Consecrator, Yuan Xinye, crossed his arms and couldn't help but yawn. It was still so boring. The Bamboo Emperor shifted his gaze and leaned forward slightly. He said with a smile, "Does Patriarch Yuan have a good plan?" Facing this Mountain Guardian Consecrator, even though the Bamboo Emperor was a nascent soul cultivator and a mountain sect master, he was still very respectful. The white-clothed old ape twitched his mouth and leaned back in his chair. Languid, he said, "One needs to be strong to forge iron. When the sect master reaches the upper 5 realms, all problems will be solved. When the time comes, I'll just go to the Great Blasphemy Estuary to congratulate the sect master." The Bamboo Emperor laughed heartily and cupped his fists. "Then I'll have to trouble Patriarch Yuan." Inside the Patriarch Hall, even Xia Yuantue instantly became alert. They all looked at the mountain sect master who had a hard time breaking through the upper 5 realms. In particular, the Tao family's patriarch and the head of law Yanji, who were the gods of fortune, immediately exchanged a glance. Only Yuan Bai, who was the door god, turned his head and looked outside. The Bamboo Emperor was unwilling to talk about his seclusion and breakthrough, so he changed the topic. He nodded at Tianwan, who had been promoted to his trusted aide. The woman immediately took out a booklet and stood up. "The sect is flourishing. On the booklet, there are a total of 16 sword immortal embryos. 9 of them are still young and have yet to be apprenticed. Peak masters and patriarchs, you can choose one today." The so-called sword immortal embryos were obviously young sword cultivators who had a chance of becoming golden pill experts. They mainly came from the old Zhuang dynasty. Once they were discovered, they were immediately sent to Xinjiang Mountain. Apart from that, there were also the shattered mountains and rivers in the southern region of the Aquarius continent. In the past few years, almost every sword immortal of Xinjiang Mountain had to leave the mountain to search for sword cultivator embryos for the sect. Taking a step back, they could not miss out on any good materials that could cultivate on the mountain. As for the Tongyi continent, there was a pleasant surprise. They found 2 young sword cultivator embryos. As long as they could become sword cultivators, it would be a great blessing. This was because as long as sword cultivators remained in the sect to cultivate, they would be able to add a portion of the fortune of the path of the sword to Xinjiang Mountain. As a result, the current Bamboo Emperor definitely did not have any sentiments like, "As long as Wei and Jin come to my Xinjiang Mountain, I'm willing to give way to them." Firstly, his bottleneck had loosened. He had grasped a sliver of opportunity, so he had a chance of breaking through. Moreover, as a newly established sect of the Aquarius continent, the current Xinjiang Mountain possessed all the right conditions and people. In less than a century, they might be able to stand up to the Divine Grandeur sect and compete for the position of sovereign on a continent. How could he not be in high spirits? As a result, the Bamboo Emperor seemed to have become over 100 years younger in the past few years. The Bamboo Emperor suddenly asked, "There seems to be some unusual activity in the Dragon province of Dali, especially the Oxhorn Mountain crossing?" The Su family of Clearwind City had purchased a dragon kiln from the Ma family of Apricot Blossom Alley. Moreover, in Huaihuang province, the Fortune Street, Peachleaf Alley and Xinjiang Mountain all had some secret ties. However, after all these years, they had never received any useful intelligence. Wei Pai's Cloud-Splitting Mountain, the provincial government's office that specialized in collating memorials, and Wanchong's Dragon Spring Sword sect were all taboos in the bureaucracy. Xinjiang Mountain dared not extend their reach too far. However, there was a pleasant surprise during this period of time, which was the water goddess of Chongdan River, Yi Qingzhu. Over the past decade or so, she had given Xinjiang Mountain a few secret reports one after another, which was why Xinjiang Mountain learnt that the Luopa Mountain had a few pure martial artists with quite a high cultivation. It also helped them roughly understand the relationship between the Luopa Mountain and the Cloud-Splitting Mountain, such as how they split the profits at the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain, the blacksmith's shop by the Dragon Whisker River, and Lu Xianyang's extremely well-hidden identity as a golden core sword cultivator. Today's meeting took a total of 4 hours. Just the competition between the peaks for the few sword immortal embryos nearly caused them to exchange swords with each other. Took a lot of effort to settle the various mountains. Even the Bamboo Emperor was a little tired. When the meeting was over, the sword lights returned to the mountains. The Bamboo Emperor left the white-robed old ape alone and walked out of the ancestral hall together, overlooking the mountains and rivers of the sect. Bamboo Emperor smiled and said, "Congratulations, Patriarch Yuan." This was because the mountain guardian consecrator beside him was the same as him. They would soon ascend to the upper 5 realms. Yuan Xinya's expression was normal as he nodded. He placed his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes as he looked into the distance. The burly white-robed ape was lofty and majestic, as though he was looking down on all eternity. Bamboo Emperor quipped, "A direct disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect and a golden core sword cultivator. Patriarch Yuan, you should be careful." The white-robed ape sneered and said, "Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingon, these two good-for-nothings. Be careful? What's there to be careful of? Being careful of punching each of them to death?" Bamboo Emperor nodded. After all, the identities of these two young people are rather troublesome. One of them is Ruan Tong's direct disciple, while the other is Wei Pai's money bag. Fortunately, our Xingyang mountain is not in Northern Peaks territory. Ruan Tong is only a military cultivator at the Jade Unpolished Realm. The white-robed ape sneered and said, "What's the point of coming after I ascend to the upper 5 realms? Do they really think they can take revenge after holding back for more than 20 years? As long as these two good-for-nothings have a death wish, I'll send them on their way." At the Immortal Inn at White Egret Crossing, Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen listened intently. After all, a sect's mountain guardian array formation was not just for show. The two of them could only play some tricks. The two of them looked at each other when they heard Patriarch Moving Mountain's bold words. Jiang Shangzhen remained silent for a long time. He had a lingering fear as he said softly, "I feel like my guts are about to explode." Cui Dongshan hurriedly handed him a flask of wine. "Calm down." Mao Xiaodong brought Li Baoping, Li Huai and a large group of Confucian scholars to travel south. They finally arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There were no more sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It was not just the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even the Upside-Down Mountain, the Flood Dragon Ravine and the Rain Dragon sect were gone. The Great Wall of Sword Qi that was split into 2 faced the vast mountains and rivers of the wilderness. There were many large words carved on the 2 sections of the wall. Unfortunately, Dong Sengeng killed the Lotus Nunnery's master with his sword. Alliance and Yao Chongdao joined forces to kill the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They could not carve any words on the top of the wall. The battle was tragic. It was too late. However, on the other side of the wall, there were also many large words carved on the half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They were the handwriting used by the Jiazi to show off their might. However, for some reason the Confucian temple in Middle-earth did not erase those words. There was an endless stream of righteous cultivators traveling the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In addition, Righteous World had set up 3 large-scale immortal crossings between the wilderness and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Although they were called crossings, they were not inferior to the capital of a great dynasty. The Confucian Temple took the lead in building the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The Middle-earth Divine Continent, Drifting Dawn Continent, and Snow White Continent all contributed money, manpower and manpower. They were like 3 nails that were hammered into the landscape of the wilderness. Above one of the crossings, there were close to 200 sword boats that were as large as mountains. They covered the sky and covered the sun. They were the Mahist sect's treasures that were not used in the battle. After the battle they slowly migrated to the wilderness. As for the other crossings, there was only one person who built the city. At the same time he was also the city guard. The Mahist sect's magnate. The 3 crossings were similar to the Green Lu town that the Hemp sect had set up in the Ghost Valley. Apart from that, the ruins of the end in the sea between the Gold Armor continent and the Fuyao continent was also controlled by the Confucian Temple. At the gate of the wilderness, the Grand Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, Qi Tingji, Pei Bei, Venerable Fiery Dragon, and Huai Yin were responsible for guarding it for 2 to 3 years. A red-robed young man with a scholarly robe left the city wall. They stood on the southern battlefield ruins and looked at the words on the northern city wall. Dao Righteous World Western Paradise. Lightning Pool Sword Qi Everlasting. Qindong Qimeng. Li Huai raised his head and looked at one of the big characters. He sighed and said, "That King Liang only knows how to talk nonsense all day long. Back then when he was close to my brother he bragged so much that I thought that there was no truth in his words. It turns out that he's quite fierce." Li Huai pursed his lips and said, "It's written in this calligraphy. It's like an earthworm crawling. Even if Alliance stood in front of me and patted his chest and said he didn't write them, I wouldn't believe him." Li Baoping was a little sad. The two sections of the Great Wall of Sword Qi no longer have the protection of the formation. If there's another war they won't be able to recover. Li Huai comforted her. There won't be another war. Even if there wasn't a war, the city wall would gradually be eroded by the wind, rain, and sun. One day all the words on the city wall would be blurred. A travel-worn yellow-clothed old man with eagle-like eyes and a bony body flew down from the top of the city wall. He suddenly made a turn and floated to the ground, landing 100 feet away from the two of them. He seemed to have also come to admire the words carved on the top of the city wall. Now the city wall and the sky screen were guarded by the Confucian Temple's sages and 2 mountain peak cultivators. Moreover, they were inspecting the customs and were extremely strict. Moreover, all the demons in the wilderness were blocked south of the 100,000 mountains and the 3 crossings. Therefore, all the cultivators in the world could travel the Great Wall of Sword Qi without any worries compared to when the sword cultivators were around. Li Baoping and Li Huai were about to leave. The old man's expression was normal, but he was a little anxious. He couldn't care less about his demeanor and took the initiative to ask, "Miss, is your surname Li? Did you debate the Daoist orthodoxy with the secondary sage Yuanzhen in the Records of Rites Learning Palace?" Li Baoping turned sideways and nodded to the old man. "That's me." According to the rumors, Li Baoping lost to Yuanzhen in that debate. Li Huai was present at that time, but he didn't understand. However, Yuanzhen, who had compiled 3 righteous discourses at such a young age, spoke elegantly and calmly during the debate. He was a little annoying. On the other hand, Li Baoping often frowned and pondered deeply. There were many times when she wanted to say something but stopped. It was as if she was denying herself. Yuanzhen was one of the 10 youths in the world. Rumor had it that his hometown was Qingming Tian, but he became a secondary sage's direct disciple. The old man said regretfully, "This Yuanzhen is from the orthodox Confucian lineage." Moreover, as a secondary sage's direct disciple, he dared to say that the Tao ancestor and the most holy master were the beginning and end. It's not proper for him to spout nonsense. Li Baoping smiled. "Senior, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to pretend to be polite with me." What she meant was that the person who said such things didn't understand the debate of the 3 Daos at all. Since he didn't understand at all, he wasn't here to learn from each other. In that case, he must have some other request. The old man's expression was awkward. He was indeed not interested in the quarrel between these scholars who had nothing better to do. He also could not understand it. This trip to the vast world, he had been very careful and trembling with fear. He had almost broken his legs from running. It had been very tiring. The old man glanced at the 100,000 mountains in the south. It wasn't too far away from his home. If he returned empty-handed, 2 of his legs would probably be broken by that old blind man. Although the old man was anxious, he still looked calm and introduced himself. "My Taoist name is Duke Longshan. I'm a cultivator from the mountains and lakes of the South Sa continent. I've read some sages' books and I sincerely admire the knowledge of the literary sages' lineage." Li Baoping immediately asked with a smile, "Sir, may I ask what it means to change one's nature and what it means to distinguish between groups?" The old man in yellow who called himself the Duke of Longshan was at a loss again. He felt that this little girl was very difficult to deal with, so he had no choice but to be honest with her. "To be honest, I don't know much about the theories of the sages in the Confucian Temple, but I truly admire the lineage of the Sage of Literature, from the old Sage of Literature's unification of the 3 continents to the efforts of the lineage of the Wen lineage to turn the situation around. The lineage of the literary sage had Qin Pingon and Cui Dong on his left and right. Qin Pingon acted as the hidden official. The mountains and rivers were turned upside down. Cui Dong traveled across continents and dispersed his 14th level cultivation. He merged with the 2 worlds and became the second Great Wall of Sword Aura, completely blocking the escape route of the wasteland. This forced the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain to divide his attention and energy to open the 3 ultimate ruins in the ocean. Otherwise, the 2 ultimate time scales and measuring scales of heaven and earth would not be repaired within 100 years. The collapse of the formless ritual music did not affect the ordinary teachers much, but it would affect all the cultivators in the 2 worlds. The inner demons would take the opportunity to cause trouble. The gaps would be like weeds. If a cultivator's Taoist heart was leakless, it could cause the world to collapse. How could a small leakless heart defeat a leakless heaven and earth? Moreover, the later it was repaired, the greater the impact on the weather. Li Huai was a little bored. Annoying. More cultivators who took advantage of the situation came to curry favor with the lineage of the literary sage. Especially this Duke Longshan in front of him. In any case, he should have memorized the 32 chapters of the founding master before coming over to exchange pleasantries. One look and one could tell that he was not experienced. Not to mention Pei Qian, he was even worse than himself. If not for his fear of the scholarly sage in the sky screen, the old man would have sent the red-clothed girl flying with a slap and then fled with Uncle Li. The old man glanced at the 100,000 mountains from the corner of his eye. Fortunately, the old blind man had not shown up yet. Then there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Perhaps there was still time. There had to be time. The old blind man's temper was not good. Every time he attacked, he did not know how to control his strength. The key was that the old man was blind. For 10,000 years he only knew how to bully his loyal family members. You are already one of the few 14th level cultivators in the world. Why don't you go ask Qin Qingdu for a few swords? Why don't you go arm wrestle with the moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor? An old man who did not have 4 tails of bones only knew how to show off his realm. Old birds waiting for dead dogs, right? Let's see who will outlast who. Li Baoping moved and blocked in front of Li Huai. She asked, "Old sir, why don't we get straight to the point and say something straightforward?" The old man stroked his beard and smiled, pretending to be calm. He braced himself and said, "Good, good, good. Young lady, you have good taste. This old man is indeed a little selfish. I see that you too are young and have a good foundation. You are a 1-in-a-million cultivation genius, so I plan to take you as my unofficial disciples. Don't worry, young lady Li, you don't have to change your sect. This old man has suffered a lot in cultivation in this life and has never been able to take in a direct disciple. I really can't bear to let my cultivation go to waste, so I want to give you a blessing." Li Baoping shook her head. "Old sir, I appreciate your kindness. As for apprenticeship, let's forget about it. Even if it is an unofficial disciple, it is still inappropriate." The old man cursed in his heart. "Who cares about you at such a young age? You already have the air of a gentleman and you are still a woman. If this old man was in the savage, desolate world when he was in the prime of his life, an eyesore and untactful young lady like you, with a casual grab, I will eat you." Li Huai felt that this old man was interesting. He was sneaky and had a big mouth. He was worried that his cultivation would go to waste, so he gave them a blessing? Li Huai asked in his heart. "Li Baoping, is this guy here to rob you?" Li Baoping replied, "No, I won't. He doesn't have the guts." So Li Huai laughed and asked, "Old senior, may I ask what realm are you at?" The old man almost burst into tears. Finally he could talk to Uncle Li and chat with him. He did not dare to go to that far Aquarius continent even if he was beaten to death. He waited bitterly overseas for many years and finally, Li Huai went to Central Plains Divine Continent. For 10 whole years he had been running around in the vast world, hiding here and there. As a dignified ascendant realm, an existence of the same generation as Imperial Concubine Fei and Old Deaf, he had been a stray dog for 10 whole years. The old man collected his emotions and coughed. "Your realm is not bad, you have some cultivation." Li Huai laughed. "Then it's not too high?" The old man immediately said, "High, how can it not be high? I'm just being humble." Li Huai stuck out his thumb and pointed to the big words on the wall. "Alliance and I are sworn brothers." It was only when Alliance knocked on the bowl with his chopsticks and cried that I agreed. The old man even had the heart to die. Old Blind had committed a sin by taking in such a disciple to harm him? The old man's heartstrings tightened. He could feel that suffocating majestic aura, as though it was approaching the great wall of sword qi. He could not be on tenterhooks for 10 years in exchange for a miserable ending where he was beaten half to death. The old man fell to his knees and prostrated himself on the ground. Li Huai, I beg you just agree to follow me to cultivate. As for becoming my disciple, as long as you are happy. Even Li Baoping was dumbstruck. What was this Duke Longshan who came out of nowhere trying to do? Li Huai was even more shocked. As expected, all the good fortune in the world could not be accepted. This old man's brain was not clear. Follow him to cultivate. What was there to cultivate? A short old blind man appeared beside Duke Longshan out of thin air. With a kick there was a crack and an ouch. The old man's spine was broken and he immediately fell to the ground. The old blind man sneered and said, "Useless thing, you can't even handle such a small matter. You wandered aimlessly in the vast world. Have you eaten shit for 10 years? The old blind man turned to look at Li Huai and asked with a straight face, "You are Li Huai?" Li Huai asked back, "Can I not be?" The old blind man smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Li Huai looked sincere and nodded. "I think it's okay." Li Baoping frowned slightly. On the city wall, a sage of the Confucian Temple, an Ascendant Realm and an Immortal Realm sword cultivator did not move. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. At least these two old men were not criminals who would suddenly attack. The old blind man sneered and said, "Kid, you are sworn brothers with that son of a b****. That's great. In this way his seniority would be higher." The old blind man casually pointed to the south. "Kid, as long as you become my direct disciple, the 100,000 mountains in the south and the 10,000 miles of painting scrolls will all be under your jurisdiction. The golden-armored strongmen, the punishers and the demons will all be under your command." Li Huai's face was bitter. He lowered his voice and said, "I was just making things up. Senior, why did you eavesdrop and take it seriously? This kind of words can't be spread carelessly. If that old immortal of the 14th level who has opened his celestial eye heard it, both of us will have to bear the consequences. Why bother?" Li Baoping stretched out her finger and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. On the way here Li Huai was indeed bragging in private. Li Huai and the old man said the same thing. Anyway, the meaning was roughly the same. As for the old man who was fierce and ruthless and broke the spine of others with one foot, Li Baoping had already guessed his identity. He was the old blind man in the wasteland world. Because that Duke Longshan who was in the realm of kowtowing and begging for a disciple, clearly had his spine broken, but he was still comfortably lying on the ground. There were even some playful eyes in his eyes, secretly sizing up Li Huai. The yellow-clothed old man's face was just a bit broken, but he definitely didn't look injured at all. If it was any other cultivator, no matter how tough their physical body was or how powerful their magical powers were, after suffering such a serious injury, they would look dispirited and listless. The old blind man pointed to his eyes. His eye sockets were collapsed and there were no eyeballs. If a cultivator of the upper 5 realms below the Ascendant Realm dared to use their magical powers and look directly at this place, their soul would probably fall into a bottomless abyss on the spot. Their soul would be separated and they would become a person without a master. Li Huai blinked and asked tentatively, "Is it the old senior that Alliance admired the most in his life? Every time he talked to me about senior, that guy would first take a bath and change his clothes. When he talked about senior's heroic spirit and magnificent deeds, Alliance would cry every time." Li Huai's meaning was that he who was even more nonsense than Alliance was not qualified to be his disciple. The old blind man rubbed his chin. "Good disciple, you know how to talk. You won't be bored in the future." His eyesight in accepting a disciple was really not bad. In fact, in the wasteland world, the feudal towns had been divided for tens of thousands of years. It was not that there were no demon cultivators who hoped to be favored by the old blind man and become the direct disciple of a 14th realm great cultivator. From then on they would reach the sky in one step. It was just that those opportunistic pitiful worms had more tricks up their sleeves. They tried their best to please the old blind man, but all of them became the food on the plate of the yellow-clothed old man. The old blind man's idea was simple. "I can accept disciples and use them to close the door. Master, don't beg. If you beg, you'll die." The old blind man stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Huai's shoulder. He gently lifted him up. His foundation was heavy. Twisting. Li Huai's face was slightly pale. He tiptoed and used both his hands to grab the old blind man's withered arm. He begged Li Baoping, "Li Baoping, help me plead for leniency. Qin Pingon has finally returned home. In the end, I was captured and taken to be a disciple. What's going on?" Cultivating the Dao in the mountains could easily take years or even decades. Li Huai was really unwilling. Things like realms could be taken by whoever wanted them. Li Baoping said seriously, "Old senior, there's no such thing as you. When accepting a disciple and a master on the mountain, there has to be mutual consent. It's up to fate and fate." The old blind man laughed. "Little girl, don't think that you can talk nonsense with me just because you have an elder brother who isn't related by blood. Li Shixing is still too young and his realm is far from enough. As for whether he can fulfill his wish in the vast world, that's another matter altogether." Li Baoping smiled. "What you said doesn't count." Li Huai, on the other hand, was burning with anger. This old blind man was too much. Grabbing the old man's arm with both hands, Li Huai flew up and kicked the old bastard's chest. The old man in yellow, who was lying on the ground and enjoying himself, stared so hard that his dog eyes almost popped out. The old blind man didn't move an inch. He only patted the dust on his chest and smiled instead of getting angry. He nodded. "All right, you have the bearing of my last disciple." Li Huai felt a little guilty. He used the martial arts method that he had learned out of nowhere. He used telepathy to form a line and said to Li Baoping in a trembling voice, Baoping, my legs are a little weak now and I don't have the courage to stand properly. I don't dare to kick anymore. I'm sorry." The old blind man chuckled. "You've done your best. That's right. If it were Qin Pingon, he wouldn't dare to do that." In the end, Li Huai suddenly felt a surge of courage and kicked again. The old blind man acknowledged, "You have potential. That's pretty good." The old man in yellow felt like he had been struck by two heavenly tribulations. He suddenly started to worry. If this Uncle Li really became the old blind man's disciple, his days wouldn't be easy. On the city wall, a sage from the Confucian temple asked, "Are you sure you're fine?" Mao Xiaodong smiled. 100,000 mountains that can accommodate several north-roaming sword immortals is definitely not a foul place. He's someone who can be friends with Alliance and someone whom my husband respectfully calls a senior. What's there for me to worry about? The old blind man glanced at the city wall. A scholar from the lineage of the Confucian saint really knew how to talk. The old blind man retracted his gaze. Facing Li Huai, who was very pleasing to the eye, he was unusually amiable. He said, "After becoming my first and last disciple, you don't need to stay in the mountains to cultivate. You can just wander around the world. Do you see that one on the ground? He'll be your follower from now on." Li Huai said with a long face, "What virtue do I have to deserve Senior Duke Longshan to protect me? How high could a Motherf Ker's realm be if he knelt and kowtowed to him?" It was hard to say who would be the one protecting whom. The key was that the old senior on the ground didn't have any strength of character. Compared to his own strength of character, they were completely different. Even if they got together, they definitely wouldn't be on the same page. The old blind man's temperament was very good. He chuckled and said, "Not bad. As expected of my disciple, you even dare to look down on an ascendant realm. Very well, then there's no need for it to live." The ascendant realm on the ground saw that the situation was not good. He stood up at lightning speed and begged bitterly, "Li Huai, I will definitely repay the kindness of saving my life today with my life in the future." It knew very well what kind of person the old blind man was. He was definitely not someone who would joke around. Li Huai asked, "Can I not be a direct disciple first but an unofficial disciple?" The old blind man nodded and said, "Of course you can." Li Huai sighed and looked at the old blind man behind his hands. Then he looked at the old senior Duke Longshan, who was smiling flatteringly. What the hell was going on? Li Huai quietly said to Li Baoping, "When I learn the skills, I'll help you beat up this unofficial master. Anyway, it's not an unofficial disciple, so it's not considered cheating the master and destroying the ancestors." Li Baoping smiled and said, "Senior, you heard it." Li Huai laughed and walked quickly to the old blind man's side. He skillfully rubbed his shoulders. 769. After entering the city, Qin Pingon was not in a hurry to take Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to travel together. First, he took out a piece of yellow paper made of Yangqi lighting talisman from his sleeve, and then he made a sword gesture with 2 fingers, gently drawing around the talisman. Qin Pingon had been observing the burning speed of the talisman with rapt attention, silently counting in his heart. When a lighting talisman slowly burned out, he said to Pei Qian, "The degree of spiritual qi is no different from the sea outside the ferry, but the speed of the river of time seems to be slightly slower than the outside world. Let's try not to stay here for too long and leave this place within a month. Pei Qian nodded, understanding tacitly. The giant fairy city under his feet was most likely a small cave like the secret realm of broken mountains and rivers, but it was refined by an expert, just like Madame Qing Zhong's Lushui pit, which was already a small world. Qin Pingon. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the city was thin, so it was not a suitable place for cultivating qi. Of course, he did not rule out the possibility that it was the Wanyao sect in the blessed land of the Three Mountains. After swallowing half of one or even occupying more spiritual qi and fate, it finally made a small world like the sea returning to the ruins. Pei Qian looked at the people on the street, his line of sight raced a little and looked further. The pavilions, terraces and pavilions, the farther they were, the clearer they became. It was too contrary to common sense, as if as long as the spectators had the heart, they could see all the way to the end of the world. Pei Qian's line of sight finally fell on the back of a young woman who looked like a palace maid in the corridor of a tall building in the distance. She stood on tiptoe in the moonlight and stretched out her arm high, revealing a white jade-like wrist with a bamboo lantern hanging from it. The palace maid suddenly looked back. She was beautiful and she smiled sweetly at Pei Qian. Pei Qian was not surprised, but he slightly shifted his line of sight. In the distance between two towering colorful buildings, there was a corridor bridge, like a seven-colored rainbow hanging in the corner of the sky. In the middle of the corridor stood a silver-eyed young man with antlers. His fingers were intertwined in front of his chest, and his big sleeves were dragging on the ground. He was like the so-called prince of the pavilion in the Immortal books, and he was looking at Pei Qian. Pei Qian's line of sight shifted again. In a luxurious mansion built on a small mountain, there was a woman in a silk dress that shone like moonlight and flowing water. She wore a golden crown on her head, and she was leaning against a beauty, applying rouge and gently licking her lips. After discovering Pei Qian's line of sight, the beauty seemed to be frightened. She immediately picked up a silk fan, but she was curious, so she only covered half of her face with a delicate fan painted with hundreds of flowers facing Pei Qian. Half of the woman's lips were bright red and half of her face was snow white. She seemed to recognize that Pei Qian's appearance was not outstanding, so she slightly raised her eyebrows. Her eyebrows were raised, but they were not frivolous, just a little provocative. Pei Qian immediately retracted his line of sight and rubbed his forehead. He had only taken a few more glances into the distance, but he actually felt a little dizzy. Pei Qian refocused his gaze and chose the scenery and pedestrians that were closer to him. At the end of the street in front of him, there was a troop of cavalry patrolling the city. The leader was riding on horseback holding a long halberd. Both the rider and his mount were clad in armor. The road was congested and overcrowded. The armored general would occasionally lift the halberd in his hand and gently push away the passers-by who accidentally bumped into the cavalry. His strength was very good, so he did not hurt anyone. Pei Qian roughly explained to Qin Pingon what he saw, and then said softly, "Master, these people in the city are a little similar to the so-called living immortals in an ancient book of the Yu family. They are a little different from the half-dead people, like the talisman beauty from the Fox Kingdom, and the paper dolls from Paper White Blessed Land." The talisman puppet was the lowest grade. It relied on the talisman Gaul's spiritual light as the finishing touch of the immortal's pen. It was supported by the immortal's pen, which opened the apertures and gave birth to spiritual intelligence. In fact, it did not truly belong to its physical body or soul. However, this was the first time Qin Pingon had heard of living immortals. He was very curious and asked telepathically, "Living immortals? What is it?" Pei Qian was taken aback for a moment and looked at her master. This was because she mistakenly thought that her master was testing her knowledge. After confirming that her master really did not know of such a saying, she explained the records in the obscure book. The most crucial sentence was that the soul of the living person was imprisoned in the water prison where the words were reflected, or in the prison of mountains where the peaks were stacked up. However, the book did not mention a way to break it. Qin Pingon nodded. It was a little similar to Pu Yu's intrinsic flying sword. It could change between real and illusory with a single thought. However, in this world, other than Cui Dong and Cui Dongshan, who else could manifest so many thoughts? How did it support so many residents in the city to talk to themselves and think to themselves? Or could it be that all the locals in the city were simultaneously using the methods of Paper White Blessed Land? It was a pity that Cui Dongshan was not around. Otherwise, this student would be like a fish in water in this city. Qin Pingon had traveled far in his early years. Whether it was traveling with Lu Tai in the Tongye continent or meeting the black-clothed scholar in the Ghost Valley, he always hoped that the future juniors of Luopa Mountain would not be like him, who did not read much and suffered too much. He hoped that one day when he went down the mountain to gain experience, relying on his own mountain's collection of books, he would be able to take the initiative in searching for opportunities and avoid unnecessary accidents. Now it seemed that it was Qin Pingon's most unexpected first disciple, Pei Qian, who was the first to achieve this. However, of course, this could not be separated from Pei Qian's good memory and learning martial arts too fast. It seemed that on the road of life there were many thought and just found out. Pei Qian squatted down and Zhou Mili flipped out of the basket. This time the black-clothed girl went out, adhering to the Jianghu principle of not revealing anything. She did not bring the golden carrying pole but only a green bamboo cane. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian protected Zhou Mili in the middle and walked into the bustling streets of the city together. The pedestrians on the road were talking about various things. Some were chatting about daily life and two people were walking towards them. Qin Pingon and the rest made way for them. The two people were quarreling. One of them was quoting from the classics and said that it was the moon. The other person was red in the face and could not stop arguing. He suddenly threw out an old fist and knocked the person beside him to the ground. After the person on the ground got up, he was not angry and turned to argue about the authenticity of the post after rain. Pei Qian said softly, "Master, everyone is talking about the great words of the central divine continent." Qin Pingon nodded, "Watch and listen more." The group of cavalrymen rode their horses forward. Both men and horses were equipped with armor. They cut through the thistles and thorns and the passers-by on the street avoided them. The leader of the cavalrymen raised his long halberd slightly, but the tip of the halberd was still pointed to the ground. Therefore he did not appear too arrogant and overbearing. The cavalryman said in a low voice, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Qin Pingon cupped his fist and smiled. "Chao." Pei Qian replied, "Xianxia." Zhou Mili followed suit and said, "Zhou Mute." The cavalryman nodded and reminded, "You are not allowed to pick fights in the city. You are not allowed to force people to buy or sell. You are not allowed to ascend without permission. Other than that, there are no other taboos." After a series of inquiries, there were no conflicts. The cavalrymen turned their horses around and continued to patrol the streets. Going to a nearby bookstore, Qin Pingon found that the books on sale were mostly well-printed local chronicles. After flipping through a dozen books, he found that they were all old books from ancient dynasties. The book in his hand, Tenzhou Prefectural Chronicles, listed by dynasty according to territory, ceremony, famous officials, martyrs, literary circles, martial arts and so on. It was extremely detailed. Many local chronicles even included aristocratic families, street signs, water conservancy, charity, tombs and so on. Qin Pingon rubbed the paper with his finger and sighed. It was fine to buy books, but it would be a waste of money. This was because all the books in paper were the manifestation of some kind of mystical Dao technique. They were not real. Otherwise, as long as the price was fair, Qin Pingon really did not mind plundering and buying books to enrich the library of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon constantly took books and put them down. He could not find any prefectural chronicles related to the Dali, de Duan, and the other dynasties in the bookstore. Those who only looked and did not buy were definitely not customers that any store in the world would like. However, Qin Pingon was already prepared to be kicked out. He also had to use this matter to roughly determine the age of the fairy. The shopkeeper of the bookstore was a gentle and refined old man. He was flipping through a book and didn't mind Qin Pingon spoiling the quality of the book. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the patient old man finally asked with a smile, "Dear customers, where are you from?" When Zhou Mili heard the question, she remembered the good mountain master's warning. The little girl immediately acted as if she was facing a great enemy and hurriedly covered her mouth with both hands. Qin Pingon rubbed Mili's head and smiled at the shopkeeper. "From outside the city." "It's good to say where you came from." The old shopkeeper shook his head and muttered to himself. He seemed to be too disappointed with Qin Pingon's answer and did not say anything else. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Shopkeeper, how many places in the city sell books?" The old shopkeeper helplessly said, "How would I know? Customers sure know how to joke." A thin scholar wearing a scholarly robe laughed loudly as he entered the bookstore. He had a beautiful beard and did not even look at Qin Pingan's group. Instead he walked to the counter and laughed loudly to the old shopkeeper. That mountain peak must have been created thousands or tens of thousands of years ago by the flood of the valley. The sand and soil were all stripped away, leaving behind only the towering boulders. That's why it became a mountain peak. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Professor Xian is very knowledgeable. Your imagination is as good as the sky. There's no doubt about it. The old shopkeeper immediately bent down and took out a brush and ink from the cabinet. He then took out a long and narrow slip of paper from the drawer and wrote down these words. He gently dabbed at the ink and finally turned around to take out a book and place the slip of paper in between. The old shopkeeper closed the book on the counter and handed it to the old customer surnamed Shin. The latter kept it in his sleeve and left with a laugh. When he was near the door, he suddenly turned his head and stroked his beard. Kid, do you know that the gap accumulation technique is a circle, the obstruction technique, and the virtual energy sound concealment technique? Qin Pingan smiled and shook his head. I don't know. In fact, Qin Pingan knew a little. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed those books from Lu Mao at the Yellow Flower Temple in the Mirage City. However, it was better not to know in this city. What's wrong with the young people nowadays? They don't know anything at all. The scholar with a beautiful beard who was called Professor Xian by the shopkeeper was a little regretful. His expression was full of disappointment. He stroked his beard and pulled it as if he was in pain. He shook his head and sighed before leaving quickly. Qin Pingan left the bookstore with Pei Qian and Xiaomi. Pei Qian said softly, Master, that teacher Xin and the book that the shopkeeper gave us seem to be real. Qin Pingan raised his finger and signaled for him to keep quiet and not talk about this matter anymore. However, the scholar with the beautiful beard had already turned around and walked over. He did not give up and took out the book that the old shopkeeper gave him. He asked again, Young man, what year is it now in the Great Yen calendar? If I know, I'll give this book to you. Qin Pingan smiled and took out a small coin from the things in front of him. It was an item that he had kept for a long time. He raised his right hand and opened his palm. On one side of the coin there was a seal script that read, I always envy the jade-cutting man of the world. Professor Shin's expression changed slightly. Qin Pingan picked up the small coin with his left hand and was about to turn it over. The scholar with a beautiful beard saw the word Su on the other side and was worried. He turned around and waved his hand. Little thief, you're so cunning. I'm afraid of you. Go, let's part here. Don't see me again. Qin Pingan kept the coin again. Pei Qian blinked his eyes. Master, is it really the person who likes to carve, I've been here on the cliff? Qin Pingan nodded and said, I just don't know why he's here. However, I thought that this old man would fly into a rage out of humiliation and throw that book at my face. Zhou Mili sighed and said, It's really hard to predict people's hearts. Jianghu is dangerous. Qin Pingan patted Mili's head and said with a smile, The ups and downs of the officialdom are unpredictable and treacherous. Jianghu is indeed dangerous. There was a fortune-telling stall on the street. The old Daoist was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He used a charcoal pen to draw a semicircle in front of the stall. It was shaped like a crescent moon and covered the stall. There were many children who were familiar with the stall. They were chasing and playing. The old Daoist slapped the stall heavily and scolded. The children immediately scattered. The old Daoist saw Qin Pingan passing by and immediately straightened a slanted banner beside him. On it was written, If you want to get the secret of long life, you have to pass this altar first. He suddenly shouted, 10,000 taels of gold is not for sale. I'll give it to you on the street. He didn't expect that the three people directly walked past the stall. They turned a deaf ear to him and deliberately turned a blind eye to him. Finally, they walked into a weapon shop next to the stall. The old Daoist looked away and sighed. He said angrily, Boorish people don't know the great way. There was a small stall next to the fortune-telling stall. On top of the cotton cloth, there were some old bottles and jars. There was a sick man dozing off with his head lowered. Previously, the old Daoist neighbor shouted loudly, but he didn't wake up. When the old Daoist turned his head and suddenly said, Idiot, business is here. Wake up. The man suddenly raised his head and found that there was no one in front of the stall. He continued to doze off. The old Daoist couldn't stand the man's laziness. He sneered and said, Brother Jing used to be so heroic. Now you've become a scammer who can't earn money. The man just closed his eyes and rested. The old Daoist stood up from the bench and kicked down a palm-sized small gilded vat. The old Daoist said sarcastically, "You said it came from the palace. Maybe some idiots would believe you. You said that this thing is a sea that can raise a flood dragon. Who would believe you? Oh my, what gilding! You can't even cover it with gold. Look, I've sinned. It's faded." The man also had a good temper. He just silently bent down and picked up the small vat that was kicked down. He put it back. The old Daoist kicked the small vat over again. The man put the item back on the table again, but placed it at a corner of the cotton cloth that was further away from the Daoist. He said in a muffled voice, "The world only knows that our ancestors rode the green ox. Who knows you? If they knew you, they wouldn't come here. You don't have to drink the northwest wind every day." The old Daoist sat back on the bench and sighed. In fact, many of the old neighbors in the city were about the same age as the old people. They were gradually fading away. As for this pair of neighbors who set up the stall, no matter what, they could still stay here. One of them once rode the green ox and wandered the world in search of the ancestral portrait of the 5 sacred mountains. The other once rode a weak and crippled old donkey. On the donkey's back there was a bearded swordsman with a big bow. The 3-foot sword and Lujun arc could both enter the water and slay a flood dragon. Qin Pingon entered the shop and picked up a scabbard. He pulled the scabbard out of the scabbard. The scabbard was thin and extremely sharp. Qin Pingon tapped it with his finger. The scabbard vibrated but was silent. Only the scabbard's light rippled like water. Qin Pingon shook his head. The scabbard was a good scabbard. Moreover, it was the only real scabbard in this shop. Qin Pingon only felt that it was a pity that the old Daoist and the man from the cloth shop were speaking in a vague voice. He couldn't hear them clearly. This world was a little too strange. The shop owner was a burly man with a stocky back and a bare waist. He laughed and said, "You're obviously a man with a sword on his back, but you want to come to the shop to pick up a scabbard. Outrageous." There was an old man in a green robe who was begging, "The calligraphy of my ancestor can't be seen by outsiders. Do a good deed and sell it to me." The man glanced at the old man from the corner of his eyes. He was too lazy to speak. There was a commotion on the street. Qin Pingon sheathed his scabbard and put it back in its original place. He asked the shop owner, "How much is this scabbard?" The man laughed and said, "If you want to buy a scabbard, sure. It's not expensive. You just need to take a bowl of Chuzhou sour plum soup, half a jean of Tongling white ginger, and some tender lotus root from Tangshan to exchange for it." 520. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "May I ask where these 3 things are?" The man replied, "Somewhere else in the city." There was a commotion on the street. There was the sound of horse hooves. It was the cavalry that was patrolling the city earlier. They escorted a person to the outside of the weapon shop. It was a graceful scholar. The scholar walked into the shop with a wooden box in his hand. When he saw Qin Pingon and the others, he was obviously a little surprised. However, he didn't say anything. He put the wooden box on the counter and opened it. There was a bowl of sour plum soup, half a jean of white ginger and a few tender lotus roots. When the man saw it, he actually had tears in his eyes. Without saying anything, he went around the counter and apologized to Qin Pingon. He picked up the long scabbard named Xiao Mei and threw it to the scholar. The old man who asked the shop owner for the calligraphy said sourly, "City Lord Xiao, you're here to plunder our land again. You're casually strolling around the 3 cities. Isn't this a little abusing your position for personal gain?" The scholar directly hung the scabbard on his waist. Then he smiled at the old man and said, "Even for me, it's not easy to go in and out of Benmo City." The scholar surnamed Xiao thought for a while and said to the shop owner, "Please take out the wordless scroll. I'll make up for it." The shop owner narrowed his eyes. "Xiao Baoan, you have to think carefully. Be careful not to lose the hard-earned position of city lord." The scholar smiled and didn't say anything. The man took out a scroll. There were no words, but the scent of flowers was strong. It was stamped with the words, "Arrest Shi Palace Treasure." Qin Pingon stood aside and watched the show with his hands in his sleeves. Xiao Baoan, city lord of another city. Benmo City's sour plum soup, Tongling white ginger and Tangshan tender lotus roots. This meant that there were at least 3 cities on the ferry. The scholar's face was full of smiles. He looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon immediately smiled and nodded to apologize. He turned around. Xiao Baowan stretched out a finger and wrote on the wordless scroll. The shop owner smiled and nodded. He put away the scabbard and then took out another scroll. The opening was, "Sun's nature is dull." At the end it was begging for Bing. The man gave the scroll to the scholar and said, "Congratulations, City Lord Xiao. You've got another treasure." Xiao Baowan gave the scroll to the old man and whispered the word Bing. The scroll burned. The old man was shocked at first. Then he became ecstatic. He took the scroll with the words "True Fire Wuxia" with both hands. It was as if he had finally fulfilled a wish. When the scroll was burned, tears flowed down his face. He bowed to the young city lord. "The scholar only said that he had admired your family's ancestors for a long time. It was only right for him to do this." The old man lowered his head and wiped his tears. Then he took out a small bag from his sleeve. It was embroidered with the word "Yi Lu" and a length of rope. It was severely worn. The old man chuckled. "This bag of conch suede weighs 5 dendrites. With this rope, City Lord Xiao is only missing the embroidered shoe. Then you can meet Lady Kong Tong." Xiao Baowan thanked him. He didn't pretend to be polite and kept the bag and rope in his sleeve. The old man's face was full of joy. He hurriedly left. The scholar looked at Qin Pingon and the other two. Then he looked at Pei Qian and Zhou Mili's mountain walking stick. He suddenly said, "Julu Continent, Mural City, Swaying River." Qin Pingon thought for a while. "Lightning Flash, Ghost Valley, Jixiao Mountain." Xiao Baowan smiled knowingly. "It's really you." Qin Pingon smiled. "So it's you." When Qin Pingon first traveled to the North Continent, he pretended to be stupid when he crossed the Swaying River. He tactfully rejected an opportunity to become an immortal. In Mural City, the goddess of Guanyin was the best at fighting. Soon she took the initiative to recognize a foreign traveler as her master. Qin Pingon learned about the secret records of the Linen sect from Luopa Mountain's consecrator, Du Wenxi, a nascent soul cultivator of the Linen sect. He learned that the Thunder Pool on Ghost Valley's Jixiao Mountain was once a broken Doshu courtyard sword cleansing pool. It came from one of the ancient Thunder Department's 1 house, 2 courtyards and 3 divisions. Later the master and servant visited Muyi Mountain. The foreign traveler from Liuxia Continent and the goddess of lightning with an ancient inkstone on her waist obtained the immortal opportunity together. In fact, before those two, Qin Pingon was the first to find the Thunder Pool in Jixiao Mountain. However, he couldn't move it and only dug out some golden bamboo whips. Xiao Baowan bid farewell and left. Qin Pingon nodded to greet him. After leaving the shop, Qin Pingon saw the old Daoist and asked loudly, "Young man, there are thousands of winter plum trees in your hometown. Is there a single flower?" Xiao Baowan looked at the silent Qin Pingon and turned around with a smile. "There are thousands of flowers blooming every year. It's nothing strange." The old Daoist laughed and stood up. He picked up the small gilded water jar with the tip of his foot and threw it to Xiao Baowan. The scholar took it in his hand. The man squatting on the ground pretended not to know and didn't care that his shop lost a treasure. Pei Qian was confused and asked in a low voice, "Master, that old Daoist is asking you, right? Why did he feel that the Castellan Xiao Baowan came to this city to look for treasures everywhere?" Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. "Don't worry." Pei Qian turned around and found that Xiao Baowan had walked far away and stood beside an old woman selling cakes. He didn't buy any cakes and didn't leave. He seemed to be waiting for someone there. Soon a monk carrying a burden appeared. He was quite energetic and his footsteps were very fast. He said angrily, "As a monk, we learned the majesty of Buddha in 1,000 tribulations and learned the meticulous ways of Buddha in 10,000 tribulations, but we still can't become Buddha. The demon son of the south dares to say something about becoming Buddha. We should sweep his caves and destroy his species to repay Buddha's kindness." Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks with a solemn expression. Passing by the old woman, the monk put down his burden and seemed to be planning to buy cakes. The old woman pointed at the burden placed on the ground by the monk. Just as she was about to ask, Xiao Baowan asked first, "What are these words?" The monk was about to answer. Qin Pingon saw that Xiao Baowan was about to speak again and frowned. He said to the scholar telepathically, "This is a Buddhist case. Why are you getting involved?" Xiao Baowan smiled and turned his head as if he was waiting for Qin Pingon to say that. He immediately asked telepathically, "What's the purpose of coming here? Are you a Daoist priest?" The old Daoist priest who set up the stall seemed to have heard the thoughts of both parties and immediately stood up. However, he only stared at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon smiled and looked at the scholar. Every step is well planned and linked. What a good plan.